React India. React.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one.
With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes.
We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi,
a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
with strong allies.
where I can truly be myself,
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one.
With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes.
We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
Where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
where we are all for one.
With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes.
We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good. We don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built, and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed.
With strong allies.
Where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one.
With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes.
We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good. We don't.
Good morning, everybody. Oh my goodness. So great to see you, everybody. Day two. Who's excited about day 2? Woo! This guy's like videoing. That's awesome. Thanks, bro. Everybody else should video. You have to tweet. You have to use the hashtag React India and really make it go viral. Kent C. Dodds was trending yesterday. Did you see this? The trending on Twitter, the top one. For people in America, the headline was Kent C. Dodds at React India. Crazy. You did that, and we should do it again today. Just some housekeeping. Again, code of conduct. You know this. Bathrooms, you know where they are. Probably the most important thing is your bands, the color, okay? If you have a yellow one, you're responsible for your own food. If you have a red or green one, you eat at Fame. And if you have a blue one, you eat at Planet Dailies. The restaurants themselves they're not going to do a lot of the work to check that. So you have a responsibility to just do the right thing, okay? And it's important that you do because they need business, okay? So with that, let's get started for day 2. Look, our first speaker is going to present something really great, but before that, is she here, who won the giveaway yesterday? No? We're doing the giveaway again today. You're going to be able to win one copy of Fluent React, the physical book. I didn't sign it, but I will if you want. She wanted me to sign it, but you can ask me later. Kent C. Dodds wrote the foreword, and we're doing a giveaway. Can we get that slide? So there's a QR code. If you scan this, and you don't have to enter your email. Just I'd say that. You can if you want to. You may win something if you do, but you don't have to, okay? Data privacy, I live in Germany, all this. You can only do this physically. If you scan this on the live stream, it's useless, okay? Because at the end of the day today, at the end of the conference today, we'll do a giveaway. And you'll find out who won. But you have to physically be here. And there's a lot of people who are not here, so they're all going to lose, okay? We'll share this with you throughout the day, but that's really the only thing. We're going to introduce the first talk. Hey, we can get rid of the slide. Thank you so much. The first talk, you know, I was at breakfast with the speaker, right? And he looked very hungry, but I was like, there's a lot of food. And he was like, why aren't you eating? He's like, no, I'm looking for the burgers, because his name is Johnny Burger. Oh! No, but one person got that. Thank you. She's awake. So Johnny comes to us from Switzerland, but I don't know if you all know this. He's half Tamilian. Any Tamilians in the house? Yeah, he's half Tamil. So like, go to him and be like, "Sapla ma," like talk. You speak Tamil? Oh, Wanakam. Okay. I don't know if he said Wanakam or if he asked me if I want to come, but whatever. In any case, he created Remotion. He made a way to make videos with React, and it's huge. It's huge. And in about 30 minutes, he's going to teach us how to not just make Remotion, but how to make a video production app. Hey, give the biggest round of applause. Johnny Berger!
Hey everyone. This is a video editor. It's an amazing feat of engineering. They probably worked decades on making them this good. And what they allow you to do is they allow you to import videos, images, text, transform them, preview the changes visually, and export them. They are really, really good, and we should respect what they have achieved. But nonetheless, today I'm trying a hypothesis that we're going to build our own video editor from scratch really fast. I'm going to give you all the steps in the next 29 minutes and 23 seconds. This is how it's going to look like. Of course, we build it on the web with React, with a serverless architecture, so that it will even be super easy to deploy. How do we even start? That seems like a very daunting task. At first, we need a canvas. And by that, I don't mean the HTML5 canvas tag. I just mean like any surface, any engine where we can draw things on. And my favorite canvas is the web. Billions have been invested into the web as a graphics engine, and it has become very fast. We have primitives for drawing videos, images, text, SVG, the HTML5 canvas element as well. And so we're going to use this as our canvas. Chapter 1, making our canvas. To do what I've just shown you, we would just render a React component, we would have a video tag, we would have an image tag, position it absolutely. Not very surprising to you, probably. But we need another dimension, and that dimension is time. Because with this, we have just rendered an image. However, a video is an image that changes over time. And this is where Remotion comes in. Remotion adds a time dimension to a React component. So this seems like a good spot to introduce myself. I am Johnny. I created Remotion. Over the past 3 years, we have been mainly pitching it as a way to make videos programmatically. And even last year, there was a talk which teaches the basics of Remotion. So I didn't come here to do the same again. I came here to build on top of this. And this time, we're not going to build a video. We're going to build an entire video editor. So this is the same component as before, but now we are using some Remotion tags. By using the off-thread video tag, we are synchronizing the video with the Remotion timeline. So if the Remotion's internal time is at 10 seconds, then this video is also at 10 seconds. But it is still regular React, which means we can pass in props and that way parameterize the video. We can also change the props and the video will update. This is how we are going to make our editor interactive. If we have this component, we can render it onto a web page using the Remotion player. It's another component which takes our Remotion component, allows to pass in some props, but also define some metadata like the width, height, frame rate, and duration of the video. It looks like this. So we have a video that is playing. Also, we have some controls that allow you to play, pause, jump to a different portion in the video. This will all just manipulate Remotion's internal time. But since we are going to build a video editor, this is not quite enough to have these default controls, because if you are going to later drag and resize things around, then these controls are kind of in the way. So what I would recommend to you is to disable the default controls and instead use our brand new copy-pastable components. You can go to this page and, for example, copy a play-pause button, put it anywhere on your page, and this should then look like this. Now the controls are outside of the player, and our canvas is unobstructed. Chapter 2, adding content. Let's first start by defining the data structure of our items. In our canvas, we can have multiple types of items. For example, we can have videos, we can have images, we can have text. And maybe some of these items have a common ground, like a position, the starting position, and the duration. So here I created a base item TypeScript type. And for the specifics of each item type, like for example, an image has a source or a text has a text, I have created the types like this, and at the end we create a discriminated TypeScript union so that we can easily distinguish between different item types, but still treat it all together as just an item type. To render an item, we would create a component like this. We have the positioning, but then if it's an image, we render an image tag. If the text, we just render a div. It's really just React. I feel like this should be nothing new to you. Let's define some tracks. In our video editor, we can put items on different tracks, and depending on which track you put it, it will change whether the item will appear on the top or at the back. And a track is just an array of items, essentially. To keep state of our tracks and our items, we just use a regular use state. I really wish this was more interesting, but it's just boring old use state, how you use React every day. And to render a track, we just loop over all of the items. And now when it comes to the question, in which order shall we render our tracks? Big problem you will face when building a video editor is like C-index issues. Which items should appear at the back, which items should appear at the front, not just for visually overlapping each other, but also then when it comes to mouse interaction, because the items which have a higher C-index, they take mouse events, while the ones at the back do not. So it's essential to know that when you have multiple absolutely positioned elements, the item that gets rendered last appears on the top. This does not just apply to Remotion, this is just like generally how CSS works. So if you know that, you don't need to use C-index at all. You can solve the problem just by rendering the items in the right order. Okay, we have rendered our tracks. Now let's accept some files. I'm wrapping the player in this component, which just, when a file is being dropped on it, handles it. And our handling function could look something like this. We check the MIME type of the file. Here, in this example, I have shown how a video would be handled. We first create a local blob URL, and we immediately add it to our state so that we can show a local version of the video in the video editor immediately while it is uploading to the cloud storage. I'm also using the getVideoMetadata function from Remotion here to obtain the width height so that when you drop the video, it at first has the natural dimensions. And in my example, I've even made it so that when it's the first video being dropped, the whole canvas resizes to match your video. I find that quite nice. After we have made a local preview, we are also uploading the video to the cloud. This is not a local video editor. This is one that works in the cloud so that you can also synchronize projects across computers. And also mostly because we are also rendering in the cloud. I think the best way to handle these file uploads is to use AWS S3 pre-signed URLs. How it works is that on your backend, you use your AWS credentials to generate a pre-signed URL, and you send that to the client. The benefit of that is that when you upload a file, it goes directly into the S3 storage and does not need to go over your server. But you're still able to put in some checks. So you can, for example, rate limit the endpoints so you don't give your users free file storage. Once we have obtained that pre-signed URL, we can, on the front end, upload the file. This is the pretty example using fetch. There's also a less pretty version of this, because if you want to upload a file and at the same time track the progress of it, then as of October 2024, you still need to use XML HTTP request. It's super sad. So probably in the actual code, you wouldn't use this, but this is the pretty version. And once we have uploaded the file to the cloud storage, we replace the local URL with the remote version. This is how it looks like. I have also added an upload progress state. And yeah, while I was recording this screen, the internet wasn't super fast. So that is a bit of a bottleneck. But we have implemented file uploads now. Chapter 3, editing content. In general, how do we manipulate an item? Its position, its size, or any other parameter? We update our state that we have defined using useState. And because we have a bit of a nested structure, I would recommend creating a helper function like this, like a change item function, so that you can easily update an item by its ID. In a video editor, items can also be selected. For example, by clicking on the item itself, or by clicking on the layer in the timeline. And for this, we just use a regular useState. Items can have outlines drawn around them, either if they are hovered or selected. And for this, I have created this component, an outline component, which is also absolutely positioned at the same position as the item itself. I have implemented a hover state, and when you click with the finger or the mouse on it, we set this as the selected item. Now, the complicated part, how do you make a UA like this, that we have multiple items that can be resized. This is a bit too complicated for this talk. I only have 16 minutes left. So I'm going to leave you with this link. There I have written an extensive tutorial going into also the intricacies of how to implement such a thing. In which order should we render all of the things that we have right now? We have the items itself, which in my opinion should be rendered at the back. And then we have the outlines, which we render lower in the tree, so that they appear on top of the other items. And here I found that the only way it works correctly is that we render the currently selected item at the top. So depending on which item is selected, we change the order of the rendering. And this is because the currently selected item can be moved around and resized, and therefore it always needs to accept the pointer events. Now, in Figma, I have seen the following pattern, that the content itself does not overflow, because if you move an item to the side, it would also be cut off in the final video. But it would be nice to show the outline nonetheless. And I have achieved this also by separating the tracks and the outlines and applying an overflow hidden to our items. I've also made so that when you click on an item, things appear next to it. So on an image, you could change the source. On an audio, you could change the volume. And based on a selected item, I'm just rendering some controls, which just update the state. If you click on an empty space in your video editor, you want the items to be deselected. And at first, I had a very messy implementation, but I figured that the best way to do it is to just, whenever you want to handle an event, you call event.stopPropagation on it. So that in the end, at the canvas level, when you receive an event that has not been, whose propagation has not been stopped, you can say, okay, we are deselecting the item. All right. Now, we are also adding captions. Are you excited by this? Okay. Maybe now, captioning with AI. Yeah, that's right. We are using AI now. But first, we are extracting the audio from the video or from the audio as a wave using this code. For this, I found it easy to use this audio buffer to WAV library. We are uploading this buffer to our endpoint. And now, this is the AI slide. We are sending it to OpenAI Whisper using this snippet, using these parameters. To be honest, I'm not fully satisfied with this implementation because when you upload the file, it first gets buffered in the function. And only once it has been fully received, it gets forwarded to OpenAI. So it feels like it could be done better, but I didn't quite figure out. Let me know if you know how to. OpenAI gives you a transcript at the end. And we are doing some post-processing with the brand new Remotion captions package. The captions package essentially just exports a TypeScript type, which looks like this. And the idea behind it is that if all of our captions are structured with this type, assume this TypeScript shape, then we can write a set of helper functions that deal with captions. So we are converting our OpenAI response to this caption type, but we also have a way to convert, for example, the output of a local Whisper CPP to this shape. So we have multiple providers, and they can all assume this shape. But for this example, I have just used the Cloud OpenAI Captions API. Once we have received an array of captions in this shape, we are creating what I call pages using the Create TikTok Style Captions API. If you have seen a TikTok, you will see that they have captions around here. And sometimes there's just one word at a time. Sometimes there are multiple words at a time. Using the combined tokens with in milliseconds parameter, we can adjust how many words are displayed at once. If you set it to a low amount, then only one word will be shown at a time. If you set it higher, then it might be a bit more readable because the pages don't change so fast. Now that we have created caption pages, we are rendering them like this. Using the Remotion sequence component, we can make content only appear after a certain time and limit their duration. And that's how we render each page after each other. Another interesting problem: which font size should we give to our captions? The font should be as big as possible to fill out the entire width and height that we allow the captions to be. But it may also not be too big. If there's just the word "hi" displayed on the screen, then if we would use the maximum allowed space, then it would be really big. So we are also clamping it. So we are calling the fit text API. With this, you can find the right font size if you want to fit a text within a certain container. If there are multiple words displayed at the same time, it is also nice to highlight the currently spoken word in a different color. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about if you have ever seen a TikTok. And this we do with this code. Essentially just checking what the current time is, and if it's the currently spoken word, we highlight it in a different color. And finally, I've also implemented a caption editor. I'm also not going to go too much into it, how it works, but it is essentially just we used use state for the captions, and for each caption we rendered an input. When you change the input, we update the state. We also use very regular React for this. Okay, let's see where we are right now. I've until now shown a lot of code, but very little demos. So we can upload a video if the Wi-Fi is good. And since we have the local version of the video, we can already extract the audio and generate the captions. Okay, great. Seems like it uploaded. We can also resize. As you can see, the content clips here. Woo! And our captions have now been generated. That's great. We also have these controls here for centering content. We can even, I've just treated the captions as another box that has a position, and we can just edit the captions in any way we like. All right, great. I'm also going to show you how to upload an image. This also works. I even made a way to put some solid rectangles, if you like, and a way to put a text, even though this one still lacks a bit of development, since I have not implemented a way to change the font size. I've also implemented a timeline. I know I've not gone too much into how this one works, but essentially it's just a very elaborate way based on pointer down, pointer enter, pointer leave events to then update our state, our array of items. Finally, let's render the video. And for this, we are using Remotion Lambda. It is a renderer which renders a video on AWS Lambda serverless functions. It's also a distributed renderer, which means that once you invoke a function, it invokes more functions, which each render one chunk of a video and then at the end concatenate it together to produce our final output. Super cool technology, but not the scope of this video. So I'm not even going to explain how to set it up, but don't worry, you will manage. This is the part of Remotion that is very well documented. We also need to create this Remotion entry file and render a so-called composition This again just registers the component. And here we have the ability to call a function that calculates the height, width, frame rate of the canvas, as well as the duration. And this is also an interesting question. What is the duration of our final video? For this, I have just implemented in this way that we loop over all of the items, and whichever item has the longest timestamp, that is the overall duration of the video. We are deploying a Remotion Lambda function as well as our code. This would look something like this. And we are creating a rendering endpoint. Here, I've just used Next.js, but the cool thing is you can pretty much implement this in any React framework. Using the render media on Lambda function, we can trigger a render, and using the getRenderProgress function, we can retrieve the overall progress of the render. So what we now have to do is to just call the render function once, and then maybe every 1 or 2 seconds or so the progress function, so that we can display a nice progress bar. This is a bit of front-end boilerplate code that is necessary. We have a render button, a progress bar. At the end, you get a URL that points to an item in S3. And if you visit that URL, the video will be downloaded. And of course, we should also handle the error. So, in practice, let's now hope this works. We have this render video button. And now let's see if our video gets... Actually, I should play you the video. I've not shown you the video. All right. The video has been rendered. Yeah, trust me, the video is going to look exactly how you expect it to be, an MP4 video. And therefore, I would say, we have done it. We have created our own very simple video editor. And you can visit it here for now. I don't know yet exactly what I'm going to do with it. My plan isn't really to build out a full video editor. My plan is to, using experiments like this, figure out the weaknesses of Remotion and improve them, and overall teach you how you can build your own video editor. So during this process, I've also created like 6 or 7 new documentation pages to just hopefully do a lot of the heavy lifting that you would face when building a video editor. So I'm not hanging on too much to this project. So I'm giving the source code to all of you React India attendees. Just DM me, and I will be happy to give it to you. All right, I'm glad we made it in time. Then I have some time to do some plugs. If you want to see more content from me, then follow me on Twitter, and I also have a YouTube channel. Same goes for Remotion. On the Remotion channel, you can learn more about Remotion itself. And myself, I do some fun content. I make video essays. I talk about interesting problems, the daily work. And on our YouTube channel, we do completely wild content. Can you believe we recently went on Shark Tank with Remotion? So we went on Swiss television and presented them a programming framework. If you want to see how that turned out, then check out my YouTube channel. And yeah, thanks a lot for letting me be here. As Tejas mentioned, for me, this has a lot of personal value as well. Till a few days, I was never in Asia at all. It's my first time in India. Everybody has been super nice and generous. and it's absolutely overwhelming. I don't know how to give it back, and especially now that this opportunity has come up to speak here, and I'm now so close to Sri Lanka, where my father is from. I'm also going to visit it in the next few days. So a very special thing for me, and I will never forget being here. Thank you for making this possible.
Woo! Johnny Burger, everybody! Amazing. Hey, can you bring back his laptop feed? Dude, the video probably downloaded. Let's play it.
Oh yeah.
Let's see the video. He's like he cut it off like at the wrong time. I want to see it. Okay, so because you downloaded your rendered video, right?
Just kidding, it doesn't work.
Well,
it was just a fake.
There we go. All right, let's
Here we
see.
go.
Wow, that's a video file that you created. I mean, there's no sound, but like that's so cool. And this whole thing is written in React.
Whole thing is written in React from scratch.
Bro, that's amazing. Give it up for Johnny Burger, everybody. That's crazy. That's crazy. And now you can do the same thing with Remotion. So awesome. That's immediate value. That's value from the first talk for you at this conference. Crazy. Our next talk is about Python and machine learning. Not Python, excuse me. It's about, I'm just like autocomplete. My LLM is hallucinating. It's about machine learning and React Native. Who does machine learning? Anyone do machine learning? Oh, like 3. Okay, now more. Yeah. And who does React Native? Probably more. Imagine combining them. Shweta is going to talk to us about using machine learning in React Native to do some really cool AI stuff for desktop and mobile applications. I'm really excited about this. Shweta also, by the way, is a really talented speaker and MC. She emceed React Nexus. That's another conference in Bangalore last year. And so as soon as she gets set up, we're going to, okay, I see it. I see her screen, so it's all good. You ready? Not yet, 2 minutes? She's like, no. Now I need to fill in the time. Oh, you know what? I found ways to fill in the time. So I was thinking about what to talk about while this happens last night when I was supposed to be sleeping. And I found out what we can talk about. So we can talk about health. I'm a huge fan of health. And people came to me yesterday and they're like, great energy, man. Great. How did you have all this energy? And I was thinking, but we all have energy, you know? But we could maybe talk about energy a little bit. There are 3 ways you get energy in your body. One is called ATP phosphocreatine, and this is like intense energy. This is like when an emergency happens. You know, you hear about people like a car falls on someone underneath and they like get superhuman strength to lift a car. You've heard these stories? That's using phosphocreatine, ATP. It's called ATP-PC, okay? She's almost ready, but now I started my lecture, sorry. Second energy source, sorry Shweta. This is a second energy source. You know what? I'll give it to you in the next break. That's the way. Okay, you know, you started this. Guys, next time just make sure the slides work at the beginning. Anyway, machine learning. Exactly. React Native. Woo! Woo! Okay, Shweta Tanwar, everybody.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. A very, very warm good morning to all of you. Thank you all for coming here. I hope you all are having a very nice vacation in Goa. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Shweta. I am working as a senior software engineer at Repling, which is an all-in-one platform for IT, finance, and operations, and with an aim to simplify the complex business processes. When I'm not working, I'm usually traveling. I love to trek. So if any one of you would love to do treks, please catch me. I'll be happy to talk about. I have done a lot of treks in Karnataka region because right now I'm staying in Bangalore. But yeah, that's all which I love to do. Now, coming about the topic which we are going to talk about today, the smart apps, basically machine learning in React Native. We'll talk about how the intersection of machine learning and React Native gives the birth to the beautiful smart apps. Before we dive into the deep concepts of machine learning in React Native, let's see what we have on our agenda today. We are going to talk about React Native basics. Then we are going to talk about AI machine learning in React Native. Then we'll explore TensorFlow.js, which is basically a library that allows you to use all those machine learning capabilities in our React Native project. Then we'll have a very short live demo just to see how the things work. And at the end, the basic takeaways. Now, starting with the journey with a quick refresher of React Native. Let's say you are an avid traveler who loves to explore different places, because I am, and you want to visit 2 islands. Now, if we talk about in the past, when React Native wasn't there, you have to travel to 2 islands differently. Maybe take a seaplane to one island named iOS, and a different plane for a different island named Android. Now, coming in 2015, Facebook launched React Native, which created a magical bridge that allows you to visit both of the islands just at once. Yes, writing a code in JavaScript in React Native allows you to make your application work on both the platforms, on Android and iOS, all at once. This is the cross-platform development which Facebook introduced. Then we have the native components. Although the JavaScript, the React Native has basically mapped all of your components to the respective counterparts in Android and iOS, but still, if you want, you can create your native components in it, and which will give you exactly the same look and feel which you'll get while developing the native apps. Then the major, very attractive thing is it is backed by a very large community of V developers. You all are here because you are part of that community. You don't have to get stuck in anywhere, because all you know that you just need to go and just post an issue, talk about it in any discussion forum, and you're very much sure that you are going to get a result, a solution for it in a very short span of time. And the very, very major thing, that is the fast development, the hot reloading, which the native developers have always felt that it actually takes a lot of time to see those changes. Because in web, everything works with just a reload. And the same functionality we have in React Native. Just do a hot reload, and you can see the changes just at once. Now, AI and machine learning. Let's talk about it separately from React Native, what exactly they are. Now, we'll be covering the basic key concepts which comes under the AI and machine learning. The first is AI, which helps making machines smart. Now, we'll talk about it taking an analogy. Let's say we have got a very beautiful robot puppy at our home. A robot puppy. It's cute, it's shiny, but it doesn't do anything yet. It's packed in a box. Let's give that puppy a brain, that robot puppy a brain. Now that is AI. You are giving that puppy the chance, he can bark, he can even play chess if you want. Now, all of this thing is possible because of ML, that is machine learning. You give commands, you give data to your model, to your dog, basically over here in analogy, that what he needs to do. When he needs to bark, you give him the command that when I say bark, go bark. When I say fetch, go and fetch. These are the commands which we train our puppy to do. Now, all of these things we are doing by giving that particular puppy the data. The data, that is the commands. So the data is basically the basic building block which helps the ML, the machine learning model, to learn and adapt to whatever we want to. Now, the dog, we have to tell him that whenever we are telling fetch, you have to go and fetch that particular object. Whenever we are going to tell that particular puppy, sit, you have to sit. These are the datas. Now, the data can be in form of anything. It could be text, it could be images, it could be numbers, or whatever you can think of. Data is what you feed into it, the fuel for learning. Now we have the neural networks. We have given it data. Now you have to process the data as well. That when we are saying fetch that ball, it needs to understand that fetch, you have to go and collect, and the ball, he has to find the ball. So he has to create all those neural networks to understand the commands and how to execute it. That is when neural network comes. And at the end, inference. Let's say you're coming home after a long day at office where you had a lot of negotiations and a lot of heated arguments with your boss. You are quite sad. Now, once you come home, what do you want? You'll expect your puppy to realize, oh, you're sad, and come to home and be and pet you, just come and sit on your lap. So that is what inference is. From the learning model, from all the data which that puppy understood, he'll create the neural network that now I can see the emotions on my owner's face, and yes, he's sad. I need to go, I need to pet him. That is what inference is, making predictions based on the data which we have fed him. So, machine learning. It is easier than you think. And this is not a statement, it is a fact. It is not an encouragement, it is, again, a fact. It does seem it's scary, it does seem that although you care, like, you can use it, but when it comes to implementation, a lot of us, including me, was quite scared that how exactly I'm going to make things work because I know nothing. I just know how to use ChatGPT, but how do I make it work in my application? But trust me, it is easy than what you're thinking. Today, we are standing at a unique standpoint in the history where a lot of things are made easier. If we talk about in past, integrating these machine learning models was actually a very daunting task. And you have to actually go to the experts who are like very pioneer in their fields to make things work. But now it's not like that. If you know React Native, if you know JavaScript, if you know how to read the documentations, voila, you can actually integrate all the models into your React Native application. Now, where exactly React Native comes into picture when we talk about AI? So I am a fan of peanut butter and chocolate. And similar to that, React Native and AI fit with each other. They are just like peanut butter and chocolate, which exactly fits together. They're individually absolutely awesome, but when you combine them together, they make a delicious combination. Now, we'll talk about the key points of it. So cross-platform AI features. Now, let's say you are a superhero developer. I'm sure all of you might be like crazy fans of either Marvel Universe or DC. So let's say you're going to create a superhero. Here comes React Native. It gives you the power to create a superhero who is going to work or who is going to build the applications which is going to work on both the platforms. Now introduce AI on top of that. So apart from just running on both the platforms, we are adding multiple capabilities into it, like predictions, like detections. And that is how they fit together each other, where they're going to solve complex problems together on both the platforms. Then the hot reloading, which we talk about, that actually helps and enables us to rapidly prototype the AI-powered models, the machine learning models, and see it. So let's say I have one model which I want to test. I'll just load it, reload it, and it will work. Now, I don't want this model. I feel that, nah, let's try a different model. All you need to do is just change the model, and you can get it work. This is how fast it is. You're actually sitting in a tech lab where everything you know, everything you need is in handy, and you can make it work just with a hot reload. Still, if you think that I need to utilize the native capabilities of mobile, now you can do that as well, because React Native allows you to use the native modules. You can utilize the native capabilities of individual iOS and Android and make them work. And the last, the growing ecosystem of the libraries. Since React Native is backed by this huge ecosystem, by huge developers, similar to that, there are a lot of developers of us who are actually working on AI smart apps and getting things work. So you don't have to like reinvent anything new. You can take the help, you can just work on the shoulders of already developed applications, already developed models, and create your unique, different ideas on top of it. But why actually do we need machine learning in React Native? Because we already have the native mobile applications, which we can get it up and running. We have our web applications, which are already up and running with the various different machine models. But why do we need in React Native? First of all, mobile is something which is right now with everyone, be it like the small to small, even like the kids are having the mobile devices, and to whatever the person you can think of, today everyone is like having a mobile device in your hand. I'm sure everyone sitting of you over here do have it, and we're using it on a very, very large scale. Now, when we are using a mobile application, adding machine learning helps us to give us an enhanced user experience. Let's say I'm using the application, I'm using Amazon, and although it's not over there, but yeah, I am searching for a particular product. But let's say if I see my past history, I have been looking at particular product very often, like a particular jeans. Now, I would prefer that it gives me a personalized experience, that you have been following or like looking out for jeans, let's show you more of them. That is, you give a personalized experience. Then we have improved decision making based on our choices. All of you might be using Spotify or something like that. Now, based on the songs which you have been listening to, that is how Spotify detects, okay, that these are the song types which you have been listening to. Let's give you the more suggestions based on that regarding that. And last, It gives you a competitive advantage. Everyone, it's not just that we need to integrate ML into mobile app just for the sake of it, but no, to make it more enhanced, to ease the life of the users, our customer base. That's why we want to integrate the machine learning into our mobile application. Now, let's see a few of the use cases which you all might have seen in your mobile applications. First is the image recognition. You all have used Google Lens. Now, if I like the plant, I want to see what plant is it. I'll just open my Google Lens app and just see what exactly the name of the plant is. Or I want to see the breed of a dog. Which breed dog is it? I can just open it and just see, oh, this is this dog. That is what image recognition is there in our mobile application these days. Then we have natural language processing. Hey Siri, please book a calendar time for me. Hey Siri, hey Google Assistant, what is the weather today? The natural language processing, these models where like we are giving the commands and they are actually processing what exactly do we want and they use it. Next, predictive analytics. We, the people in India, we are used to use Hinglish. Not exactly English, not exactly Hindi. We write, what is happening? Tu bata. These words. So predictive analytics is when you write and your keyword actually shows you the next word which you're going to use. Like as soon as you write BAT, it's not going to just make it bad, but rather, since it has seen your history of text, it will show you batao, bata, whatever like you have been used to it. That is predictive analytics. And the last, recommendation systems. Ever wondered how Netflix gives you the right suggestions of movies every time? Whenever you open it, oh, I'm a rom-com fan. It shows me all the movies of rom-com. Watch this, watch that. Or you have been watching documentaries, it's going to show you, why not watch this documentary? Or why not watch this? So that is the power of recommendations into our mobile applications. Then we are going to see what are these are like the very few tools which I'm like going to talk about. But we have a lot of tools which we can use in React Native. TensorFlow.js, this is what we are going to cover in this talk of ours. This is a very famous JavaScript library, which is used for training and deploying the machine learning models into our React Native. Then we have MLKit. So this is a mobile SDK that brings the Google's machine learning capabilities to Android and iOS apps. Then we have the Fritz AI. This is basically used for compute visioning. And at last, the native modules. Actually creating the native modules in Android and iOS, adding the machine learning capabilities on top of it, and then integrating with the React Native application. Now we'll see how we can implement machine learning irrespective of any of the platform which we want. These are the very generic steps which you can follow and use it. The very first is you have to choose your ML model. That is, you need to see what do you want to do? Do you want to do an image detection or you want to do natural language processing? Whatever you want to do, that is, you have to first decide what exactly I'm going to working on. Then you have to prepare your data. Now you have chosen your model. You have, let's say, chosen a natural language processing model. You have to prepare the data because you have to make it learn. You are going to prepare a data, format it based on what exactly you are going to prefer to. Now, once you've prepared your data, you need to feed that data into your model. Remember the analogy of the dog which we talked about, the robot puppy. You have created the data, you have created the commands. Now you have to train that particular robot to follow those commands and perform the actions according to it. Now, once that training is done, we have to convert the model. Why this conversion is required? Because not every model is compatible with every of the platform. Since we're talking about mobile, we have to convert our model into the mobile, basically to make it work with React Native. And once that is integrated with React Native, just test and optimize it based on the feedback loops which you'll be giving it. Now we are going to talk about TensorFlow. So, as I said, it's an open source library which was created by Google Brain team, and it was developed by Google Brain team. The major important thing is it supports multiple languages framework. When it was released just for the internal purpose of the team, but later on, due to its flexibility and adaptability of multiple programming languages, initially, although it was created just for the Python, then seeing that it can be used in multiple languages, it was made open source. Now, it can be used for both research and development. It's not just limited that you can just do develop. Even in the research departments, it can be used. So whether you're working on computer vision, natural language processing, reinforcement learning, or any other machine learning task, TensorFlow has got you covered. Now, we'll cover the core concepts which you require in order to work with TensorFlow. We have tensors. So tensors, the name TensorFlow also itself comes from this particular concept. So tensors are basically the multi-dimensional arrays that form the basic unit of the data in the TensorFlow. They can be scalars, like numbers. They can be vectors, 1D array, matrices, 2D arrays, and even can scale up to higher dimensions. Then we have graphs. So these are the computations which we use in our models, which we call as a graph. These are the network of nodes, where each node represents an operation, and the edges between the nodes, these are the flow of the tensors. And the last, we have session. It is the environment in which the operation executes on. So this is the architecture we talk about. We have input data with us. We pre-process it, that is, we make it formatted or according to our needs and requirement. Then we have model architecture. This is where we define the structure of a neural network. It's like designing a building. You decide that how many layers or how many levels you want, and how they are going to be connected, or where exactly the neurons are going to live. So this is the model architecture. Then we train it, evaluate it. Evaluation is basically your final examination, the D-Day. Based on that, we provide feedback. Then again, that loops works. And at the end, it's a prediction. You make it live. And based on the feedback, you update your model that based on these commands, I feel we should optimize or we should tweak our model. So this is how the TensorFlow architecture works. Now we have TensorFlow.js, which is basically our ticket to enter into the machine learning, bringing the machine learning capabilities into React Native. So this is like a bridge connecting your machine learning with the flexibility and ubiquity of JavaScript. It can run in like your browser or the Node.js. It supports pre-trained models. And yes, we have a lot of pre-trained models which are ready to use. Just call them, import them, and you can just actually utilize its capabilities. And yes, this is optimized for mobile devices. These are few of the pre-trained models which we have in handy, like MobileNet, if you want to do image classification, object detection, image segmentation, and for natural language processing. For the sake of our demo today, we'll be using the Coco SSD, which is the object detection. So now I'll show you a small demo. Okay. So here, if you can see, as I'm moving my camera, it is plotting and detecting my item. What exactly is it, and what percentage does my model feel this particular product is? So it's a bottle. It showed me the chair, my laptop, and my keyboard. And then, yes, the TV. So this is being done with the use of Coco SSD, which is the object detection model, which we are using in our project. So let's see what was happening behind the scenes. So this is the setup. So we imported TensorFlow, this React Native library, and the Coco SSD, the pre-trained model which I was talking about, which helps in object detection. So if you see in the use effect, what we have done is we are loading that model because we need to load it first. Now, once it is ready, only then we are going to perform our processing. So it's load the Coco SSD model during that .load function. And once this use effect runs, when the component mounts, preparing a TensorFlow environment for object detection. Then we have the object detection loop. Because the camera, when you open it, it constantly sends you different frames back to back, back to back. It's a constant stream. Now, this handle camera stream, it is a callback function, which is given by the Expo camera. Now, once this is there, we get the stream of images. Now, in the first line, what we are doing is we are taking the next value of the image. The loop function is basically defined as camera stream function. It runs continuously to process each frame from my camera. Next, it checks whether my next image tensor or my model is available or not. If it's not, just return it. Then we have taken the frame count for the sake of my demo purpose to keep track of how many frames we have processed. Then we have taken this frame skip because I don't want to process every frame which is coming because it's going to be a lot of processing. I have added a throttle over here. So this is how the object detection is working. Now, as I said, that we have integrated Coco SSD model. So when you integrate that Coco SSD model, so this is the detection response, the prediction received from the Coco SD. If you just see, it is giving me 3 things. The B box, which is like the array of my position of that particular item which it has detected. My class, which is a laptop. So when you saw that demo, there was a laptop. It is showing me that on these coordinates, X, Y, Z, I mean the top left, all the 4 coordinates it has given me, and it's a laptop. And the score is basically the probability which it feels this particular thing is. It might, 2 objects might look similar. So this model detects that I feel this model is this percentage of this model, this name. So this is the object, the prediction received. This is the source code, the QR code, if you want to just go and see how exactly it is working. Yeah. Now we'll just go through the best practices and performance optimization. So after integrating this ML model, I realized that yes, integration is simple, but there are a lot of caveats when it comes to integrating it. We have to take care of the performance optimizations when using it. So first thing is, you have to calculate the trade-off between the model size and accuracy, because the mobile devices have limited resources, and optimization is very, very crucial. So we have smaller models which run faster, but they may not be accurate. So you have to see what exactly are you looking out for. Then use techniques like quantizations to reduce the size of the model, but without impacting the accuracy of it. Then we can actually leverage the hardware acceleration, such as WebGL, so as to speed up the computations. Next, you have to consider whether you want on-device processing versus cloud processing. So the on-device processing helps you that it can work locally. It doesn't need like network connections and all. But you have to figure out if it's like a very complicated calculations which you have to do, why not keep it on cloud? Make sure to like add the data privacy and security, because that is the must thing. You cannot just expose the data and make it leak. You have to make sure it is secure and private. Then you actually have to continuously update your models. With the rapidly changing environment, they need to be updated with whatever changes are happening. And at the last, make sure to use web workers so as to make it non-blocking. You don't want to block your main thread while these computations are happening. Now, let's hop into our time machine and take a peek into the future of smart apps. Let's imagine a world where rather than just saying, hey Siri, you can actually just talk to it just like a human. Or your phone just doesn't respond to your touch. It understands your emotions, that's how you're feeling. If you're feeling stressed, it might open your wellness app. If you're feeling happy, it might play a very peppy song to make so that you can actually feel more happy. So that is what I feel the future is going to be. And if I just compare, we have actually come very far. There were actually, in the past, there were apps which are not doing much, basic applications. And if you see, right now, a lot of competition, a lot of AI has added into those applications. We have emerged so much, and we have still a lot to go in the field of AI and machine learning. So talking about and like concluding our talk, what did we learn? So ML plus React Native, it's a very powerful combination to be added into the mobile app. Always remember, you can start small, and then you can scale gradually. Make sure to optimize it for mobile, because we have very few resources when it comes to mobile. Balance the performance and accuracy. You need to be updated within ML and the React Native trends, whichever is coming. And the next steps, explore ML libraries yourself. Explore them, experiment them, and make sure to engage with the community. So yeah, thank you all for your attention, and I hope you like it.
Woo! That was so awesome. I loved the future predictions. That's so great. I want this app. Like, it can sense my state of mind and play the right song, and that's so cool. And you can build it now that you know these things, React Native and machine learning. Excellent. How are we feeling? We enjoying the conference so far? Day 2? Woo! It's like half of yours. It's only Nia. Nia's the hype person. Everyone else is like, again, woo! That's better. That's better. We have a panel discussion now on winning web and native applications. I'm going to invite some chairs and the panelists to come up. The panel is wait, actually, before that, sorry. The shares can come up. The shares can come up. There's a 5-minute slot. I'm great at this. Why are you leaving? The break's not yet. There will be a break. You'll get a good amount of time with the break. I'm making sure of it. But before the panel, as we set up the chairs, there's going to be a short talk by Remote. They're going to tell us about Remote. So come on up. We were actually talking backstage. This dude is actually fun. He's like a really great guy. He's going to tell us a little bit about Remote for like, I don't know, like a few minutes, and then there's going to be a panel.
Yeah, just a small pitch, letting know people who we are.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more. All in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
All right, so you already know a little bit about us, but yeah, I'm Eduardo, Engineering Director at Remote. I'd love to introduce you a little bit to what we do and who we are. So Remote is a global HR platform that makes it easy for companies to hire, pay, and manage global talent. Our mantra is start anywhere, grow everywhere. We believe that while talent is global, there's talent everywhere. Oftentimes, opportunities are not. And it is our mission to make sure that everyone in the world has access to equal opportunities, right? So we empower companies to compliantly find, hire, pay, and manage on board employees across borders. So that's the business that we do. Please, I'm going to keeping it short. So please visit us at our booth. We're hiring front-end engineers worldwide. Or if you want to, just go to remote.com/jobs to find your next React opportunity. Thank you. It's been a pleasure being here in India, and we feel very welcome. Thank you all.
Appreciate it. That was very nice. Well done. I didn't expect that video. That was cool. By the way, where's Shirish? Shirish, you around, Shirish? No? Shirish is, oh, he's over there. The guy with the hand up. Put your hand up. If you need video work, go to him. He's like, he makes all the cool video stuff here. And he didn't pay me to say it. I'm a huge fan. It's so great. Okay, the panelists can come up. We're going to do a quick panel on winning React and web applications. If you want to win at both of those, pay attention. It's going to be great. And then after that, we're going to do a quick network.
My name is Vinod Loha. I work with Publicis Sapient. In my current role, I'm working as a senior architect in front-end technology. I mainly lead all my financial services related clients which are working out of North America. And yeah, I do provide oversight to a lot of teams, especially around NFRs. So good to be here.
Hello everyone. So my name is Sumit Kumar. I work as a tech lead at Brevo. Apart from code, I basically like to find the patterns and introduce the thing which we can make the life easy for the dev to implement or to start implementing the performance and these things from the initial phase of the app development instead of just doing it at the end of the life cycle. So yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Manish Shekhawat. I work as Director Experience Engineering at Publicis Sapient. I'm taking care of web and app development in React ecosystem, primarily for retail and financial services industry. My passion areas are non-functional requirement, performance, security, accessibility, SEO, and I'm a great advocate for open source. Thank you.
Hi everyone, Myself, Harsha Patel. So I work at Contentstack as a EM and front-end architect, where I lead a couple of UI team to develop some of our complex user experience, taking in the mind of scalability and the performance. And I am enthusiastic in learning how these non-functional things are actually helping the business use cases and adding the value to it. And that's it.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So to start things off, we often see that the NFRs are overshadowed by the functional requirements, right? So my question to you, Manish, is that why do you think that NFRs are as crucial as functional requirements, and how do they, give or add on to the success of the web apps?
All right. So let's think from, glad to be here because we are discussing about NFRs, not just functional requirement and technology per se. As part of NFRs, we can think about how does an app or web app or a mobile app does its function versus functionally what does it do, right? So how part, usability, performance, is it searchable? Is it discoverable by the people? Also, is it inclusive enough, right? So the importance is, I take it in two ways. One is from a business angle, right? Business, every millisecond delay will impact the business, right? So I'm coming from retail background, so I know that even a delay in milliseconds delay in the page rendering could cost the overall conversion funnel for the checkout journey, right? Similarly, if it comes to security, we all know that we have been hearing this term for almost a decade now that data is money, right? And if a data is breached, it could cost an organization whole business. We have seen companies going bankrupt because the credibility and trust is dependent on that. Third aspect is search engine optimization. Everybody is trying to be on the first page of Google. I'm not sure after Gen AI, people going to ChatGPT to search things, are we still looking, searching on the Google? But it is still in the game, right? People are fighting for above the fold content and trying to get their slot in the top 3 results. But then you have sponsored content as well, right? You have ads coming on the search engines. So how do we make our app so optimized from a search engine perspective? And we have also heard about scams happening. SEO's different angle. We have heard scams happening where people are trying to search for customer care number on Google, and the original website's number is not coming at the top, but the scamster's number is coming on the top, right? Then the fourth angle would be accessibility. So inclusive application building is also important from that aspect. So first is business. Second is having an inclusive, making a better world or a better place for the people in terms of all the angles, performance, security, accessibility. One more aspect we can think about is we as engineers or developers are responsible for building such applications which more and more people use, and that is the derivative of what quality of work we are doing as an engineer, right? So I think from both the angles, business and being empathetic towards building a better place.
Yeah. As a user experience. Thanks Manish for that. And going back to the performance that you mentioned, right? Performance being one of the most important NFRs that we focus on, right? Because it is the primary factor that defines our user experience. So my question to you, Harshal, is like performance can make or break an application, right? So what are the most common performance bottlenecks that you have encountered?
Okay. So I can start like the performance is one of the cornerstone of the user experience. Okay, and everything about your product metrics is all related to the performance. So I think from past, yesterday we have been seeing lots of talks where they have discussed about the common bottlenecks, right from working on the web workers or web assemblies on those things. But especially if I want to tell a couple of bottlenecks which we have felt while implementing some of the architecture like the microservices or the composable architecture. So in that, if I want to speak, especially on the UI, on the mobile development part. So if you see, at times we integrate lots of system on our UI, let's say we are integrating CMS, we are integrating personalization, or we are integrating some DAM. Okay, so all this requires data to be pulled out from different systems, and you have to rewrite your code in both the UIs. So handling all those things ultimately becomes a bottleneck in the performance part. So this is one of the part which we felt very well. And another is how the features can ultimately add the performance bottleneck also. Because as we see, there are lots of feature requirements comes from the business, like we want this, we want that. So in that way, what we can do on our side, on the engineering side, we can have a pluggable architecture in which the features can be easily integrated so that there is no performance impact to that, but it makes the business also use case to do any feature which can be integrable to the systems.
Okay. And, on this same thing, I would ask Vinod, like, how do you manage or monitor these, performance real time? What tools or methodologies you use?
So, at PS, I have burned a lot of midnight oil on fixing performance problems. So, just to add to what Desh was saying a minute ago, see, there are a couple of major bottlenecks when it comes to web performance. One is, let's say, if you're working in retail domain, right, and you want to do, for SEO, you have to do server-side rendering. And Node.js, because it is single-threaded, you cannot get, your request throughput is going to be really, really low, right? So we have encountered situations where you are not able to even generate an entire page in, over 2 seconds, right? So if your HTML generation with React is taking 2 seconds, right, you can imagine the TTFB that is going to go, or the other web vitals which are going to be really, really high, right? In Finance domain as well, yesterday there was a session on micro front ends, right? There was a guy talking about performance, so it was a really good session, right? But in micro front ends, there are even much more, bottlenecks which are sometimes beyond our control as well. Like, for example, I worked on an app where in the pilot phase, we sort of, built a host app, we built a couple of micro apps, and till that point of time, performance was all under the budget. Like, we have defined a budget and we were working with that. But then soon the floodgates were opened and there were like 30 teams working in parallel on different micro apps. Can you imagine the number of micro apps loading on a single page? At the end of it, there were 39 micro apps loading. The JavaScript size was like 300 MB, and the TTI was at 25 seconds, right? And then we had to put a huge amount of effort to sort of pull it back and bring it under 5 seconds, kind of a use case. So sometimes these kind of experiences they teach you a lot. Right? So what I try to do these days is I spend most of my time in educating my team, the team that I'm working with, which is the other stakeholders as well, like stakeholders like including clients. So you sometimes have to educate or share, your these concerns up ahead with them, bring them along, because many of these things. See, if you do not, foresee how the end outcome of a product is going to be, you cannot really, help them, guide them in a suitable manner, right? So that is very, very important. Educating them, bringing them along, making sure that because if something is not designed to be performant, no matter how hard you try, you cannot make it performant, right? And like prevention is better than a cure, right? So once the damage is done, then you spend multiple, months and months to improve performance. So like you said, that doing a shift left is important, right? Start to monitor the performance right at the early stage and do it frequently, do it in an automated manner. So those are some of the key learnings that I wanted to share. Sorry for the long answer.
Yeah, I think performance is the one thing that gets noticed the first when we visit the website, and it impacts the user experience the most, right? So moving on, if many of you who have worked on e-commerce or products, right? Discoverability is of great importance, because the number of products and services that we have right now, your product needs to be seen, right? Otherwise, if the user doesn't know, they can't use it, right? So the next pillar that we have is the SEO. And my question to Sumit would be, what strategies do you use to optimize web search engines, and how do you perform accessibility and how does the performance and accessibility impact the SEO?
So when we talk about the SEO part, it is really important to get to know that if SEO is not done right, in that case, the pages or the app we have built for, it will not reach to the our potential users, right? So it is really important that that part is done right. Now, how we can do that? So there are few basic things which we can take into account initially, like the title of the page should be right, the meta description tag should say that what is the main purpose of that page and that particular application. And apart from that, the semantic of that particular page should be right, that if we are trying to use the heading inside the page, in that case, it should be used with the H1 tag or H2 tag. If we are trying to add the link inside the website for other pages, in that case, it should be used using the anchor tag only, right? So these are the things. And then there are some other things like your all pages should be reached via, or we can say it should be interlinked inside the page, so that when crawler start reading your page or web apps, in that case, it can reach out to all the page you have inside the application, right? Apart from that, let's say there are cases that we are not able to interlink all the page we have inside the website. In that case, what we can do is we can create the sitemap as well, right? Where we can provide all the URLs and these things which are really important for our applications, right? So these are the things. Apart from that, there are a few other things as well, like said, performance is the key thing that many crawlers or many search engines prioritize the page which are performant, and then accessibility is also one of the important thing. And it can also be seen as that if we are using the semantic HTML, in that case, most of the thing we are handling of the accessibility part, right? So it also helps us doing the SEO part, right?
So in addition to what Sumit was mentioning, we talk about web SEO particularly, but what happens when it comes to, how many of you heard about microdata schema.org? Any one of you have been using that for search engine optimization? All right, all right. So have you seen Google page you have typed for iPhone 16 or maybe iPhone 15, and then you see some images of the iPhone, title of the iPhone, then rating, price, all those things on the Google search result itself, right? How is Google able to get that information from websites, right? Because as engineers or developers, that site had coded that as microdata or schema.org for products, for reviews, for articles, right? So there is a defined schema which we can follow in terms of attributes and JSON LD format which you can put on your page, and the crawlers will be able to identify that information and render that content on Google. That is another way of getting better result, more clickability, I would say, from search engine to the application. Let's pivot to app side, right? My React Native friends. On the app side, search engine optimization might not be the key thing, but discoverability of the application is more important, right? That out of those millions of apps on the App Store or Play Store, how do you find the right app, your app, right? So that's where all the common things of title, subtitle, description, keyword, your screenshots, videos, and all those things are fine when you're submitting it. But how do you make your application performant enough, best rated on the Play Store? How do you make it organically grow? And does the keywords overdone or those are right for your job, right? So all those Play Stores and App Stores, they also look at the size of the bundle. They look at the performance of your application. Application not responding ANRs, right? Or the crashes that are happening. Are we capturing those? Are we working on those? Right? That will make your app more discoverable, because a less buggy application, performant application, accessible application will be rewarded by those. That is proven fact through those stats that we see. Of course, you can always go through the non-organic route of having a featured app, and you can have ads and so on and so forth. But organically, we need to take care of all those aspects as well from an app perspective.
So on the discoverability thing, I just want to add a quick pointer here. So in the previous session, it was a pretty good session there. In that as well, she talked about these NLP, natural language processing, etc. Right? So in new iOS release, there is a on device Apple intelligence capability has been released this time, right? Now you can think of that, how that can improve the discoverability of the app. Sometimes on our phone we have hundreds of apps, but we don't use them all. Like you might be only using the 10% of the apps regularly, but 90% are just lying there, right? Now when you are going, let's say you're talking to Siri, or you are doing a spotlight search, right? How can you train the Apple intelligence NLP to sort of bring those apps up in results when you are searching or asking them to do something, right? So a lot of things that can be done into the tokenization of your app so that the discoverability improves, right? Instead of user going to a Google search and then landing on a web page or searching an articles within your app, how can they be read on your app itself? So that could be a good use case. That's something that we are right now trying to work upon.
Yeah. So thanks on that. Yeah, I think discoverability is very important. And coming back to the point that Sumit mentioned, that how when he was using semantics to optimize SEO, he was also actually addressing to accessibility, right? Accessibility is really, really important to make our apps more inclusive to a wide range of users. It often gets overlooked, right? And the kind of awareness that we have, it should be increased, and with coming in so many tools that we have, right, we should make our apps accessible through all of the tools that we have, right? So my question to you, Sumit, is how accessibility is overlooked, and what steps should developers take to address this problem at the start of the development process?
Okay, so we try to look into the accessibility part much later when we see that our app is not inclusive, is not accessible for all users. But it should start at the initial phase only. I mean, the phase from where designers start to design the pages or apps, right? From there only, they need to take care that is the things they are trying to design is quite right or not. So for an example, let's say if we are trying to build an link, right, and we use, there are many cases where we use button instead of the anchor tag, right? So that's also not a right practice. But there might be chance that we need to do that part, but we have other things as well to handle those, like you can say label or area tag to do those, to handle those things, right? So we should start from it from the designer phase only. And then there are a few other things like since the part we need to handle in the accessibility is not enforced, right? So it's quite easy that we skip those part and we start trying to build our app because we have some deadlines and then we have to do those part, right? So what we can do is we can enforce these things, like maybe we can use some sort of plugins. So for React, we have ESLint JSX like plugin, right? So that basically what does is it shows you at the time of development only that these are the things need to be taken care of while you write the code that will help to increase the accessibility.
Adding a couple of more points what Sumit has said, like we can take this on the development side also. So as we see, most of our UI has the design system in it. So we can include this in the design system itself. So individual component will have the accessibility so that on the individual page, you don't have to worry about since the component has all the necessity. So on the page, you will just need to locate the other thing part of the accessibility. So if the design systems are very accessible, I think that solves major of your problems on different parts of the app.
Yeah, because sometimes when we get those aesthetic designs, right, by the designers, they do lack in that sense of accessibility, right? It becomes really difficult to make them accessible just because of lines. So yeah, rightly said by Harshal, that it should start from the design itself.
I just like to add one more thing. So being a dev, we also need to be aware that how we can make the thing accessible. So while a designer present the design to us, we can query at the same time that do you think that this part is accessible, or can we make something that we can make it more accessible instead of doing what we have right now.
Yeah. So I would like to go across the panel and tell you, we talk about so many NFRs, right? That performance and SEO, then security and whatnot. How do we balance all of this, right? Because if we focus on one, maybe I'm focusing on accessibility. So my web app may, lack in performance and somehow. So how do you find that balance? To provide everything and not to be too focused on one point only, right?
I'll take it. So I think in order to address NFRs, one thing that is very, very important, and to what Apurva said, that how do you balance those things, is that as developers, we have to become a lot more empathetic to the users who will be using our applications that we are building. If we are empathetic, if we are empathetic towards performance, that the performance has to be great, or our applications have to be accessible, right? We need to make sure that we are, doing many of these, we are doing a left shift of these things. Like, you have to show proactiveness and get involved right at the design phase itself, because all over, like in performance, in accessibility as well, if something is not designed to be accessible, later on you will just be attaching some bandages on fractured legs, and you will not be able to achieve the desired results, right? So there are strategies, like for example, and one of our we have many accessibility enthusiasts in our community. We do a lot of knowledge sharing in the community. So you need to pour some love. Pour is a really good mantra of achieving accessibility.
Yeah, so I will start from accessibility again. So one of my colleague, they had a presentation. I saw the presentation, and how many of you believe that accessibility is for people with disability? It is for everyone, right? We use dark theme in our VS Code editors. Why, right? So because it strains our eyes as well, right? So if we first bring awareness around all these topics of accessibility, SEO, performance, security within the community of engineers and developers, then that's the first step done correct. Next steps will be always gradual but exponential in the future, right? So just taking an example, in this conference we had, I believe, n number of topics on performance this time, right? Vishal's topic in remote day, Aslan's topic on CSS optimization strategies, yesterday's Amit Batra's topic, right? There's so many topics of web workers, web assembly. We have been talking about so many such topics in performance. We have to bring the same love to other aspects of non-functional requirement. Second is bringing automation will remove that excuse of it requires time, right? It requires effort to do all these things. So bringing automation, and then with all the Gen AI into the mix, why do we even need to do a number of things, right? It can help us, it can assist us do all those activities. So there will be trade-offs, but like for example, for banking application, security must be an important aspect, right? You can say priority one, security, but performance is still there, right? And same goes for retail. Performance is number one, but security is still there because you are making payments through cards, right? Or UPIs or so and so forth. So it is important that we leverage all the tools that are available and the automation and Gen AI to remove that excuse of we don't have time for that, and educate the business as well, because they might be thinking about functional things, but this is going to cost their business if not done right.
Correct. So I can continue his point. So the trade-off will be there because you are dealing many things in a one time. Okay. So we can say like what users requires on those part. So maybe like for example, if those things are not required on the first thing, maybe we can load afterwards, or those kind of experience we can build on that. So that trade-off we can do over there. And also, if we see all these NFRs, okay, they mostly have some predefined things which we can develop as a platform, and those can be used across all of your modules. So if these things are very essential, very thoroughly written at the root level, I think it will help you on all of your modules in the past. And seeing like how AI is helping in all the parts. So we have been using lots of things in, let's say, performance. So if we write a function and just give to AI, just optimizes this, it will do. If we have an accessibility problem, we can just write to the AI like what accessibility I need to do in this A code part. It will help you to guide over there. So I think for all the things, even for the security part, it can help you like what are the security things which are vulnerable. There are tools which are available which helps you to find out where the issues, which library has which particular security issues. So I think those in place will help us to build this NFR very strong, which help us to ultimately win the web apps.
I think in all of this, the coverage of the NFR, the testing becomes really important, right? So tools are definitely important. They are going to take you really far, but in order to hit the bullseye, you need to get your hands dirty. You need to test your applications really well. Like for example, I come across this use case a lot when we are working on, especially on native mobile apps, right? So making web applications accessible using keyboard, it still takes a lot of effort, but we test that a lot. But testing native mobile apps is equally important in there, because you are you're not having any physical keyboard. You are largely interactive with touch devices. So use of AI, this natural language processing NLP capabilities would be really helpful, because it can then recognize the different tones of the user or their dialects, and they can really help make content accessible for other people. And so we need to, I think, learn these methods of how different users with different working styles are going to use our application, so that we are, see, if you are only testing your apps like your real users, only then you can basically mitigate those real situations which you might encounter, or they are going to encounter while using your product. That is how you make superior products.
Thanks a lot, panelists. And I think we had good takeaways, and we had a better understanding why NFRs are crucial, right? Not only for development, but also for user experience, your site reliability, and overall long-term application success, right? And using NFRs, we can truly create winning applications, which are not just winning on the functional front, but also winning on the user experience front. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your time. I hope this was helpful.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was actually really useful. I enjoyed your insights. Thank you so much. Excellent. We're just before a break. 5 minutes. We're going to hear from, and believe me, it will be 5 minutes today. Believe me, he's laughing. Yeah, come on up. You can set your laptop up. We're going to hear from Epam, which is cool because I see the logo, but I have no idea what they do. And I something consulting, right? So 5 minutes. We're going to just understand the work they do. Let's get some hype for them, and then we'll go do a break. We'll be back at 12, but 5 minutes. The timer's not started yet, but believe I'm time boxing so hard. You should see me with the speakers. They hate me, but it's fine because hopefully you love me. You get enough time with your breaks. Yes, is that okay? If it's this quiet, I'm not time boxing anymore. He's gonna take 10 minutes now. You did. I'm just joking. Anyway, so you ready? He's not ready. Whatever. How are you feeling? Good? You're again. You need to wait. Woo! That's right. I feel like we're animals, huh? Like birds. They do that. Did anyone hear the birds this morning? It's very loud. I don't live in nature. It's very nice to hear them doing the sound. Can anyone actually do a bird sound? Wow. How? Do it again. Or just cuckoo. Okay. I thought it was something else, but that's cool. That's cool too. Anyone else? Bird noises? This is where we are in the conference, guys. We're making bird noises because we're waiting for this text setup. This is the, if I come over here, I have so much power with this microphone. You know, if I go next to him, I can pressure him and be like, what's happening? But I won't do that. I'm a nice guy, hopefully. Hi, I recognize you from yesterday. How are you? No, I'm talking to him behind you. How are you? Good? I'm talking to you, bro. You. Yes, you, blue shirt. We're doing well? He's doing that thing where he's like, what? What? How to get my book? Were you here in the opening? No, don't lie, man. If you were here in the opening, you would have seen the QR code. So we'll do just before the break, we'll show the QR code again, scan it. And you don't have to enter your email, you can, but scan it, and then at the end of the day, I have the last talk today. So after my talk, we'll just give away the book. We'll give away the physical copy of the book, okay? It's a great book, I think. They tell me, I don't know. Is he ready? No? Should I do that? Should I do that? Wow, he responded to me. That was cool. Usually they're like in their own world. He was like, no, 1 minute. Should I do the ChatGPT thing again? Yes, that was fun. You remember that yesterday? That was great. Let's see. Him, ma? Yeah, fine. I thought you guys found it boring. Health lecture, part 2. You have 3 energy systems: phosphocreatine, glucose, and fat, in that order. So when you do like crazy intense emergency stuff, phosphocreatine. When you just don't have any carbs, you use your fat. And when you have carbs, use them first. That's all. Energy lecture over. Thanks for asking. So in my case, I use the high adrenaline. For me, this is an emergency to give you a good time. So I'm like using all my superhuman strength. And fun fact, I went to bed at 9 p.m. yesterday. I was like asleep at 9:15 because I was very tired. But it's all worth it because of you, you know? How is this taking so long? Now I'm going to start pressuring you if it isn't ready. It looks fine. What's the problem? Let's bring it. There we see what a little bit of pressure can do. Oh my God. Okay, so start the clock. He's ready. You ready?
Yes, you hear me?
Oh,
yes.
Come on. Give it up for Epam, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll not take more than 5 minutes, as he said. We are a gold sponsor here at the React conference. I'm just going to show you what we are doing at our stall. I wish all of you come over there. And just to catch up with the performance-related React.js talks that are happening, I think that is where even I am trying to, we are also looking at in Epam. You know, if we talk about the digital transformation that has happened from the time that I have joined, we started from desktop applications, then we moved to some sort of browser-based applications, and then we have these single-page applications and React.js being in the forefront over there. What is required at the moment is about fast-performing websites. So when we talk about the performant applications, what happens is we are kind of losing the, losing the race when we compare them to native applications and desktop-based applications. So WebAssembly is something that really comes handy for us, where any augmented video rendering or anything that we have to do, instead of just passing it over to native applications or anything, we do have a choice using the SPA applications over here. So I think yesterday there was a talk on WebAssembly already, and React makes it really easy for us to integrate our WebAssembly applications also to create some nice effects, some video rendering, video animations, and everything, without getting that jittering on the browser. So that's very important. And especially if you have code written in Python or other programming languages, you can get a WebAssembly for that one, and then we can use it in our React applications. So as I said, for game dev, video editing and augmentation, all these areas we are really losing when we are looking at React as a pure front-end application. So that is where we need to pitch that, with React and with WebAssembly together, we will be able to, handle such applications also. That's really important. So So just little bit more details, and we have all of this for discussion at our stall, so I'll not be going into the details because of the less time that we have got over here. Then the other topic that I wanted to bring out is about the renderers, the React renderer. How many of us know that we actually can have our own custom renderers that we can build? So the reason why we want to build a custom renderer is very important. So when you want to have some kind of minute handling of the component that you have designed, then you need to fine-tune the way the components are mounted and the order in which that they are unmounted and all. So you can have your own custom renderer, and it's very easy on creating a renderer. In fact, knowing React is knowing how the React internals work. So we need to understand as React developers how the renderer has been created and how we can create our own custom renderers. Now, who uses a custom renderer? We have an alternative here, right? We can create our own custom components, and we can get our job done. But you can have your own custom renderer, so you can hide all the abstraction behind, and you can do your controlled response to various components that you are mounting and unmounting over there. So an example, who uses custom renderers? The React, in the React community, we have got 3JS who use the custom renderer and reconciler. They also admit that it can be done using your own custom components, but this is another way. And most importantly, for those of us who are working with React, to understand the internals of React also, it will be really helpful for us. So that's all I wanted to cover, and we have a lot of stuff happening at our stall. Please do come and visit us. We have our Epam Dial, which is a generative AI orchestration platform, and we have a Genie, which is built on the OpenAI. We are giving away some goodies and all. So we'll put an image over there, and we'll ask you to match it with your own prompt. And if you can match the image that we have generated, you get some goodies and all. So, Epam is a services, digital transformation services company, and we are also into product engineering. We are in 55 plus countries, with 52,000 workforce worldwide, and then 9,000 people in India itself. And I'm done.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That's so great. Go check out his booth. I want the goodies. I want to play that game.
Come on over.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll do it.
It's pure English that you have to type, no technology there.
See, perfect. And now we have a break, and you get more than 15 minutes, which is huge. So go out, get some coffee, get some tea, visit the Epam booth, visit the sponsor booths, and talk to each other, take some photos, and we'll see you at 12 o'clock local time. Enjoy.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one.
With visionaries
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes.
We're now blessed to the next.
with 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good. We don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built, and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one. With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good. We don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built, and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven
some great work. He is going to talk to everyone online and all of you here about React Native. So what they did, it's actually a cool story. This is a very useful talk. What they did was they have a native app, just native. And then they moved to React Native, and they wanted to keep the same performance, which React Native can be slow. So it's a really great story. I can't wait to hear this. Everyone, give your biggest round of applause to Samrit.
Hello. Cool. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Samrit, and today I'm going to be talking about React Native. And more importantly, we'll be talking about how it works at scale. And we'll dive deep into like how React Native works under the hood, because a lot of people that I've spoken to have a lot of questions about it. And so yeah, we'll be looking at that, and also how we at Dream11 use React Native to power our app. First of all, I want to know how many of you here who are here have heard of React Native? Perfect. How many of you have used React Native? Cool. And how many of you would like to use React Native? Awesome. So cool. What we'll kind of be looking at is, initially we'll go through how React Native works under the hood. Well, one of the most obvious and the biggest benefit of React Native is that it's cross-platform, right? And with the recent investment in React Native from all the partners in the community itself, as of right now, React Native works across Android, iOS, Windows, and the web. So yeah, which is really, really great. And the other question that I generally get is it truly native? The short answer is yes. The long answer, it's a little bit more complicated, right? In native, the way that we write apps is that you interface directly with the renderer, right? So for example, for Android, you might use Java, Kotlin, and on iOS, you might use Swift, Objective-C, whatever. In React Native, you interface with the native renderers via JavaScript, right? So essentially what you're doing is all of your user interactions, navigations, all of those things are written in JavaScript, and all of your views and all are written using React. And these are commands that are issued to the native layer, and that can essentially kind of draw those views for you, right? The UI rendered on the screen is still native. So for example, on Android, it uses like view and text and stuff. And on iOS, it uses UI, text, view, and whatever the native components are, right? So essentially, the way that it works right now is that whatever instructions that you write or whatever code that you write in JavaScript, right, that's serialized, sent over something called a bridge. So the bridge is a communication layer between JavaScript and the native world, because obviously native can't understand JavaScript because it's a completely different language, different paradigms. So the way that we do it is the bridge is like the interoperability layer between JavaScript and native. And all of your instructions are serialized JSON, which are sent over the bridge to native. Native receives this message, deserializes it, and essentially executes those commands, which is maybe showing some animation, rendering some text, some view on the screen, right? So yeah, now with this was the case until 0.73 version of React Native. From 0.73, the React Native team introduced bridgeless mode. So bridgeless mode essentially is like cutting off the bridge, right? So no more bridge. You can essentially, if you're on 0.73 and above, you can opt into it. From 0.76, this is the standard, right? So the way that it works in bridgeless mode is that JavaScript can now directly interface with native via host C++ objects. I won't get into details of that. But there's a very good article on it on the React Native website. So now essentially there's no serialization, deserialization. You can actually send your instructions directly to native, which is really, really fast. And yeah, there's lesser overhead even when, for example, your app is starting, because it needs to initialize lesser things, and the cost of initializing the bridge is also pretty high. Cool. The next thing that we'll kind of look at is the mobile phone landscape in India, right? Why it's important is because when you're developing an app for the Indian market presents a lot of unique challenges, right? React Native is great. Like you essentially write once, ship it to both Android and iOS. But with the Indian mobile phone landscape, some things get a bit tricky. So essentially, to give you a gist of the landscape, the average cost of a smartphone is around 14,000 rupees, right? This is roughly around $200 to $220 odd. Android, like no surprise there, has 95.73% market share, right? And also, as of September 2023, India has 1.05 billion internet users. This is primarily because India is the third cheapest country for cost of cellular data, right? With so many users and such a huge variety of devices, India is a huge market, right? And with this huge market, there are also like its own quirks and challenges. So yeah, we'll move to how at Dream11 we leverage React Native, right? So historically, like we have been like Dream11 is one of the biggest fantasy sports app in India, and we have like a really large user base. And about 2 years ago, we decided to move from native to React Native. This was primarily because we also had our sister company, Fancode, who were already on React Native, and we saw all of the benefits that it provided. And theirs was a success story, and it made a lot of things operationally easier for us. We didn't need to hire like an Android and an iOS dev to maintain like 2 separate platforms. We didn't have to worry about feature parity between both platforms. There were a lot of benefits there, right? So yeah, I'll just kind of give you a brief glimpse into what our app is like. So these screens that you see, they are live on our app as of right now, right? So the first screen is actually our home screen, and then the other 2 screens are some of the screens that our users interact with a lot. These screens have a lot of information. So the home screen, for example, users constantly come here when they want to see what matches are coming up, what matches they can join, what offers they have. Like all of that information is here on the home screen. Apart from this, the other screens also have like a very graphic heavy, as you can see in the levels page, and also have a lot of animations. For example, when the user receives a reward, we do show an animation that, hey, you've received this reward, and there's like a little animation that plays. So yeah, all of these screens, like performance is very paramount, essentially because users are like, we have a very small window from the user coming in to them actually like joining any contest or like taking any action on the app. So yeah, a vast majority of our screens are, like I said, used daily, and they cater to a total user base of 230 million. And we have around 190,000 plus unique devices. So next we'll jump into how our migration journey looks like. So our migration journey, it was a really mammoth task, primarily because in our migration we already had a native app, and our users were very, very used to it. So yeah, and then we wanted to ensure that, like, for the users, they didn't really notice any difference when they went from like the native app to the React Native app. To give you some context of just how big the migration was, we had around 2,500 pull requests. 200 plus screens were migrated from native to React Native, and we also had 70 plus developers actually working on the entire migration. It was probably like one of the biggest projects that we undertook within the front-end team at Dream11. Cool. So we launched our first version of React Native after roughly like 3 or 4 months of work. This was during the IPL, which is around March 2022. So yeah, I mean, we were like, okay, yeah, we powered through it, and we were kind of like, aiming for like feature completeness and like parity with our native app. And also wanted to like make that experience live for our users, because IPL is like a very big event for us, and even in India in general. So honestly, that really backfired. That was actually a very big failure. We received a lot of user complaints, and we received a lot of feedback that the app has gotten really janky, and like it was frankly unusable, right? We went back to the drawing board after that and looked at like what went wrong. And looked at our entire project and like, collected went through all of the user feedback, like put them into like a lot of different buckets, did an entire exercise around that. And from that, we basically had 3 main pillars, right? So the first one was App Vitals. The second one was testing, because clearly shipping that app and it being a huge failure after investing 3-4 months of like 70 developers' time meant that like, we had done something wrong. And the third thing was performance. In hindsight, to be honest, all of these seem pretty obvious, but when you're kind of migrating like a very big app and you're like crunched in timelines, there are a lot of these facets that kind of, you rely on, and some are gut-based, and you just want to get that out there and collect actual user feedback. One thing that we realized after looking at all of the feedback is that we were very, very, very ill-equipped, right? Ill-equipped in understanding what our users needed, ill-equipped in understanding like their behavior from our app. So that's something that we had to correct like immediately. Cool. Now, for App Vitals, we actually have a fantastic in-house experimentation platform, which gave us a lot of data, right? We use it to power thousands of experiments across the app, and we used it when we shipped out our React Native app as well. So we went back and looked at all of that data. We leveraged that data to actually give the best possible experience to our users, and we also leveraged it to figure out where kind of we went wrong. We were able to figure out some trends in like how users were using our React Native app versus our native app, right? One major trend that we noticed is that for every 100 millisecond increase in startup time, there was a dip in funnel, right? And that dip in funnel directly impacted our revenue, and we were losing quite a bit of revenue because of that. So the first thing that we did was actually revert our entire React Native app back to native, because we do have like feature flags as well, which helped us do that. It was not like a little bit of revenue. It was a decent amount of revenue that actually got us worried. Then we dug deep, and we found out that like, a sudden increase in load time between app versions on critical screens that users interact with on a daily basis, they led to revenue loss and drop-offs and a whole lot of stuff, right? And the other thing is to reduce overall crashes and ANRs. So for those of you who have not worked extensively on mobile apps, crashes are when, for example, you tap on something and your app closes instantly. And ANR is essentially an app not responding state, which means that, for example, to render something, it took more than the stipulated amount of time that the OS calculates that needs to render something. And if it goes beyond that threshold, which is, I think, roughly around 5 seconds for Android, the app goes into a hung state. The user cannot really interact with the app. They can't do anything. They have to kill and relaunch and like hope for the best. So yeah, since around 95 to 96% of like the Indian mobile landscape is Android, which also applied to our user base, we actually adhered to some standards set by Android. So the user perceived crash rate that like Google suggests for Android apps is around 1.07%, and the user perceived ANR is 0.46%. This ideally means that the number of crashes that a user gets in a session cannot exceed that threshold, and the number of ANRs that the user gets in that session should not ideally exceed 0.46%. We did a lot of work around this, and these numbers that you see here are like what we achieved after the amount of effort that we put in. As of right now, we have around 99.7% crash-free users, which is like really, really good, considering that when we did the first migration, this number was a lot lower. And ANR-free users are at 99.8%. So which means that 0.2% of our users face ANRs occasionally in the app, and 0.3% of users actually experience a crash in their like day-to-day usage. Cool. So the other pillar that we had was testing, right? Like I said earlier, we were super ill-equipped, right? When we rolled out the V1, we had little to no testing in place, primarily because we were like rushing against time. And we actually wanted to kind of get the app out and get user feedback. So essentially, most of our issues were caught post-release, right? This was very, very problematic. And we had like a lot of user complaints coming in saying that, hey guys, your app does not work. And I mean, they were not so nice about it. But basically a lot of complaints around the overall usage of the app and the performance of the app. And the load time increase were essentially based on gut. So for example, how much time the home screen takes to load was based on what we felt based on our usage of the app rather than actual data and measurements. So yeah, so we doubled back on it and we actually invested a lot of time in testing. Now, we have around 4,000 plus test cases that cover all of our user flows. The user flows, I mean, for example, say a user wants to sign up, that we have a test case that actually emulates user behavior on like an emulator or a device, right? And it essentially types in the email address, like puts in some OTP, like, goes through the entire flow and then gives us, okay, whether this test was successful or not. Apart from that, because we run 4,000 plus test cases on user flows, most of the issues were caught pre-release. This actually is what kind of is reflected in our crash-free sessions, because earlier a lot of our users faced a lot of issues and we couldn't really catch it before the app went to the user. With the web, one thing is if there are any issues, you can essentially just deploy your app and the user refreshes and they will get the newer version of the app. With mobile, it's not that seamless. Essentially, we still have users who are on older versions of our application, and we constantly need to support it and make it better for them as well, which is where we also leveraged OTA updates to fix some crashes, which is another really big benefit of React Native. The last thing is, we also instrumented a lot of events across the board, so which meant that we could actually measure load times for every single interaction, every single screen, and our startup time, and we actually have comprehensive reports that tell us how all of this are affected in every single version of the app. And we also have tools to compare these two between versions of the app so that we can ensure that there's not a massive degradation. And essentially a lot of data we got out of investing a lot in testing, which helped us better our app overall. So this number is pretty significant, right? Essentially, this is how long it takes to run 4,000 plus end-to-end test cases for both platforms, Android and iOS, right? 1 hour might seem like a lot, but keep in mind that it's 1 hour to actually simulate user actions on an actual device or an emulator. So this, when we started this, it used to take around 4 or 5 hours on Android and 6+ hours on iOS. We spent a lot of time optimizing this to ensure that we get those reports within 1 hour. Some of the other things that we learned from testing is that investing in a solid testing and reporting framework was very, very good. We got a lot of data, and the thing is, initially when you're building your app and you have your first version out, testing is generally not at the front of your plan. It's generally somewhere at the end. We figured that while we are developing it, we need to invest a lot in it. And the other benefit that we really got from it was that it completely slashed our on-call and post-release process times. So right now, for example, we get very few issues on-call, in production. Even if we do, we have all of the reporting in place to actually understand where this issue is and figure out how to tackle it. The other very, very important thing, like I mentioned, the Indian mobile landscape is a bit different, with the average cost of a phone being around $200, which means that there are a lot of devices with really low memory, and really low processing power. So all of our test cases run on the lowest possible device configuration, right? We did a lot of tests and benchmarks around as you increase the device configuration, your numbers just keep getting better. So yeah, we just run it on the lowest possible configuration because from that it's all gains going up. Cool. While the next thing that we did was look at performance. While looking at performance, we had one very big advantage, is that we had a native app to compare it to, right? If you're starting a new app, you don't really have any benchmarks for what is an acceptable amount of time for a user to register, or what is an acceptable amount of time for a user to complete a purchase. but we had the benefit of comparing it to our native app. And our native app had already been in production for around 5 years. So that gave us like a very, very big boost. We invested in creating a tool that could essentially tell you from the time the user taps on a button, right, to the time that it takes for native to actually draw a text on the other screen. How long does this entire thing take? This takes into account, for example, the time JavaScript takes to process that instruction, send it across the bridge, native to actually receive it, and then render it. So we actually leverage, on Android, we leverage the onDraw method for like the native views and text. So we start recording when the user taps on it, then we end the recording when the onDraw method is fired for the native views. So this gives us very, very precise measurements. And the same instrumentation, the tool that we built, runs on both native and React Native. So we got like very, very similar numbers. And we ran the test on native, and that was our like benchmark. So any screen that we were migrating from native to React Native had to meet those benchmarks. Otherwise, we'd kind of relook at it from scratch. So we instrumented a lot of things. Apart from just this, we also instrumented, like, as I said, user clicks. We also instrumented startup time, and we also instrumented the time that it takes to load the screen. So the way that this tool worked is that it just keeps collating all of these like events that happens when the user interacts with the app. And then you can essentially set what your T0 and T1 times are. The difference between these times is how much time it took for like a user to tap on a button and for the next screen to load. One thing that, like a couple of things that we actually realized from using React Native is that large lists are problematic, primarily because to kind of figure out what to show within your viewport, reconcile all of that, and send it over to native, and for native to render it is an issue. So with React Native, you use, for example, flat lists. You will see blanks when you scroll like super fast. So we did face an issue in our chat window because of this. And we essentially kind of, so our chat window is still in native. Because we use React Native, the biggest advantage is you can dip into native at any time. So our chat window is still in native. We had the native component. We could just plug it into React Native. And yeah, that entire component works seamlessly because it used like a recycler view on Android, which is like super performant. The other thing is we actually dug deep and we were looking at what actually needed to be re-rendered. In hindsight, it sounds very, very obvious. Like, but at that time, we were pretty confident that, okay, you know what? Like, we are kind of following as many of the principles of React as we can. So this should not be a problem. But like, if you don't have any kind of standardization or any kind of metric that tells you this, these things are very, very easy to miss. And especially with a larger team, some of these things kind of slip through the cracks and can compound over time. The other thing is, like a lot of micro optimizations, like they might seem like they're not really like, useful, but they kind of lead to a lot of bigger optimization. Even like 100 milliseconds shaved off from like multiple different places can add up to like a second saved overall. And the last thing is defer as many things as possible, like what we do on the web. We also do it on React Native. We load native modules, like we defer loading native modules until you need it. We also have like chunking in place, so it lazily loads like components, screens, only when the user kind of lands on it. And the other thing that we did was introduce the concept of terminal components. Terminal components are basically, these components are sacrosanct. These were the last layer between the JS world and the native world. So essentially, when you're we kind of instill this within our teams that when you're working with these components, be mindful of the props that you pass, right? And be mindful of how many times these components are re-rendered. Right? Once an instruction to redraw a native view has gone on native, there's no way for you to cancel it, right? Because React ends at JavaScript, and then once React has reconciled everything and sent those instructions over the bridge to native, then native does its thing. So you need to minimize how many instructions you send over the bridge to native. The other thing is, yeah, like I said, reduce the frequency of like the instructions sent. And apart from this, when you're building an app for scale and you have like a lot of interactions, composition is very, very, very critical, right? Like we saw in like all of the talks earlier as well, when you want to render like just one part of a really long list, right? Ensuring that only that one part, instructions to update only that one part goes to native is very critical. So we actually split our entire app up. Like earlier we used to have like, so for example, in the home screen, we have the match card. That entire card was one component. We actually split into a lot of sub-components and optimized every single one of them to ensure that, hey, you don't need to re-render, don't. Like, we'll tell you when to re-render. And in some parts, for example, the timer which ticks like every second, we actually leveraged native to drive it, because otherwise React Native was actually sending instructions over the JS thread to native every second, which would block the thread as well. Another facet that we also, so with all of this, we were basically able to eliminate a lot of stuff. And like a lot of the jank, a lot of the slowness, and like actually got very close to native. Another thing that we actually realized is that like, we should benchmark React Native as well, right? Primarily because when we were upgrading, it's possible that like, because React Native has like a lot of like releases, and like, sometimes it's not really easy for us to go from say 0.63 to 0.69 or 0.69 to 0.74 and so on, right? We were struggling to kind of catch up with the newer releases of React Native. So what we did is actually benchmark React Native and say that, okay, how much time does React Native in a bare bones app take to actually render like a view or a text? So with this, I would like to introduce React Native benchmarking. Yeah, so we spent a lot of time, like I said, created a lot of in-house tools that actually leverage like, benchmarking how much time it takes to send instructions from native to React Native and actually render it. So with React Native benchmarking, we are extending this out to everyone. So all of you can actually look at reports for different versions of React Native, compare it between platforms, and also compare between like the bridge mode and the bridgeless mode, right? All of the information regarding like, what devices and all of that, the environment is like transparently available for everyone to see. And you can also run your own benchmarks with the tool, with this tool. We're also updating the documentation and providing like more stuff for you to be able to run this a lot more seamlessly. With this, the other thing that I would like to introduce is that we're also kickstarting Dream Sports Labs. We have reaped a lot of benefits of open source, and now we are putting in efforts to give back. We are also actively maintaining a fork of React Native fast image, since the fast image library is like not maintained for a while. We also have developed React Native MQTT, which actually allows you to use the MQTT protocol to like, get notifications and stuff like that on your app, and a lot of other things. You can check out the GitHub org. We also have multiple projects in the pipeline, and our developers are contributing to more and more projects daily. And we are also now like actively triaging issues on React Native and like, contributing there as well for the growth of React Native. Do check us out, and all feedbacks and contributions are welcome. Thank you.
Amazing talk. That was such a great talk. I love this because React Native is so underappreciated. You can take your mic off after you walk off stage. So, fun fact about him, it's his first ever conference talk. Give it up. That was so cool. So cool. I was so impressed. Also, the slide design was beautiful. He was telling a story of how you can make React Native as performant as native. Amazing. I really enjoyed that. Also, I found out that he has given this talk at meetups, and the quality was so high that the organizers of this conference were like, you need to share that here. So really great effort. I absolutely loved it. The next talk is by Ujjwal and Gautam. Is everything okay? This guy's like showing me gestures. It's fine. Okay. So the next talk, they want me to put my mouth closer to the mic. So the next talk is by Ujjwal and Gautam. They're going to do a great talk about AI. And it's really cool because it kind of sets up my talk. I'm doing a talk at the end of the conference, at the end of the day. And we have some overlap, which is great. It's like they warm you up. They're going to show you, anyone heard of AutoGPT? Nobody. This is great. Okay, yeah, obviously. I mean, are you from the same team? Yeah, well, but like AutoGPT is an AI thing. I'm not going to give the talk for them. I'll just let them do that. It's really great. It's a way to have AI do things as an agent. I'm not going to do the details. This is for them. Everybody give it up for Gautam and Ujjwal.
Hello. Hey everyone. I'm Gautam, Senior Architect with Publicis Sapient. For last year and a half, I have been working in helping our 1600 plus front-end developer community to adopt GenAI, and we have been working on a lot of tools on GenAI. And I have Ujjwal with me.
Hello everyone, I'm Ujjwal. I'm currently working with Publicis Sapient as lead experience engineer. And lately I've been developing with generative AI. So we have creating a lot of platforms, and one we are going to talk about today.
Yeah. So before we come to the topic, can I have a show of hands so that everyone is aware, everyone is awake? I know we are sitting between you and, yeah, thank you everyone. So let's see, how many of you are using GenAI for your development work? Any type of GenAI? Can I have a show of hands? Oh wow, a lot of people. Awesome. So how many of you are using ChatGPT? Show of hand. Okay. How many of you are using Copilot? Okay, awesome. How many of you are using Cursor? Okay, nice. All right. So we also looked at the Stack Overflow developer survey, and we saw 76% people who responded to that survey either are using GenAI or going to use GenAI in this year for their development process. The interesting thing, as we saw in this forum, a lot of people are using ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot, right? And there are a lot of things that they are doing. For example, they are doing code refactoring, they are writing new code with it, they are writing test cases, debugging, asking Q&A, and creating images. But one of the best things, a lot of people who are working in smaller organizations, I have interacted in past, they were like, they don't get mentoring support. So people are using GenAI to even get mentoring support. Isn't that such a great time, right? But
Gautam, what about day workflows, right? So, next.
Yeah.
So like tasks, Figma to code conversion, right? Review merge requests, that is like where we are spending a lot of time. So can we automate those tasks? Giving KT to team, right? Creating Jira tasks. Let's all accept like how boring is to create a Jira ticket, right? And then writing a blog post. We all plan that we will write a blog post, but we never do, right? So can we use like generative AI to do all these things?
Yeah, especially when we look at things like giving a KT to team. How can we do it with GenAI? Because biggest thing, the problem that GenAI has, it doesn't have your project context. It can't go and create stories for you. How do we solve this problem? And that's where we have another tool that comes in, that's AutoGPT. AutoGPT lets you orchestrate tasks between LLMs and agents. Agents are processes that can interact with environment. For example, you can interact with Jira, you can interact with a web crawler that can get content from different sites. You can interact with API from Jira, and publish information over there. You can build a RAG application using it that has context about your application, not just the technical context, but also the business context, right? And one of the challenge with this is, let's look at how we'll go and build a market report with AutoGPT. And AutoGPT has been a CLI application. So this is a flow that will explain you. So we are trying to get a market analysis report for electrical vehicles. So what AutoGPT is going to do, it's going to identify from LLM what it needs to do. It needs to look at the research of different electric vehicle trends. Then it needs to collate the market data, create a report. And it creates a plan for it. This plan will include finding the reputable sources, extracting the key statistic data, building a report, and sharing it with the user.
But Gautam, as far I know, all this is CLI, right? And there is no way to customize the steps.
Yeah, we'll come to that because we have a very interesting thing that is coming up. But it is going to go and execute these steps. It's going to create a list of all the sites from the AI, from LLM. It's going to get the list of site, And then it's going to use a crawler to get those websites and read the content from it. Once the content is there, it is going to go and analyze the trends between those content. From those trends, it's going to create a summary along with chart, graphs, whatever it needs for that. And then it's going to present it to the user. All of this is happening in the UI. And as Ujjwal pointed out, yes, it's in CLI. And we have a React Flow library that helps us build the custom workflow. So how many of you have heard about React Flow? Very few people, right? So React Flow is a great library that has recently come in that helps you build workflow. I'll quickly give you a 2-minute summary about it. It has something what's called nodes. A node is kind of a process, a single unit of process that you want to do, right? It has an input and an output. Output of one block can be connected to input of another. For example, over here, we have a node called node 1. It has a text called hello. There is another transformer node, input of which is connected to the node 1, and it transforms the text that is coming to uppercase, and then it gives to the final node where it is merging the text. So there is another node which gives world, so it combines it to hello world. This is a very simplistic view of how React Flow is working with it. But how all of this comes and combines with React, with AutoGPT, let's have a look at the demo. So you will need to close that. Sorry, we have a regular demo issue. So we'll quickly switch. Yeah. So this is an application. Yeah, Ujjwal, I'll let Ujjwal explain this.
So how many of you are front-end developers? Yeah. So as part of this demo, we are going to showcase a tool that we have created that's going to take your Figma screenshot and give you HTML code that you will ask, right? So here, like on the left side, we have drag and drop image where you can select and pick your screenshot.
So from here, we are going to select a screenshot. And this is a tool that will help us convert the screenshot into the code. So this you can see on the screen, this is the screenshot, and it's an image. We are going to convert it to a code using GenAI.
So what do you think, how much time it will take you to build this page, right?
Generally, it would take 2 or 3 days.
Right. Now we are going to build in just under 1 minute.
Yeah.
So here, you can select the models that you need to use. So we have like Claude and GPT-4o. For this demo, I'm going to use Claude. And here you can choose your stack, like whether you want to HTML, CSS, Tailwind, or React plus Tailwind. So I'm going to choose HTML plus Tailwind. And going to click on Generate.
So this tool gives us capability from a single window to go and switch between different LLM models. So you don't have to go and explore different LLM models, give them prompt, and compare their output. You can do it from a single window. And then it is going to process and get the output streamed onto this canvas. Once the output comes, we are going to see how that output appears, and probably if we don't like it, we are going to choose a different model. But here's the output, right? All right.
And you can see the mobile view of this, and you can see the code that it has generated. Pretty awesome, right?
So the code preview is available, but let's look at if the drop-downs are working, Ujjwal.
Yeah. So here, you can see this is only one option. Can we ask it to add more options? Let's do that. So I'm going in selection mode. Just a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here I'm going to ask it to add some more options.
So generally, when we have to go and modify a certain section of the output, it's very difficult to tell an AutoGPT agent or a LLM model what part you want to modify and update it. So over here, we have made it pretty simple.
So once we write what needs to be updated, we can click on update. So now it will again start generating your code.
Yeah. So it is going to create an output with all the drop-downs. And if you want any other modifications, you can provide description for that. And it's going to give you the updated output with all those updates. So now it is, again, interacting with LLM, getting the response streamed, and trying to build a preview. So while this updates, the problem with Gen AI today is whenever you are creating such outputs, at times LLM models are not able to go and give you the right output on the first time. And you have to go prompt it again, modify the sections. And honestly, I have had many troubles with explaining to Gen AI models that, go and modify this particular section. And from there, we came out with a thought that this feature needs to be there where we can go and modify a certain section. And here we have the updated request. And it is telling that this is the update that it has. And it wants to confirm whether we should merge it with the code. And once we confirm, it will get merged to the original code.
So basically what we ask, it asking for our input. Does it look good? So once it is, you gave, okay, now it's look good. Now you can merge with existing code. So that is what it is going to do.
So we are getting some technical issues and solving it in the prod live. All of us has done that. All right. So while we get the output updated, okay, I think there was some issue over here as well. That's okay. We can go to the other. Oh, it is updating?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is updating the output. And I think while it generates, we can get to the next part while we let LLM generate the output. Okay. So this is not the only thing that we are going to do today. So let's see how we build this application. So how many of you, can I have an answer from all of you? If you have to build such an application, how much time will it take? How many of you say it will take us month? Month? 2 weeks? A week? 2 days? Okay, let's try to do it on the stage.
So first thing you saw, we need something like a file picker to select the screenshot from our system. So let's select a file picker. So this is the file picker. And here you can see we have a input and we have output. Now we can connect output of one block to the input of another. So next, once we choose the file, we need some prompt, right?
Yeah.
And where we need to provide a system prompt to see, okay, you need to generate, but that prompt, let's accept that we are not everyone is good with creating prompt, right? So for that, we have created a prompt library where you can go ahead and select created prompt for your use case. So let's select prompt factory.
So we are going to select a prompt factory where all the pre-added prompts are present.
So in this prompt factory, you need to select your topic. So we have code generation, project management, and documentation. So I'm going to select code generation. And here, similar to that previous demo, we can select stack. So again, I'm going to select HTML plus Tailwind. And then file content. So file content is going to come from our file picker. This is how we can connect. Sorry.
So this is React Flow, how we are able to connect a file manager output to the input of prompt factory.
Right. Now our prompt is ready. Now we need to give it to LLM to give us our response based on the prompt we have provided. So for that,
so over here we have a AI conversation block that gives you ability to select different LLMs. And over here we will connect the output of prompt factory to the input of AI conversation so that we are able to run that prompt to an LLM And eventually we want to see the output, what LLM is going to generate. So we are going to add the HTML render block.
Right. And here we can select the model similar to what you noticed in the previous demo. So we are again going to select a Claude. And you need to provide API key, but we have already added that, so there is no need to. Now this will give us response in HTML code. We need something to render that HTML, right? So for that, we have another block.
So over here we have render HTML block. This block is going to get the output from the AI conversation and is going to show in the HTML. And this completes our flow. We can drag and drop a image file onto the file picker, and it can generate us the same output. And
this
what you were seeing earlier was a run version of this tool.
So this is the entire flow. This is all it takes to create a screenshot to code feature. And if you have no experience with generative AI, right, you must be like thinking it must be super complex to create that, but it is not. What we are doing, we are creating some intelligent prompt, passing the file, and then passing it to AI conversation. So this type of system adds the visualization power, and it is super good for learning purpose, right? So as you can see, this is all it takes to create the whole screenshot to code feature.
But now, you know, Ujjwal, this is not the only problem. The problem also comes when you have to go create the stories, right? You have to identify what are your acceptance criteria, tell to the developer that, you know, this interaction needs to be there. How do we solve for that?
So we can repurpose, reconfigure these blocks to target that use case. So let's do that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this render HTML.
So just from here, we are going to add another node, and we are going to modify this tool from screenshot to code. We are going to make it screenshot to Jira story. So over here, we have added an agent output that's going to take the output of the AI conversation, and then we are going to modify the prompt. We have seen in our organization a lot of junior developers when they start, or even a lot of people when they are starting with Gen AI, they have the trouble creating their own good prompts. They try the Gen AI and they get bad output and they say, it's not working well. Maybe it's not for me. And we thought, why not we are able to give them a library of prompts. But what is the best way of sharing that prompt library? Can it be embedded within an application? Yes, that's what we did. We embedded the entire prompt library in this application so user can go, select a prompt, and then make it work.
So now I'm going to run this. So this is, we just removed one block and selected our system prompts related to the Jira ticket. And now the whole app is reconfigured from screenshot to code to screenshot to Jira ticket.
I think we'll also need the data dictionary.
Sorry?
We might also need the dictionary.
Yes. No, I'm just going to show, I'm not going to publish on Jira, but I'm just going to show the output.
Okay. So now we can see the processes running. Oh, it's not running right now. Can you give it a refresh?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's select the file again.
Yeah.
And now you can see the process is queued and now it's running. The file is picked, is sent to the prompt factory. Prompt factory is now running. And it has now got the prompt and sending it to AI conversation, which is now talking to an LLM to get a response. And LLM has given the response, and that's the response for your story. And so now we have got a JSON response for the story. So you have the title and you have the content for the entire story that you need to write for that particular screenshot to be built.
So it has all the description, like what acceptance criteria, everything it has, that needs to be created for Jira ticket. So
yeah, we have got all the acceptance criteria and everything, right? And we still have 10 minutes to our talk. What do we do now? I know all of us, we've always wanted to write a blog that we thought we'll publish one day, right? How many of you wanted to publish a blog but couldn't? Okay, we have some people, right? So let's try to publish a blog from this stage today. Let's write a blog on React 19.
So this is similar, like we have already created this feature. So you can see we have searched the web. So the first, you need to provide your query. So our title is React 19, right? Now it will search the web and get the result. Now next is AI structure response generator. So here, like, if you have like developed using generative AI, you need to tell it like how your response is going to be. So it needs to be in just a particular JSON format. What key is going to be there? So this block is for that purpose. You can tell what key needs to be there and what value needs to be there. Now, similar to programming, we have find in dictionary. So from that response, we need to select our title and our content. And next, we have this publish to medium where we are providing title, content, and we have already all like API keys and everything. So I'm going to run this. Let me rephrase it one more time. Yeah. So I'm going to run this.
Now, the Auto GPT is now searching the web for the sources it needs to identify to get the information about React 19. Once it gets the information, it will scrape the information out on React 19 and pass it to the prompt generator, where the prompt generator will create a prompt that it needs to write a blog, and it needs a title and the content for that blog post. And that get passed to our LLM. And the LLM, in that case, is going to, again, look at that information, analyze it, write a blog post, and send it to the last block, which is published to Medium. And by the time I was explaining this, we have published a blog to Medium. And here is the blog that we have just created, with code examples. But the problem doesn't end over here, right? How many, now if you give this tool to your team, a lot of people will struggle that, how will I build this workflow? Maybe there is a person who comes up with a great workflow. How will that person share it with other people in the community, right? It becomes more and more important to share things. We are here just to share our knowledge. Same thing we have to do with the tool. How do we do it? So we have a feature, play and share it with your team. Yesterday we did a talk on AI-assisted agile. Today we want to tell how on AI-assisted agile. Today we want to tell how we are taking it to the next step, how we are trying to incorporate AI into our daily workflows. How we are taking all the mundane tasks that a developer does and making them from an individual contributor to a manager who is managing an AI. Right? Thank you for your time. And with that, we saved 6 minutes on the clock.
Thank you very much. We'll give it up for these guys one more time, everybody. Thank you so much, Gautam and Ujwal. Wow. They published a blog post. Did you see that? That's absolutely crazy. Yesterday, I was writing some code for my book giveaway. Why are you taking a picture, man? There's no slide. Of me. Wow, thanks, bro. Tweet it. Anyway, so yesterday, I was writing, so we're doing this book giveaway. I don't know if you were here yesterday when we chose the winner, but it was a great game where you just like scan a QR code and your phone turns one of two colors, either red or green. There was one person with the green, she won. The red, everybody lost. But it's a cool little game. So people afterwards, they came and told me how ideas they had to cheat at this game. They were like, I could just go find a picture of green and then pretend I won. And so I was adding some mitigation to that. And I just pressed tab a few times with AI. And the work they're doing with Auto GPT is so cool, because this is the future. So as I was doing this, I sat next to Itisham, one of the organizers, and I said, we are so cooked. And he said, bro, we're not just cooked, we're roasted. And with things like Auto GPT from their good talk, maybe we're roasted, but maybe not. I'm doing the last talk today about being roasted, so come to that. Anyway, we're about to break for lunch. And hey, listen, I've been doing you a favor, time boxing everything. And the speakers, like, some of them probably don't like me. Is that okay? Did you guys mind that I time boxed you so much? They loved it. You got a productivity gain. I love it. Great. And in exchange, you now get a nice long lunch break. So you get 2 hours. Crazy. Take the time, eat, enjoy, talk to each other. We're going to be back here at 3 p.m. local time. And again, for food, blue is Planet Daily's, red and green is Fame, yellow is Order Something. See you after lunch. Thanks, everyone.
React India. React. 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 React. React India. React. React India. 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 React. 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 React. React India. 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 React. React. React India. 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 React. React. React India. 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 React. 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 React India. 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 React. React. React India. 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 React. 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 React India. 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 React. React. React India. 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 React. React. React India. React. React India. 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 React. 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 React. React India. 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 React. React. React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React India.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one, with visionaries
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
with 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built, and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one, with visionaries
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
with 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good. We don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken. It's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why?
React India. React. React India. React India. React India. React. 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 React India. 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 React. React. React India. React. 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 React India. 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 React. 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 React India. 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 React. React India. React India. React India. React India.
Yes! Anyway, hey, welcome, welcome back after lunch. Welcome back live stream. Welcome back community lounge. Why are you not here? Anyway, how was lunch? Nice? You didn't? Oh, just okay. Where did you eat? Planet? Show me your wristband. The blue one. Dailies. Green. Okay, so fame. Green is for fame. That's right. Well, I'm sorry. I'll tell them. I'll go like, hey, they said it's just okay. So our next talk. Listen, I love this. So, spoiler alert. I have the last talk today, and Kent C. Dodds is going to be introducing it. And he came to me during lunch, and he said, how do you want me to introduce you? I was like, bro, I've been making all of this up. So I was like, I don't know, just make something up. And he said, okay, I remember when, with my birthday cake yesterday, you like to embarrass your friends on stage.
Okay.
I remember that. So he's going to make me do something crazy. I don't know, but that's going to come up. But now I get to embarrass this next speaker. I can do it because he's a friend of mine. Do you guys bully your friends? Just for fun? Yeah, okay, good. I thought, do you bully your enemies? That's even more fun. No, I'm joking. Don't do that. Yeah. No, so this next speaker, Puru Vijay Vargia. I just call you Puru Vijay, bro. That's your handle on X. Yeah. Anyway, so Puru is not a React guy. So like, I saw Puru at this conference and I'm like, bro, why are you here? Because Puru is a Svelte contributor. Look at his laptop. See, it's like censored. Can we blur that on the live stream? So he contributes to Svelte. Anyone using Svelte? Hey, check it out, Puru. There's no one. No. I'm joking. There's some. There's two. But no, he contributes to Svelte. If you don't know what Svelte is, it's like React but faster. Unfortunately, they have a compiler. They produce minimal JavaScript. But here's the thing. React is also faster than Svelte in some cases. And in this talk, Puru is going to show us that. He's going to show us that there's nuance. He's going to show us the beauty in animation and performance across React and Svelte, and it's really going to be a masterclass in all of this. So give your biggest round of applause, everybody. Puru Vijay!
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, how is everyone feeling after that really heavy lunch? Nice. Nice. Should we do some exercise, or are you all pumped up enough? Pumped up enough! Yeah, good, good. Okay, all right. I'll begin now. So, hey folks, today I'm going to talk about harnessing the titans of animation and performance in React. Now, what the hell does that even mean? You'd have to ask ChatGPT because that only came up with this title. The human version here would be simply how to use Svelte in React. Now, why would you even want to do such a thing? Isn't React enough? Short answer, yes. But long answer, it kind of depends. This is what we are going to find out in the next few minutes. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Puru. I come from Jaipur, Rajasthan, which is in the desert of India, so no camel jokes, please. I'm a full-stack developer with over 9 years in the field, NPM author in the Million Downloads Club, an open sourcer, and an absolute performance freak, and a self-proclaimed bundle compressionista. Okay, before I move forward with this topic, I want to address the elephant in the room. This talk isn't going to be me telling you to switch to Svelte or React ain't good or any of that stuff. Jose, no, not at all. React is great and it is here to stay. Yes, who? But like any strong piece of technology, it can't do everything, which is where alternative frameworks like Svelte can truly shine. This ain't gonna be a React versus Svelte. It will be a React and Svelte. How they both can improve each other, not just from a competition standpoint, but actually within your app. How they complement each other while being in the same code base. I could just tell you why you would even want to use something like this and then show you how to do it, but no, that would be too easy. Instead, I would like to take you through the journey of what it takes to make that happen and collapse it all into a very nice, simple API. How does a React app work? You make a new component, drop it in the app.tsx, and you're good to go. React automatically takes all the state within and deals with the JSX accordingly. We mount it to the DOM with createRoot.render function. Similarly, Svelte also has a mount function which takes the component, attaches it to a DOM element. This is also similar to React's .render function in the sense that it only needs to be passed the one component containing your entire app. Now, let's look at what all we need to do to have Svelte work inside React. We just need a component, being the counter here. Second is a DOM element to attach the component to. And lastly, the mount function from Svelte. This is the code we will start with. Let's go through it. We import the counter.svelte component and the mount function. Then we have a React component and the ref to hold the only JSX element within this component. And then we initialize a use effect and run Svelte component initialization code in it. Why the empty array at the end? Because we want to mount our Svelte component only once and only once throughout the lifetime. And in the end, we have a div element with a reference and stuff on it. And let's not forget, what gets mounted also has to be unmounted. So let's destroy this when the React component also gets destroyed. That's it? No, not yet. We still have a few things to worry about. Namely, props and reactivity. The code I showed does not allow for props, and we should be watching them for any changes and notifying the Svelte component. And just like browsers don't understand JSX and it has to be compiled down, we got to compile .svelte down to JavaScript as well. And lastly, just automate the damn thing. As you can see, we are not passing props anywhere in this component. Let's fix that. Whatever props we receive through the React component, we pass it to the second parameter of the mount function. Then one problem that arises is the prop syntax difference between Svelte and React, which isn't much, thankfully. So we can write a simple normalized props function to convert the prop names from React format to the Svelte one. This is how it looks. Now we directly pass the normalized props to the Svelte component, But of course, we are still missing something important. These props are not reactive at all. I can do this and it will work flawlessly. But this just will not work. Count will update, but the component won't change because it simply isn't watching the props from React and notifying the swell component. Let's change that. Coming back to the code, we need to be able to react to the props parameter. And the best way to do that in React is a use effect. Here we are watching props, and once it changes, we wish to let the swell component instance know that, hey, these props change, you should also change. How do we do that? You would expect that we would store the instance in a variable and then call a .update method on it or something. You wouldn't be too far off, as that's how Swell 4 used to work, with a $set function instead. However, Swell 5 has changed. It's about to come out in just a few days, as if I'm not wrong. We will write this code in Swell 5 component style only. Let's think this through from the very first principles. This is how we initialize the component. For clarity, I have moved process props out to its own variable. You will see very soon why. Now we will use $state on the process props. Sorry, just before I move on, is anyone bothered by the snake case? Anyone? Okay, it's a minority, then I'm safe. Let's go. So this is what happens. Get it? We wrapped process props in a $state. What is $state? $state is what you would call a rune. Runes are primitive reactivity blocks of Swell 5, and $state specifically is used to declare a state variable, just like a use state in React. On the left side, you have a simple React code, and on the right is the Svelte version. The reason you can directly assign to text in the Svelte version is because Svelte is a compiler. It does call a setState function, but you never ever have to see that. It all happens in the compiled version. I don't want to complicate this too much, but for those who are curious, this is the generated compiled code. $state becomes $.state, which is like use state, and text equal to expensive petroleum becomes $.set text, expensive petroleum, which is equivalent to set state only. By the way, the code in the previous slide is inspired from this fantastic meme. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan, by the way. Any Potterheads here? Yo, this is my fam right here. Absolutely. So, coming back to the code and how to update the props, we wrap process props in a $state to make it reactive. So by effect, we are actually passing the reactive properties to the mount function. Hence, it will react to any prop changes. Next step is actually changing the props with object.assign. Direct equal wouldn't work here because Svelte is extremely fine-grained. The deep level assignments will not be caught here. So here, that's why we use object.assign. So here is the full code with the reactive properties. Thanks to how the Svelte compiler works, we can directly assign to the reactive process props, and it will work. Notice we have the process props updating in a use layout effect rather than a use effect. This is because use layout effect runs before use effect, and in the very beginning, our reactive props are null. We don't want to pass a reactive null to the Svelte component props. This is why, and this is why. So, and then the use effect runs, which will mount the component to the DOM with a properly parsed and normalized reactive props, not a reactive null, thankfully. So, pay attention, pay attention. Remember how I said a minute ago, thanks to how the Svelte compiler works. You may be thinking, but this is React code, Puru. We aren't going to run the Svelte compiler on a React component, right? Right? Well, this is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to pass this React component through the Svelte compiler. It will transform the Svelte bits out, and then the React DOM is none the wiser. I'm probably committing a JavaScript war crime doing this, but it's too late now. Let's see this through. Next, since we are not in a Svelte project, we need a little elbow grease to transform the Svelte files into JavaScript before we can use them in our project. Here, for simplicity's sake, I'm going to assume we are working in a Vite app, which means it's either a create Vite app for React or Remix. We are going to install the official Vite plugin Svelte. And assuming this is how our Vite config looks, we are going to add the Vite plugin Svelte to it as well. To be honest, that doesn't look that weird as you would think, like React and Svelte next to each other. But Anyways, moving on. This is all we need. Now our code will work. So now we have reached a fully working solution to get Svelte work running in React. It accepts props and they are reactive, and the Svelte files are properly transformed down. Good enough. And these are the 3 files we changed to make it happen. But now, what if we introduce a new component into the mix? A word counter. To make it work, we just copied over all our code from counter in react.tsx, just change the imports, and we are good to go. But now we have a total of 5 changes instead of the ideal 2 we should have had. These are all the files in the project now. If you can see, like, the main business logic is just on the very first column, counter.svelte and word counter. Everything else is just boilerplate, and that's a bigger portion of it. Sorry. So for every Svelte file we have to add an extra wrapper for it. So cumbersome. It is a 2n+1 progression. For every file you have to add another one as its wrapper. It is quite cumbersome, I would say. Of course, we can alleviate this a little bit by converting the bridge code into a reusable function. So the code above just turns into a function which returns a component. This is an abstract function which takes in the Svelte component and spits out the React component. And the usage is quite simple. Just import the function, pass it the Svelte component, and use the output React component as is. Much easier. This is a much simpler and decluttered file structure than before. And we can also say that our file system's complexity sequence is just n+2 now, which means you have to touch these 2 constant files, react wrapper.ts and the veed.config. Afterwards, for every Svelte file you make, that's it. That's the only file you need to make. There's no more wrapper. Now that our code is much simpler and scalable, it would be really nice to not have to convert the component myself. I can very easily forget to run the component through the React wrapper function and use it directly, like this. This is going to error out and not work because you just can't take a Svelte component and drop it in React. It just doesn't work as is. So the previous solution is the best we can do, right? Well, nope. We can make this even easier. Let's go back to this pipe dream. This code doesn't work, but that doesn't mean we can't make it work. With a tiny modification, this pattern becomes very much possible. And that is adding the $React parameter at the end. Feels quite clean and tells the intent as well. Now, how do we do this? With the Veed plugin, of course. Veed plugin allows us to intercept the code before it is served to the browser, process it, transform it all during build time, and output the same code that we discussed before, all without the user ever having to see any of that stuff. Just hide all the complexity away. Let's talk about how to write one. First one is the name of the plugin, which should be unique. Afterwards, we have the resolve ID method. It allows us to intercept the imports and rewrite them. In our case, we are going to rewrite the $React suffix imports to our own .neosvelte-react imports. Why? Because query parameters themselves don't make that import exclusive to our Veed plugin. If you go to a web browser and you put a query parameter at the end, it's not necessary that your view will change. It might, but it may not. It has to be, so here it has to be rewritten to a format that no other plugin can understand to avoid any race conditions. Afterwards, we have the load function, and we use it to intercept the, and then we use it to intercept the .neosvelte-react file format and return some content for it. Think of it as providing a virtual file to the browser to work with. Let's flesh this out a little bit more. Motion alert. So what just happened? We added a new property to the plugin, enforce pre. This tells our Veed plugin to run before any other plugin. We do this so the official Veed plugin Svelte does not reach our .svelte?react import before we do. Everything will fall apart if that happens. Then we got these 2 lines within resolve ID. We are resolving the true absolute paths of the Svelte file. So if it is something like ./app.svelte, we will resolve it to /user/username/project/ blah, 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 whatever that is. And then we return it as the ID. But with .neosvelte-react appended to it, which marks this file as nonsensical to Vite and any other plugins there are. So now our plugin owns this import. A way to visualize this step would be this. In the end, we have the .neoswell-react appended. Vite just sees it as a regular file. It tries to go through the file system. It doesn't find anything, so it ignores it. So we are safe from any race condition here. Let's come back to our original Vite code. Vite plugin, sorry. Let's focus on the load function. Load is also run for every single import that Vite encounters, but instead of overwriting the ID of the module, its responsibility is to provide content for the ID, content for the module ID it just received. So now we have our check to make sure the ID ends with a special format. And if it does, provide the code. This is slightly hard to read, so I will put this in the next slide in syntax highlighting. Remember the old React wrapper function we built before, to which you pass the component and it spits out a working React component? Before we were importing it from /wrapper.ts, but of course that won't work now. Hence we have moved it to a virtual module. Next up, we are importing the raw Svelte component from its original paths. This is what Vite plugin Svelte will work on. And lastly, we are just exporting the React component that comes out of the React wrapper. To use a virtual module, we will install the excellent Vite plugin virtual package and then specify the virtual name along with the content to go into it. We just copy paste the content of React wrapper here, so it's omitted for brevity. And if you look at the file name is react.svelte.js. It is that way because Svelte compiler doesn't process .jsx file. Why does it not do that? Because why would the team even think that they would have to transform JSX file one day, the Svelte team? Forgive me, Rich and Simon, the maintainers. So once all this is done, let's package it all up real nice and good and put a bow on it. We have got 3 different plugins now. Svelte to React, Virtual, Vite plugin Svelte. We just have to put all of these together into a really nice API. Luckily, Vite provides this really nice way of composing plugins. A plugin itself can just be an array of multiple Vite plugins. So we just put all these together, slap the name NeoSvelte on it because why not? And then we just put it in our Vite config file as a one-liner and boom, it works. No need to make your own wrapper files or any code gen that could litter your file structure. It just works. Let's review this new setup. Install the NeoSvelte plugin, add it to your Vite config, then author your Svelte files normally, and then directly use these Svelte files within your React project by just appending React at the end. So thanks to this NeoSvelte plugin, I am down from this convoluted structure to just this. It's almost we are in a Svelte project. So coming back to the question for like the 3rd or 4th time, I've lost account of it. Why do we do this? For performance and animation. Let me elaborate on that. I haven't told you all the best part of Svelte, and that is animations and transitions. As you can see on the screen, this is all the stuff that Svelte provides for animations and transitions. You have got the Spring class, you have tweened, and then you have a gajillion functions for easing. You can just time these animations however you want. It's very, very good. Look at this demo. The ball on the top is running with the linear easing, whereas the bottom is running with cubic. The second one looks more natural, a little bit like a pendulum. This is all being done in Svelte, and the code to do is just this. Just this little code is doing all of that. There are no dependencies involved here. Svelte is doing all the heavy lifting. And just a fun fact, when you compile this down to plain JavaScript, minify it, it doesn't even reach 2 kilobytes. Whereas with popular React libraries, it would be anywhere from 7 times to 20x bigger, depends on which one you use. Oh, and just an aside, this demo is not a GIF or a video. It is actually running here in the browser right now. In fact, I can unleash some confetti right now. Just where it is? Oh, it worked. So it is live. It's not a video. I'm not fooling you. The significance of this is that I am using slider.js for my slides, and it uses Vue.js. But the ops demo, this is written in Svelte. Hence, the hint is I have NeoSvelte working in Vue as well. Svelte can work anywhere. Anyways, thank you. Anyways, coming back to this question for like the millionth time now, I can sum up my answer as this. Using Svelte in React is actually equivalent to using Rust in JavaScript. If I had said this statement 10 years back, it wouldn't make any sense. However, then we got something that changed the entire game. WebAssembly. WebAssembly allows you to run Rust in JS to run some really intensive code extremely fast, which JS can't do. And we have seen some really great stuff with it. Figma is probably the best example of WebAssembly. And wouldn't it be nice to have something like that for frameworks as well? Use your preferred frameworks. Use React, use Angular, whichever one you want. And for the performance-hungry bits or animation, just drop in Svelte and be done with it. You don't have to buy into one framework. Just include them whenever you want. NeoSvelte is a WebAssembly of frameworks. So, moving on, let's look at a more interesting example now. Who all use a MacBook here? That's like 50% of the crowd. Really, really impressive. So, you know of the magnification effect when hovering over the dock? I believe I can show it. Yeah, this thing. It is an absolutely fantastic animation detail from Apple. I love it so much that I created an entire website about it. It's called macosweb.app. Has anyone ever come across the site? I mean, I made it. So. Oh, just a few people. OK. So it features this beautiful dock with the animation on it. You can try it out yourself by typing out that URL. Please use a desktop. It sucks on mobile. The site was created originally in React with Remotion and then slowly optimized until I realized that, hey, it will be the smallest in Svelte. So 200 kilobytes JavaScript to just 30 in Svelte. Which gives me, and this gives me something unique, by the way. I have a React version of this doc, and I have a Svelte version as well. We can directly compare both of them, but for the Svelte version, we will use NeoSvelte. So we will import the doc within our React app with NeoSvelte, and then we'll see the size difference. So here is the code for the React version. We are a little bit low on time, so I won't go into it too much. This is the doc component. This is the doc item. This does all of the heavy lifting. It has the frame in use request animation frame, a lot of work. Let's calculate the bundle size of the doc component. Easiest way to isolate it from anything else is using it with a dynamic import, which will give us a doc.hash.js chunk, which can be inspected on its own. Can anyone guess what the bundle size of it could be? Anyone? Sorry? 10. OK. Anyone else? 5. Anyone else? Sorry? That is way too small. So anyone else? That was a React code, by the way. This is React, Framer Motion. 60? 50? I think you are the closest one. It's a little bit under 38 kilobytes, minified plus gzipped. It does not include React or React DOM. It only has Framer Motion because this component is the only place we have Framer Motion. So it's a fair game to include it in the chunk. 38 KB may not seem too much, but considering you are building a React app, you already are loading 46 kilobytes for React libraries at a minimum, making your app 82 kilobytes minimum for this one. Real world will be much bigger. Let's do the same thing in Svelte. This is a doc component. This is the doc item of Svelte. We measure it in the exact same way, but as you can see, we have question mark React at the end. Any guesses now? Come on, just try it. It's not that bad. 1 KB, that would be perfect, but no. It's 6.3 kilobyte minified plus gzip, all the way down from 37.9 to 6.3. This is a 6 times reduction. Same behavior, yet different frameworks. Now, how far can you even take this idea? To infinity and beyond. Just for funsies, we can build the reverse NeoSvelte also, which I can call NeoReact. This is a way to use React components within Svelte apps. As I speak this, I'm sure the Svelte team is preparing a lawsuit against me, but hey, I'll deal with that, so you all can pass on my legacy of chaos. With the same methodology, you can build any number of combinations. I'm aware that this can be quite a controversial idea, and I for sure hope there aren't any React core team members sitting here or any other frameworks undercover cops for that fact. Is Satya here? Satya Gunsegaran? OK, I'm very safe today, thank God. And you may think that this is crazy, but this is pretty much what we do in micro frontends. Only the difference here is that instead of splitting at the app or route level, or even application actually, we are splitting at the component level. NeoSvelte is just a very granular version of that. You can have an entire Svelte app in NeoSvelte, or just individual components sprinkled around your app. Go figure. If you look at this, this is also just an inverted version of Astro. Astro allows you to have any number of frameworks in the same page. Pretty sure when they pitched the idea to people, people thought it was very, very crazy. I for sure thought it was absolutely bonkers. But here we are with Astro having highest developer satisfaction and interest scores in State of JS survey. This is the results of State of JS survey 2023. As you can see, Astro is #1 in result. It's right here, this thing. Tells you that there is some substance in this idea of mixing multiple frameworks together. Now, where would you want to even use this? That's the main question. Svelte excels at both animations and performance. So for landing pages, which are the most animation critical areas, Svelte's performance and easy animations, transitions could give you a really fast, snappy UX in no time at all. For huge companies with multiple teams, you can have one small team make a Svelte app and then inject it within the large React app and be done very, very quickly. This is micro frontends, sort of. And lastly, it helps you avoid re-renders. Technically, this comes under performance itself, but I just cannot stress how impactful this one is. One of my colleagues, he said that once he consulted on a React code base, and in some parts, every button click on a form was causing 100 re-renders. Just one button click, 100 re-renders. Every single button click. Oh, I'm repeating, sorry. In React, renders get out of hand. And they usually are not caught unless you are explicitly looking for them. And because of how the app development lifecycle goes, performance is usually the last thing. Whereas in Svelte, you get renders only and only when something changes deeply. You have to be very explicit about that stuff, which automatically makes interactions feel faster. It is performant from day one itself. There is still some room for improvement, though. This virtual file pattern does not allow for type safety yet, which can be mitigated the best with a code-generated NeoSvelte directory with types in it, which will be auto-updated as you modify your component. Server-side rendering. These few Svelte components will not server-side render themselves. This is a bit complex part. For Vite, it's different. For Next.js, it would be different. We need different codes for that. And lastly, a layer to share state across the different frameworks. Now, why did I not go through these in the talk? One, not enough time. And second, simply because I wish to come and speak on this topic next year also. So organizers, please take a note if you can. So with that, we have come to the end of the talk. The slides can be found at the link below, below the QR code on the screen. I'm on Twitter at the handle PuruVJDev. Huge thanks to Mohammed Bagar and Brady Fractal for giving extensive review on this talk. The slides are built with Slider. The beautiful font is Stardom. The code theme is Cappuccino Latte. And the confetti is neoconfetti/view by yours truly. Thank you for coming to my talk. Have a great day, you all.
Is my mic on? Hey, dude, what a talk, man. What a talk. My favorite takeaway. React is going nowhere. It's an ecosystem. And
Yeah.
we're all together. That's awesome, bro.
Yeah,
Give it
man.
up for Puru, everybody. Oh, my gosh. Awesome. Awesome. Does my mic sound okay? I hear myself weird.
I think it's still on. Yeah.
Closer. How about this? Should I kiss it? Anyway. Look, the next speaker, listen, everybody, it's about to get real, okay? The next speaker is a guy. He's not a guy, he's the guy. The first time I came to React India, 2 years ago, I spoke to him and blew my mind. And now every time I talk to him, I learn something. It's crazy. This guy is like, you don't mess with Saurav. Like, Saurav is like, I have a list of the greatest engineers in the world. And Saurav is on this list. It's just banana. Like, we talk all the time. And he blows my mind all the time. The work he's doing at Tata 1MG, unbelievable. It's some of the best work I've ever seen. And so he's like cringing back there because he's trying to be modest. Come set up your slides, bro. Otherwise, I'll have to kill time. Like, this is a special talk. And I need you to pay maximum attention because it deserves all talks deserve maximum attention. how do I get out of this? Anyway, he's going to be dropping something special. There's a new project that he's been working on. I got to see it. It's mind-blowing. Everything him and his team does. I think you get the idea. It's incredible. I got to meet also his team at 1MG, and they're really changing the narrative. They're pushing innovation like I've never seen. Some of the best things you see on the web, things like the top features of Next.js or whatever, they have it. They service, 50 million users per day. 50 million. They build software that works reliably all the time. And until recently, this may be changed today, but until recently, their code was so good that, Satya, cover your ears. The code was so good that even the React compiler could not make it faster. Crazy. They just wrote the perfect code the first time. Also, the compiler is beta, so maybe. But in any case, they are just unbelievable, this team at 1MG. And so I can see that his slides are coming up now. The resolution is really bad. They have some work to do. Okay, that's his message notes. That's really small, bro. Anyway, they're having some technical. You guys are killing me. You know that, right? I'm just joking. No, so this talk though. I saw a preview. In fact, Saurav is the first person I talked to at the conference. He showed me. He's just so hyped. They're building. What do you think, Nia? What do you think they're gonna show? APIs. I bet, yeah. Anyone use a really bad API recently? I want you to tell me what it is. What is it? Shout it. Just tell me the API. Like the name of the function or whatever. Get accounts? Is that something internal? Okay. I'm talking about public APIs. Don't leak your NDAs, man. He's like, because the person who wrote that now and his team is going to be like, oh, he said my API is bad. I don't know, how you feel about use client as an API? Like you have to put this at the top of you're booing. Ayyo. Yeah. There's, I'm trying to think of like the thing that has a name that doesn't do what it does. This is usually, so here's a golden rule from computer. You can tell me if you agree. When you name things as a developer, functions, variables, whatever, it's about communicating with a machine, but also with people, with your team, right? So like if you have a function, it's a good idea to start it with a verb, like get stuff, do stuff. If it's an event listener, on something. Agree? Yes? No? All of you write bad code. I think that's, do you have, what about, I'm trying to think about like really difficult APIs, but I think not. I think Saurav is actually going to show us some really bad API. Let's ask ChatGPT in a Bengalurian accent. This is my go-to. I think every, let's do Malayali. Any people from Kerala here? Keralites? Oh, Malayaliano. They're all together, bro. They're all like in a little circle over there. How's your banana leaf? Happy Onam. Is it Onam? Anyway, I love Malayalis. My best friend is from Kerala, from Thrissur. Anyone from Thrissur? Your best friend is from Thrissur. I guess Thrissur people are just really nice. Let's see if ChatGPT can speak Malayalam. I love, wow. There's a new voice feature in ChatGPT. Oh. This team ships. My God. Okay, let's do it. This is exciting. It's loading. Hey ChatGPT, can you speak to me in a Malayali accent?
All right. Let's switch to a Welsh accent, shall we?
Not Welsh, Malayali from Kerala.
Ah, my mistake. Let's switch it up to a Malayali accent from Kerala then.
I think that's...
How can I assist you today?
Can you explain to me bad developer APIs, but like with a Malayali accent?
Of course. Let's talk about bad developer APIs. You see, when an API is not well designed, it can create a lot of confusion. Maybe the documentation is not clear, or the endpoints are inconsistent. These things make it difficult for developers to use the API effectively. It's always better to have a well-structured and well-documented API so developers can integrate it without any trouble.
It is very important to pay attention to the endpoint. I love it. Chat GPT though, Keralite. Listen, how I grew up, I'm from Bangalore, but they used to talk about people from Kerala. No offense, I do this out of love. I love Kerala. They used to talk about spelling moon as a Malayali. Yem-o, another O-N. Bro, I love Keralites. I love that chat. You ready, Mr.
Yeah, we're
Malayali?
good. We're good.
Bro, let's do it. This talk, as I mentioned, special.
So.
Give it up, everybody.
Hi,
Saurav
React
Verma!
India. And this is high for the 4th time, which is pretty insane, I think. I never thought I'd be here, even for the first time. I don't know how these guys select me. So we'll talk about APIs and why APIs matter for us. You know, we use APIs at so many different levels. The first time when I say API, the first thing that people think is backend APIs that you would use to write front end on top of and then show that to your users. But you're also using API that's available to you from the browser. You're also using API that's available to you in JavaScript. And you create your own APIs as well, right? And we are thinking that this could be one of the ways where you can get success when building a framework, looking after your API. And you might suddenly think that this talk really isn't for me because you're not building a framework, you're not building an API. How many of us think that you're not writing any framework right now? Or whenever you work? You don't think you're writing a framework, Satya? Yeah? Do you guys think you guys are not writing APIs? Can I see a quick show of hand who doesn't write APIs here? See, everyone writes APIs, and everyone's clear about it as well, right? But do you guys write bad APIs? How many of us write bad APIs? Oh yes, that's a lot of us. I think it's going to be good, right? Can you give me like one big marker about what a bad API could be? There are 2 guys here that I use as benchmark for bad APIs. What? Use effect, yeah. See, Satya shooting his own product. But you see, I think you're writing a bad API if the other person consuming it needs to be Satya or needs to be Tejas. So absolute geniuses, right? You need a genius to figure out what your API does. I think you're doomed. But let's go over what kind of bad APIs are there. If you feel like you need to be these 2 guys, you're doomed. If your response structure keeps on changing, and this is something that happens so often, right? Because how many of you have thrown or seen 200 status codes, and it's an error on the inside? See, and it's wild, right? We just do things like that. And it's inconsistent. It works on staging, doesn't work on prod. It works in one browser, doesn't work on the other. Nothing works on Safari, right? And I've got some things in there that don't work in Safari. And then this API is a whole different ballgame. I've seen so many APIs that just do everything that is out there, and they scare me. I look at their parameter list, and if you're using TypeScript, good luck. See, does everything under the sun. You pass it one function, and it does like 60 things and returns all of it back to you. Not the best thing. Is a liar. How many of us are bad APIs, right? It's like use effect, lies a lot. I think you could also look at APIs that tell you that they will create a caption for you, and then they send you an array of string of each character. And so you have to stitch everything together. That's horrible. And then they call it streaming, like ChatGPT. Then you've got an ideological mismatch, right? So a lot of these problems sort of go away if you know exactly who you're building your API for. You need to understand that an API that is being built for a physicist will not work for someone who's building an e-commerce website. Someone in medical would not be able to understand APIs made for people who are, let's say, into sports betting, right? So we need to know who we are creating these things for. So then what do good APIs look like? I think they're easy to learn, they're easy to use, they are very easy to read and maintain. I think readability in my teams have been the biggest pointer for me. Every single time I go through peer reviews, the first thing I say is, can we at least name our functions about the things that they're supposed to do, rather than coming up with function 1, function 2, right? Then easy to evolve, right? So if you know that your architecture is about to evolve, you explicitly design your API in a way where you can maybe extend parameters or add more functions to it, and it will still behave in that same context. This one is an even bigger one for me, because it's very easy, in my opinion, to write API that's easy to use, but it's so tough to write API that's hard to misuse. We see people leveraging React APIs in all sorts of weird ways, right? Just today, we were debugging something where we were trying to get the React compiler to work, and we weren't doing anything wrong. The compiler wasn't doing anything wrong either. It's just, it's easy to misuse some of the things here and there. So hard to misuse is tough. And then it should sufficiently satisfy requirements, right? It should be just enough is what I think. It should not be overbearing in terms of what it wants to do. So like, make sure your requirements are clear, and then you set up an API that does exactly what it's supposed to do. Now, these are some of my personal North Stars. And then there's Joshua Block from Google. He wrote quite a lot of stuff on .NET, a lot of early things on Java. And Joshua Block wrote a book on APIs as well, API design and system architecture, and how it impacts all of it. It's one of my favorites, worth a read, I'd say. And it's like pretty straightforward, right? It says that when in doubt, leave it out. If you think that it does not belong in your API, just let it go. If you think that your API is lean and it does just enough, like enough good power to weight ratio, it's great. If you can decouple it from as many things as possible, so you reduce dependencies, that's great, right? Because tomorrow when you need to evolve, you can evolve this single API in a silo and nothing else breaks. If your name should be self-explanatory, which is a pet peeve of mine, and you should have good documentation, right? It's really cool to see the React compiler docs out, and the docs were out before the beta was released. Right? I think that's a North Star that we all could strive for. Transliteration is usually broken, so when you take an API that is built for a very certain kind of platform and then you move it to something else, they might have a very different way of doing things. So React Native Web, I think. And ask yourself if it's a foot gun, right? Can people misuse this API and just shoot themselves in the foot very quickly, where they don't really know what's it going to do and where it might fail? Then look at, avoid returning values that demand exceptional handling. 200 plus error, not the best way to do things. How many of you guys have used any type of search API in your organization? You guys have used it, right? How many of you have page limits and like page numbers and page sizes in an infinitely scrollable list or pagination? A quick show of hands. Yeah, so we've got a lot of them. So when you send 10, do you always get 10 items back? How many of you get 10 items back? I just want to see who's writing the best. You ask for 10 and you get 10. That's it. Man, there are some crazy good developers out here. I have never gotten that. In fact, I will go over some examples where I was just running through search APIs from different e-commerce websites, and one of our own Indian star sort of falters here and there. But yeah, let's, I think, go into it. And then don't fail silently, right? So if we go into examples, we look at search APIs. The first thing I would look at is Flipkart. I was going through the iPhone, Kashyap. So I looked at search, and here's the interesting thing. I'm not just going to do Flipkart. I'm going to do 1MG as well, right? Because this is what happens in search. We go over search, and we've got a slow internet connection. Anyway, so if I look at iPhones, I go over network, and we see that it's fast. It's so good, right? But we look at the XHR calls, and you're always asking for 10 items, and it's great, right? You're looking at the payload that was sent, and you're saying that I need, send me like 10 items, but it'll always send you 6, 5, 4. With us as well, it will show us, like, we'll send 10, and instead of that being the upper limit, sometimes we'd get like 20 items in a row, which is even worse. We shouldn't be doing this, but we end up doing this because of the scale of operations that we run. I think we have to admit that Flipkart runs some of the biggest infra out there in the country. It handles some of the biggest amount of traffic that we have seen. So when you're optimizing your search results in the back, it's a very expensive operation. And you can't just keep everything in a cache, right? So it becomes tough. We'll have to filter out things based on your location, the coupon that you're on, whether you're a new user or not. So many things apply. Whether you want GST or not, what filters you've got applied, right? Sorting and filtering is a pain. But now what we also realize is that they are trying to, and all of us, all of our organizations are trying to look at hiding the implementation, right? And saving ourselves the cost of implementation at the cost of what is expected from an API. And sometimes we also have to know that when I talk about ideology match, the organization within takes a call that this is what we have to do to make it work. And you make correct error handling and edge case handling for it so that you don't fail for your users. So we're all working together and bringing it in. The next one that I really like is scrolling, right? So have you guys ever been in a scenario where you want to, write a modal and then you want your background to stop scrolling? Makes sense, right? You've got a popover open, you've got a sheet open. You don't want your background to scroll. Weirdly, if I run this, right? This is a template that I built, and if we go into quick dashboard, we'll go into RI demos, we'll do an overflow demo here, and you see, now I want this entire thing to not scroll, and I've got overflow Y hidden, and it doesn't scroll. I'm trying really hard, right? I'm trying hard, but it's not scrolling. That's good. This is what is expected. If I do the same thing in Safari, it scrolls, right? And it's crazy because it's like so fundamental to what we do. Here's the thing. Someone logged a bug back in 2016 about it, and there have been threads from 2010, I think, 10 or 13 about it. And at the end, they said, and this goes on till 2021, and they said that there is another bug, so we are marking this as resolved, fixed. It's not fixed. They open another bug. This has been marked as duplicate of this other bug. fixed. You look at this, it's been marked duplicate of the previous bug, and it has been marked fixed, right? It's not fixed. Someone has to fix it. So yeah, things happen. But Safari also does this because of an ideological mismatch between us. Safari doesn't want random publishers to just stop your body from scrolling and throw ads at your face. But the entire web community needs to come to a consensus and say that this is how we are going to operate, right? Even though the intentions are good. Similarly for this, they say that we'll position sticky works. Have you guys, who are people who have transitioned from WebKit sticky to position to just sticky in your lifetime? I think I've done it. If people who have been writing code for a while, they've probably done it. Because Safari started shipping with just sticky from iOS 13, right? However, that's Chrome, right? On iOS. And if you don't know what's happening, maybe you'll have something to take home. So I'll search Wix. See? It's not sticky, right? Now can someone tell me why Chrome is not behaving correctly? Chrome has had that as well. It's still Safari, right? So those who did not know, Chrome on iOS is Safari. It uses WebKit and JSC rather than Blink and V8. So yeah, what do we do when things like this happen? Do we know like any of the libraries that are like this? What do we get when you throw everything in one single library? You get Lodash. But you get overwhelmed devs instead, right? Because that's what happens. You look at all of these libraries and you feel that everyone feels like this is important, but in today's day and age, maybe they're not. So we'll do a quick recap about what we learned about good APIs. We learned that a working API is great. Yeah, we should have a working API. A scalable API, even better. An API that is well documented is the best, right? But in my opinion, I think an API that is predictable is the best API that you can write. And if you've gone through the title of the talk and the description of the talk, it's called API and absolutely predictable interfaces. And that's what is the long form for me when I think of APIs. It'll be interesting to see what you guys take away with it. So we have very less time remaining. So we'll quickly go over some of the confusing flows and abstractions that exist today. I was going to talk a little bit more about this, but if you've attended Vinay Raghu's talk yesterday, you'll understand that there are several abstractions, both from Cloudflare and Next.js, where cache validation becomes a problem, right? It should be straightforward. It should not behave differently on different infra. It becomes, a lot of frameworks also decide to ship you something where they're trying to say that you should move to serverless, but if you want to do anything serverful, you don't really know what function is firing where, and the entire lifecycle sort of becomes murky, right? And we'll quickly run through the things that are important to us, right? Let's make a framework out of the things that we've learned so far. If we have a browser and we have a server, this is what we used to live in. We send a page request, the server sends us a response. Good pre-rendered HTML, great. If we send out an asset, we evolved, right? We are now hosting images, videos, etc. with static HTML. We are doing both on the server. We've now decided that we want to do even more. We've now said that we'll have multiple routes. We'll also have data fetching involved in it, so we can do dynamic data on page routes. So we started doing that. Then we brought in individual functions. We moved to like an MVC architecture. So the VC is what you can see here, right? And then we decided that, oh, this is great, but then interactive is also important, right? And we started to sort of disown this entire SSR flow, and we moved to entirely client-side. And now, today, we are at a place where we are embracing both sides of it, and we are optimizing together, right? So before SSR came into the picture, there was this one nice framework that I think really helped, and sadly, it's not there today. right? So we love CRA. I think it was great. A lot of companies in India have been built on top of it. But we'll have to run through the demo. But like, it's sad that we don't have CRA. So we wanted to come up with something that would feel similar, right? So I'll just close this out. So this is what we have. I'll quickly run all of my, oh yeah. Item, yes. Right, so can you see the screen? Yeah. So, right, I'll just do a quick npm run start, and then I'll look into my WebStorm, and then I'll look into Chrome, right? So if I set this up, and we look at, let's say we close this entire thing, and we show that this is sort of an output structure of what a framework could look like. We have a client file where we can have some styles. We have a config file. We have some logs. We have a public file where we can save multiple things. You have server. This looks very old school, right? The way we used to do things. And in server, you've got your index. You set up a proxy if you want to fire backend APIs. And then you've got your SRC, JS, everything in it, right? So now, if I go into routes, and if I say that I've got this nice landing page where I can say, hello, React India, and I go and create a container. So I go into home. I already have it here. Let's say I've added a new container, and I just want to say, right? And then I go into routes, and it's so simple, right? Because I just do path /home / so end true because you want it to be the last thing that is out there. And you do home, right? So if I do that, and if I wait for my code to compile, and if I add /home, I see that we already have a route, right? And we can do things. But you will also see that we may not have the entire document. So if I look at home, I have, hello, I'm Saurav. So this is a static HTML which you can serve directly, just like we saw in the first 3-4 slides. Then, if we wanted to, let's say, do some data fetching, right? What if I went in and I said that I'll add home, and then I'll go into home, I'll add some widgets, I'll add some actions, I'll add this nice little data fetcher, right? And then I'd say that, if you could quickly do this, right? And you have data, right? You have dynamic data available. It'll be nice if things would become so easy, where you have clear definition of this is a client fetcher, and you're going to use this to do any sort of data fetching on client. Now when you look at the doc that we sent in, and we saw that if I'm running home, I don't really see anything else, right? Because all of this is being fetched on the client. What if I want to move things to the server side? And let me quickly run this as well. Yeah. And then we look at, we go to home. I decide that there is a client fetcher, but let me also do a server fetcher, right? Should work on the server. Same API call, nothing has changed. And if I go to /home, we have a page again, but is it a server rendered page? Yes, right? If frameworks could be this simple, I think we would all love to build things on top of it, right? Does anyone does not like the way this operates right now? Any show of hands? None. Okay, so I think we agree, right? What if I told you that we've already built this framework, right? You built it right now. It was very small. We had to rush through it, but it's already there. And It's a framework that we have been working on for over the years. Over the last 4 years where we've been coming to React India and other conferences across the country, we have seen multiple requests where they looked at our performance and the way we were doing things, and they said that, why couldn't you guys just make a framework that all of us could build upon? And we thought that was a great idea. We should publish a package soon. So we decided that we'll call it Catalyst. And following suit of the beta launch of the compiler, I think we're going to do an open source launch today. Right? I think if we just go into settings, it's open source. I hope you guys go home, try it out. We'd love for your feedback. It does a lot of things. I couldn't, do much. We want you to move. So CRA, folks from CRA can move to CCA. We'll think about maybe doing a code mod for those who are used to CRA and see if we can start off with CRA and then we can move you to create Catalyst app. We love you, CRA. And if you want to check out how did we get here, you can look at all of our videos here. You can look at all of the resources that we have published. I have added every single video in here in the order that you should, watch it so that you can understand the fundamentals that we've used to build it and also the outlining API and the fancier features that we want to build. I'm really grateful for you guys to listen to me. But like we said, we wanted to build this, not just build it for you, but build it with you. So it'll be really nice if you guys could start using it, shower us with issues on our GitHub repository. We want to hear critical feedback, break Catalyst all throughout. We would want to fix it with you. We invite you guys to also collaborate so that we can bring on more contributors who bring in nicer ideas. And I think hopefully we'd be able to get something out that is at an international stage on par with other frameworks that we really respect like Next and Remix, right? I think it's high time we should have something from here as well. There's one small thing that I was maybe going to, talk about. I don't know whether this demo is going to work. I haven't ran it in a while, and so let's see if we can get the yes. So if you use Catalyst, you can publish Android and iOS native bridge with web views baked in. So if there are organizations that want to ship multi-platform, I think web views are the way to go. Just in case people did not know, 1mg is about 60 to 70% web views on both Android and iOS. I think you guys can do a lot with web views today. So yeah, I think, see, it's just like web. It has animations. You can use view transitions and start shipping native APKs and IPAs, right? Cool, that's it. That was all. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Are you sure you're finished?
No, come in, come in. You know
sure
these folks.
You said that's all, man.
That's all. This is the biggest team that I could
Huge
thank
round
for.
of applause, everybody. This
Every
team.
single guy. We've got 3 people in the audience who have worked really hard on Catalyst and everything that you saw today.
Are they in the audience? Are they in the audience, the team members, or no?
They are here, yeah.
Where? Raise your hand
Yes.
so they can. Everybody, give these guys a hug and a huge
Yeah.
round of applause. Amazing.
We'd love for you to build Catalyst with us. But yeah, thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. Huge round of applause, everybody. See, I told you. I told you, Saurav is the GOAT. One of the best engineers in the world. Look at him shaking his head. He's uncomfortable, but I don't care. It's awesome. Open source is beautiful. I love what he said, you know, this could be on par with something like Next.js Remix. Great tools, but where's the contributions from this region? It's that.
Have fun.
And also, your mic's still on, bro. And also, GlueStack. Anyone use or hear of GlueStack from Geeky Ants? Yeah, some people in the back, the Malayalis. Nice. I love it. Little Kerala back there. GlueStack is awesome. So I love to see India come forward. What a great talk. Our next speaker, please come set up because this will take like 10 years and then I have to like do some ChatGPT stuff. Hopefully it's a bit quicker. So the next speaker is like the GOAT of design systems. Why are you leaving? Anyway, by GOAT, I don't mean like Baba. I mean like the greatest of all time. Just to make, he is a principal level 3 engineer at Razorpay. What? Wild. Yeah, absolutely. But not give you just a round of applause. This guy, unbelievable. We have some real talent, you know, and he is like the king of design systems. He joined Razorpay and started the organization, grew the team, does the work, and he's, what? I don't mean started the, well, it's not a joke. Why are you laughing? Anyway, he's going to talk to you about Copilot and Figma to automate your workflow. It looks like it's ready, so please, your biggest round of applause for Kamlesh.
Thank you so much. All right. How many of you have built or you use design systems? Oh, okay. All right. So you build a design system because speed, quality, reusability, etc., etc. And you think that everything is fixed, right? Because that is the answer for building a design system. That's how you guys like get a buy-in, right? But really, let's imagine this. So you have a button. You know what tokens are, I'm assuming. So you had like, say, background primary as a token name, which points to a hex value. That's how everyone does it, right? The reason why we introduce tokens is that it's an alias to your hard-coded values, and you're like, okay, if someone wants to change this primary blue to primary green, you just have to just change the color, right? But is that it? Who will change it on code? What if the designer communicated to the developer, but the developer maybe forgot? Maybe it just slipped off their mind, right? Because there are like two different tools. Figma, where all the design happens, and then code, where your actual code of those components reside. Another example. This is a button which had like border radius of like 4 pixels, but we changed it on Figma, and the same story happens, right? So does it really fixes your problem? Or I would say the problems have now increased exponentially, right? Because now you have bought your entire, like all your teams and all the projects onto design system, and you messed up at the design system level, which means the problem that was like in individual projects is now at the global level. And if there's some miss, it might just mess up entire like all other applications. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Like, how do you put your design language on autopilot, right? So I'm Kamlesh. I work at Razorpay on the design systems team and on the infrastructure side of things. So have you heard about Blade? So Blade is a design system that we built, and the core vision that we had from day 0 was inspired from WYSIWYG, which is what you see is what you get, but a slight different version, which was like what you see in design is what you get in code, right? Because the thing is that as front-end engineers, we always work with design, but the tools are different, and there's always a gap. So we wanted to bridge this gap, but it was not easy, right? So there were a bunch of challenges. The challenges are split into 2 parts because if you have worked on design systems team, your challenges are now like twofold. One, how do you solve it for your teams, which is basically the team which is building the design system, and then for the teams who is using the design system. So let's start with challenges, what we faced for the design system team internally. First, you want to sync the tokens and variables, the examples that I just showed, right? Like, how do we just eliminate this manual process? When a designer changes, how do we just sync it up with our code? What we did was, we built a plugin on top of Figma, and Figma also has this feature of variables, which is similar to your tokens on code. So we have the similar tokens, like both the code and the design, they have like the exact same architecture. But now if there's a change, how do we sync it back? So we built a plugin, which basically, when a designer wants to change a value, they'll just change it. All they have to do is, they will now run the plugin. What the plugin does is, it creates a PR automatically on GitHub, and like all the developer has to do is just review it as any other PR and then just merge it. So that's all. And now all the variables are in sync. Thank you. The second problem, token names in Figma and code, right? I just want to demonstrate this. So this is an amount component on the right, and I'm trying to there's like a component that exists on the code. The way it goes is that this is how you usually do, right? You just inspect things, and we want to just fill in the color prop here. Like, I want to know what is the color prop that is used, or the value that is used on Figma, and I try to paste it on my code here, right? Now, Figma will give me like this selection color. I'll just try to paste it. But this won't work, because the structures are different. This is how Figma kind of treats it internally, but on code, we expect a different value. Now, Figma provides this nifty feature where you could actually set an alias for your variables, because you could have like a dot notation, or let's say if you're using CSS variables, you could also set it as CSS variables. Now, what it does, I'll just show you. So this is a very tedious process, right? Imagine that, say, you have like 1,000 variables. You like your designer, or you can't go and like just map these names, right? So we wrote another plugin, which is, it will automate this whole process. Again, when we are publishing tokens, this is like part of our inherent process on Figma itself, where this plugin takes up the name. It knows like what it will map to our code, and it just generates those property names. Now, the benefit is, now I'll take the same design, I'll click on it, I'll just try to inspect, and if I just scroll it down, you'll just see I get what it was expected to be, right? And I'll just paste it. So that's it. My linter is happy, everything is happy. The designer is happy, the developer is happy, there's no scratching the head. So the third one, API. I think we have heard enough about APIs, even Saurav mentioned in the previous talk. Working on the primary problem that design systems tend to solve is what you see is like, are you able to mimic that in code, right? Now imagine this is like an alert component, right? And this is like the props on Figma. It says color, emphasis, is full width, blah, 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 right? But what if I tell you that as a developer, this is what the equivalent of it would look like in code, right? You will just keep on scratching your head. Like what is even going on over here? How would I even know that, the color prop maps to like the background color, the emphasis is mapped to like variant? So what we do is, whenever we kind of create a new component, this is like a common process that we follow. Whenever we create a new component, after the designer has created a component, the designer and the developer on the design system team side, they kind of sit together. And this is a snapshot of how we write properties on Figma. Like, we kind of make it descriptive. Then later on, this goes in the code as well. So because the designer and developer kind of sat together and figured out the API, the designers are aware about the API, and now the developers are trying to make sure that we kind of bake it into our code base itself. And because of this, what you see on the left-hand side, which is the props are exactly the same, because this is what kind of a process that we follow. Next up, so the challenges, like these were like primary challenges. There are a bunch of more. I can go on and on. But these were like the primary challenges of how we utilized the Figma's plugin ecosystem to build it. Moving on, like what are the challenges for the consumers using the design system now? First, like when you are kind of, let's say this is a design that you want to implement, sometimes you are in a dilemma or you want to refer the documentation directly from Figma. You're like, okay, I want to inspect this component, but I also want to see what it looks like on, say, a storybook or something. So all our components that our consumer designs have, they are kind of linked. They kind of have a link to the documentation directly from Figma. So when, as a developer, you can just click it from there and you just get navigated to the storybook. So this is, again, right from Figma. So if you see, as a developer, my workflow isn't breaking. I am naturally in Figma, and from there, I'm trying to make ways for the consumers. Second problem, how do you implement designs faster, right? That is what we promised. Like, when you have a design system, everything would be fast. That's the promise we made, right? But how do we really make it true? So we wrote another plugin on Figma, which, because now our APIs are similar, we wrote this plugin where you can just select this entire frame, run this plugin, and it will just give you exactly the code that you want and the implementation that exists in your code level of those components, or like the entire layout as well. So this plugin, it's like you just inspect things, you'll just get the entire code, paste it in your code, and you are done. Now, the third thing, right? We are basically saying that as consumer developers or designers, you should use design system because it just eases a lot of problems for our users, as well as when you are actually building it. But it's very normal error-prone process because everyone is a human, right? Let's say you try to build it, but you accidentally say detached or overrode a component in Figma, and similarly on, say, dev side. Now, what do we do for that? So what we did was, and all the deviations, if you think about it, the overwritten and everything, they would just come in at the design level itself. Like, imagine if the design is completely using your system, there wouldn't be any case that would arise at the implement stage where you have to actually override the component, right? Majority of the times. So, which means the problem lies at the design stage itself. So how do we try to, enable the designers to, get it validated for them? It's like, can you create a linter for them, right? So there's a plugin that we created, which you can just take any piece of design, try to run this plugin, which is called as coverage. It will just go through the entire design, and it will identify that, okay, what is your coverage with our design language, right? And it will exactly point what are the errors of what are the things that are not used or maybe overwritten. And when you click on it, it will give you on the left-hand side, okay, what exactly is the error and how you should rectify it. So it's like linter, but for designers. And for developers now, similarly for developers, because they have to speak the same language, right? There has to be a common bridge that they speak about. So it's the same design implemented in code, and the plugin that we saw on Figma, we kind of built the similar plugin as a Chrome extension. So as a developer, when you are working on it, you can just inspect or run this plugin on your design, and it will exactly tell you that what you saw, or let's say, is it just following the coverage? And if you see over here, it's highlighting a section which is not coming from the design system. So again, these were the challenges on the consumer side. So to an extent, we were able to fix it. But, one last piece. All of this is good, but accountability challenges, right? We say, yes, we will do it, we are trying to adopt it, and then things would fall in place. So how do we keep both the teams accountable, say the design system team, as well as the consumer teams, right? So what we did, what we did was that with the plugin that runs on the Figma, we have taken common KPIs for both devs and designs, where we adhere to saying that, okay, as an organization, we are setting the goal that all your design should adhere to this much percentage, and that percentage keeps on growing. And this is like the at least percentage that you have to adhere to. Of course, there's a buffer that we gave out so that there are obvious cases. But we kind of set common KPIs for both the teams. Now, this is what it looks like. The coverage plugin that you saw on Figma, it also sends the analytics to our analytics tool, where we kind of get to see that, okay, on an average, how are we doing on the design side? Are we adhering to our design practices? Similarly, we have the analytics integrated on the code side, which at runtime, it's like similar to your Google Analytics script. It will inject data to our analytics server, and from there we just fetch it that, okay, how are things looking for, is there a downtrend? Like the idea is it should not it should not tip from there, but it should just go up and up. And that's it. The message that I want to pass on is that we should always bridge the gaps between designers and devs, because we spend the most of the time over there. So it's not that, okay, it's designers' fault or it's the developers' fault, because there is a lot of good ecosystem that exists, and you can write a lot of tools on Figma. And a lot of these things can literally get away from setting up the manual processes of reviewing and whatnot, and people would become self-accountable. So we don't want to end up in a situation where a designer or developer both are sad after the production release, but we want them to look like this, right? And that's it. Both are, our design system on code as well as on Figma is open sourced. All the plugins that I just demoed, everything is open source. You can just go ahead, try to fork it, use it for your projects. And yeah, you can just let us know if you face any problems. Thank you.
React India. React.
Where's everyone going?
React India.
I got a chocolate bar. I was just getting a chocolate bar. You had 20 minutes left. Thanks. You guys like Mars? I have like one fan over here. So what happened? Where is he? I need to ask him. Anyway, hi, Rajat. How are you? You don't have a mic? He doesn't have a mic. Look, I love chaos. Does anyone else love chaos? Does anyone? Yeah, that's right. Chaos is the best. He's like literally getting mic'd up right now. So here's what happened. I saw there's a big clock here for those of you who haven't spoken. And the clock is counting down. And what I do is I sit there somewhere in the back and I watch the clock. And when the clock gets to like 5 minutes, I slowly start pressuring the speakers. I literally, I stand closer and closer to the steps. And I'm like, listen, man, if the time's over, I'm just going to interrupt you. And so this time, he was talking, and I saw the clock had like 23 minutes. And I went to Amtullah, and I was like, I need to use the bathroom and get a Mars bar. 5 minutes. And then she calls me on the phone in the middle of me being in the bathroom, and I'm like, what happened? And so I came running. Thank you for your patience. I love chaos. Okay, is the chaos over? You ready? No? I think, okay, he's just arranging his screens. Here's the thing. There's two screens, right? There's the screen here and the screen there. And thanks. He's right. He said there's 4 screens. There's also clocks. So in theory, this is the well actually. Thank you. I need that. So there's 4 screens. But what the speakers want, sometimes, no shame to the speakers, is 5 screens. And so then they invent like a virtual screen, and then they have to coordinate. They have to like drag one window from this and then mirror, not extend. And then you've been there, right? You have multiple monitors. That's what's happening literally right now. I think the chaos is over. I can see his slide. I can see his message notes, and I can see the timer. So chaos is over, right? Let's have the biggest round of applause for Rajat.
Hey. Can you hear me? Awesome. Good evening, React India. How are you all feeling? Ready for yet another React compiler talk? Satya, watch out. My name is Rajat, and I work for this company called Certa. Back in May 2024, this year, when the React team announced the revolutionary technology called React Compiler, we all were very excited to see what it will give to us. It's a build-time tool that is supposed to optimize your React code. And we saw 2 major benefits that could really help us. First, this will make my app lightning fast. I will never have to do anything about performance again. Second, I will never have to memoize anything ever again. So we opened a terminal and started integrating React compiler. The first thing we did was started the health check. The health check is supposed to tell you how many components that you have are compatible with the React compiler. And it turns out 82% of our components were compatible. That sounds like a good number. It also tells you how many libraries, the third-party libraries that you're using, are incompatible. And we had 0 incompatible libraries. So we dived straight into the installation. We first installed the Babel plugin. So the React compiler ships as a Babel plugin. And then we installed the React compiler runtime. This is the module that actually has the function that memoizes your components and hooks. And this is the Vite config that is required to run the Babel plugin. And note, this works with the beta version of the React compiler that was announced yesterday. Notice the target key. This is the major version of React that we are using, and the runtime module. This is the name of the module where the compiler is supposed to look for the memoization function. Ideally, with the beta version, you're not required to write this runtime module, but it doesn't really work without it. I think there's some bug. So we run a dev server, opened a browser, saw a bunch of blue memo labels, run a unit test cases, integration test cases, sanity suite, everything works fine. So we released it to a pre-prod environment, and we slept like a baby. So that is the end of a journey. Sounds like anticlimactic, right? Because what about the challenges? The performance gain that we were hoping for, and the no memoization dreams. That's where the experiments with the React compiler and production code starts. Let's first understand the scale and the stack of front-end code base at Certa. We have a mono repo of 25 packages. As per the React compiler health check, we have 3,500 components. And I'm assuming it's a mixture of components and hooks. We are using NX and PNPM. We are using React version 18.2 with TypeScript and Vite. Our first challenge was to understand why 18% of our components are not being memoized. Because that's a big number for us. It's approximately 600 components. And on top of that, we also wanted to understand, do we really want to memoize these components? So we went ahead and started looking into our most performance critical parts of our application. So one such part is a highly configurable forms page where 80% of our users spend 80% of the time. And this is how it looks. A lot of the components were not memoized, which were ideally supposed to be memoized. So we started to figure out how to understand the reason why the React compiler was not able to memoize them. And it turns out the React compiler health check doesn't really tell you the reason for it. It only tells you the count of components that are compatible. So we patched it. We put this patch that actually lists down all of the reasons why a particular component is not being memoized. We stored it into a text file, wrote a script using ChatGPT, converted it into a CSV file, uploaded it into a Google Sheet, and create charts out of it. I was hoping that would be a total waste of time, but then Satya pointed out that it's a really good thing, and the React team can actually get help a lot by this. But that Google Sheet also later helped us a lot in cross-referencing the particular issue and where that particular file exists. But they were tough. Like, in the order of occurrences, there were 4 reasons. So the first reason was expected identifier got member expression key in object expression. So it turns out React compiler does not work well with computed properties with member expressions. And we had a ton of them in our code base. If you hover over it, you see a to-do right there. So I was hoping that the React team will later build it. It's somewhere in their roadmap. Similarly, the tag template with interpolation, they also don't work. They're also expected to be built sometime in the future. And that's what intriguing for us, because we wanted to see what other things that the React compiler team has been skipping out. And it turns out there are 70 such things. If you do a Google search inside the Babel plugin React compiler, there are 70 things that the React team is not supporting currently. And they went to beta. The another major reason was the infamous React hooks exhaustive depth ESLint disable. How many have it in the code base? Right? So it turns out whenever the compiler sees this comment, it skips the whole component. That's bad, right? So what is the solution for all of the problems that we discussed so far? One obvious thing is you can fix them, but it's not feasible. How can you get rid of computed property with member expressions? So we wrapped and moved them out. So we wrapped them in some parts in a function, some parts in a hook, and then moved them out so that the rest of the component, the larger component, can get memoized. But there were some legit bugs that React compiler helps us to figure out. Can anybody identify the bug here? It's related to ref. So tracker is a ref which, somebody said something. So tracker is a ref which, when updates, does not read into the component, and the disable gets a stale property. This is why React team says, please follow the rules of React. And it's one of the topmost rule of React that you should not be accessing, you should not access the current property inside the render cycle. But there were some annoyances also. How many of you are using a use previous hook or some version of it? That's a lot of people, right? And it works perfectly fine for us, but then it breaks a lot of rules of React. But changing it was a lot of hassle for us, so we decided to skip it. What about the performance? That was one of our major expected gains out of the React compiler, right? Let's first understand what performance actually means. 90% of the time when we talk about performance, we talk about delivery performance or bundle size. If we go one level higher, we talk about LCP, which actually affects our users, or FCP, which again affects our users. So LCP is largest contentful paint, and FCP is the first contentful paint. But all of these metrics are very rarely impacted by the React compiler. So again, we are back to square one. How do we measure the performance gain? So we started with the profiler. So this is the render tree of a particular interaction on our home page. This is the before screenshot, and this is the after screenshot. Do you see the gray area here? This is all of the part of the React tree that the compiler memoized and the React decided not to re-render. So that's a performance gain, right? This is another React tree. This is, again, from one of the most important performance critical part of our application, the forms page. This is the before screenshot, and this is the after screenshot. Damn, right? It skips like 80% of it. That's a great performance gain. But what about our users? They don't care about React render tree. They don't care about performance, profilers performance. They care about visible performance. But how does React compiler affect it? So we turned towards interaction to next paint. So this basically means how quickly your page responds to a user action. So you click a button, you see a loader, and how quickly that loader appears. So the longer the render cycles are, the more time it will take for the browser to paint the next scene. But how do we measure it? There are two primary ways to measure it. You can open the performance tab in Chrome, and it's right there. It actually measures the interaction to next paint for every click or every interaction that you're doing with the page. Or you can use Sentry to measure the INP over an aggregated data of your real users' performance metrics. But unfortunately for us, there was no major significant gains there. What about the manual memo? Has the debate of to memo or not to memo coming to an end ever? So the answer for us is almost, but there's still a very long way for it. And let's understand it using a tale of two memos. So it's time for some code. Perfect. Can you see the code? Yep. And just give me 1 second. Okay. Perfect. So this is the application. It's a very small application which has this particular UI. Let's look at the code. So the code is straightforward. There is an app component which renders a parent component. The parent component doesn't really do much. It has a count state and a function to increment that count, and finally a button that calls that increment function. All of this setup is just to re-render the parent component. There's also a items array, and this is one of the most interesting thing here because the item array is always a fresh array, no matter what the contents of it is. On every re-render, there will be a fresh array. And since I'm not using any compiler here right now, so I'm manually memoizing everything. So I have a manually memoized child component. I have a manually memoized handle click. Let me put it here. It's actually very hard to code on a different screen, right? Yep, perfect. And let's also get rid of the compiler. Let's go to the browser. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is whenever I click on the increment button, the parent component re-renders because its internal state changes, but none of the props for the child component changes, so I do not want to re-render them. So we are looking at the components tab, and we see the the gray memo label, which means there is manual memoization, but there is no auto memoization. Perfect. And just one more thing here, in the child component, I also have a console log. So this console log actually tells me if a render function of this child component is called. Let's go here. Let's go to the components tab once again. Turn on the highlights and go back to the console, clear the console, and click on increment. So you see the child components are not being highlighted, but only the parent component is being highlighted. But if you look at the console, the child component's render function is being called, which means it's not being properly memoized. Do you know why is this happening? Right, the items array. If you go here in the parent component, the items array, since the items reference is changing on every render, the items array is creating a new array of child components, which is destroying the older components and recreating the new ones, which is why the older components is not re-rendering. The child components are not re-rendering, they are being destroyed and recreated. And that is why you don't see the blue highlights in the DevTools, but you see the console log being called. Now, how do we solve this? We turn to the compiler. So let's turn on the compiler. Go back to the browser. Go back to the components. You see the blue memo label here, which means the components are being auto-memoized. If you hover over here, you see that tooltip which says it's auto-memoized. And now, go back to the console, clear the console, and let's click on the increment button. How many of you expect that the compiler will actually memoize the child component and not call its render function? Oh, okay, at least some people. So I click on this, and ta-da! There is no blue highlight, and there is no console logs, which is exactly what we expect the compiler to do, right? Perfect. There's one small thing. If you go back to the components tab, you see two memos, right? So one is what we are manually memoizing, and the other one is the auto memoization. So let's get rid of the manual memoization because the compiler is automatically memoizing him. So I go back to the parent component, and instead of using the manually memoized child component, I use the non-manually memoized child component. Now, again, to the same set of people, how many of you expect that the child component will not re-render? You expect it to be not re-rendered, right? Let's first see the components tab. There is no gray label of memoization, so it's good. We clear the console. We click on increment. What? This was not what we were expecting, right? So it turns out the compiler needs some of my help. So I can't remove the memoization. Let's bring it back. Okay, let's do another experiment. Instead of this onClick, I use an inline function for onClick. Can you guys see this? Yep, right? One important thing to notice here is the function inside the onClick is a pure function. So we expect the compiler to extract this pure function and put it outside of our components, right? So that it does not create re-rendering of the child component. Okay. Let's again do that, clear the console, click on the increment button. And the demo never works. Oh. Oh. Sorry. clear the console, click on the increment button. What? So it turns out this particular optimization is still not available. And going back to our original slide, which is not this one. So that is why I said it's almost there, but there's still a long way to go. It's just a trailer of all of the challenges, all of the learnings that we had. There are a lot of things that cannot be presented in 30 minutes talk. So if you're curious, please reach out. There's a engineering blog, and we are also hiring. Thank you.
What a great talk. What a great talk. Thank you. Thank you so much. Did you enjoy the talk? One person enjoyed the talk. Did anyone enjoy the talk? Do you want to offend him? Is that your plan? Again, how many of you? Hey. Thank you. I was actually watching from the back, and I went to, thank you so much, Rajat Vijay, everybody. This is where you clap. I was watching from the back, and I said to her that I love his presentation style. It was just so like casual. Like if I can do an imitation, he was just like here, just sort of like, yeah, I know my stuff. And so this is happening. And like there were times where he was coding and I was like, wow, why is it so quiet? And like all of you were like giving him all this attention. It was beautiful. You are the greatest audience. Give yourselves a round of applause. That was so cool. That was so awesome. Guess what? That's so bad. That's so bad. It's really going down. And guess what? My talk is the last. You know, all of you are going to be like, I don't want to be here. It's like this. Nia is like the one fan. Everybody else like, Tejas, why are you yapping, bro? Why are you yapping? Listen, you get a very nice long break because apparently I've been pressuring people way too much to finish early. But here's the thing. I have a theory. You come here to watch really good talks, which you do, right? Every talk was great. But you also come here to network and spend time in the hallway track and meet people and talk to each other, exchange ideas, visit sponsor booths, get swag. Well, now you have extra time to do that. We're going to be back at 5:15, meaning you have 25 minutes. So go enjoy. We'll be back in this hall at 5:15 for the next talk. Thanks.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one, with visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good. We don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any-end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken. It's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built, and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one, with visionaries
For endless learning.
With core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
with 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Introducing Affinidi, a revolutionary digital identity solution that lets Sarah manage her data trails holistically with full control, so she can discover her data found across social media, e-commerce, and more.
Remote makes it easy to hire, pay, and manage a global team. HRIS, payroll, employer of record, contractor management, and more, all in one global HR platform. Tired of managing sensitive employee data in spreadsheets and having to duplicate the data in multiple systems? Whether you're just getting started or already scaling globally, you can bring all teams together and simplify your HR tech stack with Remote. Say goodbye to manual processes and complexity, and hello to a streamlined, compliant way to grow internationally. Manage employment details and support end-to-end HR operations. Achieve compliance with visibility into country-specific regulations and benefits. Onboard international employees and contractors with just a few clicks. And run payroll around the world with the Remote Global HR platform. Becoming a global-first business doesn't have to be risky, expensive, or complex. We're here to make it simple for anyone to hire, manage, and pay their teams, no matter where they're located. Are you ready to achieve your global potential? Join businesses around the world and simplify your global HR. Remote, the global HR platform for modern distributed companies.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Why do so many companies struggle with IT and software development? Why is it so hard to attract great talent and service providers? And what separates the fast-moving tech pioneers from the stragglers that always keep lagging behind? My name is Sushil, and together with Balu and Oliver, we are the founders of Talentship. At Talentship, we've consolidated our 25-year experience. We've founded, built, and sold 5 global tech companies with headcounts of up to 400 people. We have built excellent IT teams across 11 countries. We develop products that are now being used by more than 25% of the Fortune 500. And we have run several IT consulting and software development companies on 3 continents. Our biggest challenge has always been building a strong product and IT team. Up until 3 years ago, when we finally got it right and developed a unique method that put an end to our challenge. Ever since, it's been like a dream come true. We've got the top 5% talent working on our teams. We fill open positions like this. Quality and speed of output are on all-time highs, and we're delivering complex products like clockwork. And our cost is even 50% lower than before. No more struggles with IT. We know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth.
And here's how we can help you succeed. Firstly, based on our eye-opening experience in India 3 years ago, we have developed our own data-driven method of finding premium engineers quickly and at scale. This way, we are able to provide you with virtual in-house teams that have exactly the skill set you need. Their output is world-class, meeting and exceeding European standards. Secondly, we only employ very senior IT experts to manage the teams, both in India and in Europe. Our managers have been in your shoes. They bring your virtual in-house team to high performance, and this is where the magic happens. Thirdly, we follow our proven playbook to create a strong in-house team culture and tear down language, intercultural, and communication barriers. We know how to make our teams, yours, fully embedded in your culture and processes.
State-of-the-art product development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, sophisticated data engineering, cloud migrations, or 24/7 DevOps. Whatever your challenge, with Talentship you will have top talent working for you quickly. Over the last 3 years, we have successfully demonstrated the power of our Talentship method in more than 100 projects. We have surpassed the results of traditional in-house, freelance, and outsourcing models by far. We are so confident we even back it up with a guarantee for you. So, if you would really like to address your IT challenges, and if you like the idea of working with an experienced partner who's been in your situation many times over, please book an assessment call with us now.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one, with visionaries
For endless learning.
With core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
with 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to start whether you're here or not because Community Lounge people are here. Hello, online stream. We're going to get started. Our next speaker is going to talk to us about extremely interesting topics. He's currently getting mic'd up, and he's going to come plug in, so I get some time to talk to you about interesting things. All of you are in your own conversation. I have no control. This is very embarrassing for me because my mother's friend is here. Hi. And she this is so cool. And all of you are not paying attention to me. You know what this makes me look like? You see, like a parent expects their son to be something. And now I'm somebody who nobody pays attention to because of all of you. Are you proud of yourself? I'm looking at you specifically. No, I'm just joking. We're here to have a good time. We're just having a good time, you know? Kashyap's going to come up, pound it. That's right. He's so ready. Are you ready?
I think so.
Oh, his mic is so loud.
It's so loud, yeah.
This is maybe mine should be loud. Huh? This is the second to last talk. I promise you I'm not on Twitter, but I do want to just double check the schedule because I want to make sure we're on time, okay? So we're going to do this talk. Then we're going to do my talk. Then we're going to do some closing remarks and a family photo. If you're somewhere else on the video there, if you're on the live stream or community lounge, come back because we're doing a family photo. That's how we close the conference. We get literally everybody and we take a nice photo. It's going to be great, okay? Kashyap is going to talk to us about memory leaks. And he's going to tell us, anyone use Flipkart?
Say yes. Say yes.
Yes,
say yes,
totally,
yes.
everybody. He works at Flipkart. And at Flipkart, they have huge amounts of data and huge amounts of customers and huge amounts of usage, and they have to manage it. And sometimes, guess what? You leak memory. You don't clean up your event listener. Where's he going, bro? Your talk's up.
I'm just taking water.
He's so calm. He's like, I'm just getting my water. Sometimes you leak memory. Sometimes you really mess up, and then what happens? Someone's system crashes, and it's slow and unusable, and at the end, in the worst case, you lose customers, and you lose business, which for a company like Flipkart, not good. So with that, I want you to give the biggest, you ready? He's like, I don't know. Biggest round of applause for Kashyap, everybody.
Full screen karna hai usko.
You see, I asked him if he was ready. I am ready, the slides are not. That's okay. Guess what? After this is the last thing I'm doing as an MC at the conference. And after this, I'm stopping MCing. I'm stopping. Who's going to introduce me? The next MC is the one and only Kenzie Dawes. He's never been an MC. You've never been an MC. He's never been an MC before in his life. So it's going to be the first. You're going to get to watch Kenzie Dawes do MCing for the first time. How cool is that? Okay, I think his slides are ready. Once again, biggest round of applause for Kashyap.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, welcome to my talk. This talk is about a couple of memory leak stories that I've seen and been part of in Flipkart.com's life as long. I'm just going to power through. This is fine. Acha, timer not started. Thanks.
He's like, I'll do anything. Just don't put Tejas on stage again.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I can't do that. So
what happened? It was working.
Yeah, I don't know what is happening.
I'm not going to do ChatGPT accents anymore. I feel like that's just old by now, you know? All the Indian languages? South. Next is Tamil, but Tamil is kind of the same. Sapla ma, huh?
Yeah, just
Punjabi. Whoa, we can ask ChatGPT to sing. What's it called? Bhangra music. Oh, you can dance. Any Punjabi still left at the conference? No? Okay, like one. This is taking time, so I'm just going to do it, man. I didn't plan for this, but it's, hey ChatGPT, can you sing Punjabi Bhangra music?
Oh, singing's not my forte, but I can definitely chat about Punjabi Bhangra music. It's so energetic and vibrant.
Can you talk to me like a Punjabi?
Sure, ji. Let's talk with a Punjabi touch. Punjabi culture is all about big hearts and lively spirits. You ever been to a Punjabi wedding? Full of music, dance, and delicious food. It's a real celebration.
It's not funny anymore, you know? That's also slightly racist, because Because he's like, yeah, because it started British and then anyway. I don't know. It was totally working. And now, if you can see what I'm seeing, so let me describe it for you. There's one screen with this stuff, which is like the live screen. And there's another screen with his screen. And his screen is like super broken. There's like Keynote. Anyone use Keynote for presentation? Like a few? There's just Keynote. And it's just Keynote. There's nothing. What happened, bro? I thought it was, is your mic on? Why is your mic not on? He just said, put his mic on, please.
Tech
okay.
issues.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about your talk. While you're just going to give your talk? Come.
Oh, okay.
Come. Let's talk about it. So, Flipkart, what's it like?
It's really good.
That's it.
Yeah, it's really fun to work at.
What's the worst problem you
You saw like what Saurav did, right? In his talk, he was showing 1mg sort of network flakiness, and Flipkart, he searched for it. It like showed up. Like a lot of work goes on behind the scenes. I was like afraid that he would show something in the network console, like too many network calls, but like
he was friendly.
He was friendly, yeah.
Nice. How long have you been at Flipkart?
Long enough.
So you've seen some fires.
Yeah.
Do you experience a lot of stress around like Black Friday types?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit to that? Like, do you get paged? Like, what's
we do. So we do the ops work ourselves. Like the front end team also handles infra also.
Really?
So we kind of do the entire end-to-end pipeline.
So at that point, you're not a front-end engineer. You're just like an engineer.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Pretty much. So that's part of like what the talk is about. But yeah, during the flash sale, which I think like we were just like out of that whole sale like couple of weeks ago. So yeah, like it's fun to work. It's like fun to detect these kind of things also. And it's like it's a nice different thing.
Yeah.
Apart from everything.
If I ask you to rate from 1 to 10 specific memory leaks as like this is really bad and this is okay.
Yeah.
1 is like it's chalta hai. 10 is like.
That's my talk, by the way.
Okay.
So I can't do that now.
Do you talk about event listeners, like not cleaning them up? Because I feel like this is super common.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking about.
No.
Oh, come on, man.
So we've had event listener leaks when we were trying to run React Native Web on the server side. So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
React Native Web on
crazy.
The server side.
Yeah. So a lot of event listeners were getting sort of things. Any React Native developer, I think, would empathize with me that like it's all cache first, right? You would always think about cache first. Like everything is cache recycle, but that cannot run on server. And I've seen so many issues, and it's just the the memory profile is like crazy with like filled with some cache getting just being there like forever.
Right. So would you say then really the magic, or is everything okay? He needs to restart his laptop.
Let's do probably a different thing.
We're at the end of the day. So these things
can we connect this one instead?
Now's the time to turn off his
we'll try this.
Just in case you're... we're at the end of the day. These things happen. Thank goodness this didn't happen earlier. But also, it's kind of nice because people can slowly come back. You know, the room is way fuller than before. What are you taking? Are you taking a picture of me? No? He's taking a selfie? You can if you want. I mean, I'm on stage. It would be weird if I had a problem with that. It's like, I'm on stage, don't take my picture. Cool. So I can't talk to... Oh, he's taking my picture. Dude, nice, man. Are the Malayalis still there in that part of the room? Kerala. Why do you guys consolidate like that? It's just like-mindedness? Are the Tamilians here from India? Any Tamilians? Okay, you guys are super separate. Nice. That's, I mean, not nice, but it's just different. I'm not comparing. I'm not starting a war. Who else? What? I was going to say something about energy. But guess what? Look, it started. It's cursed. We'll talk on the hallway track. Okay, I think we're finally ready. Thank you.
I don't think so.
Can I give you a high five? That was great improvisation. Give him a round of applause. He just answered like random questions. Crazy. And now give him another huge round of applause for his talk, everybody. Kashya.
So thanks everyone again. So this talk is about a couple of memory leaks that I've seen and been part of Flipkart. Let's jump right in, I think. So I'm asked not to type anything on the keyboard, but I do have to show some examples. So if it goes down in the middle, I'll have extra time, right? Like anyway, it's just Tejas talk next, so I think it's fine. The focus for this talk would be a typical web application, specifically the Flipkart.com application. And if you distill any web application to its core, it does three main things, right? It handles a request, fetches a bunch of data from other resources, and decompresses them as part of it, and transform that data into something else, right? And then like serialize and then send it out. So most of the web applications are basically a glorified string processors, effectively. So this is, I'll just like walk through very quickly what is the request cycle for Flipkart.com. So in Flipkart, all the storefront pages, as we would call them, homepage, product page, search page, and actually recently we actually launched payments also on server side, which is kind of a different story altogether. So all of them are server side rendered, fully formed HTML that goes out to the client. So briefly, our request cycle looks like this. So core of the application is Express, React, React Router. Redux is used for state management. No fancy frameworks that we are using as so far. Thankfully we sort of avoided the temptation to rewrite everything every 6 months. So Express delegates the route matching to React Router and maps, which basically maps the root component, right? The whole React tree at that point to the path. The React component tree then gets a Redux store instance as a prop, and then it goes on. So the store instance gets filled with data from multiple JSON API calls. This I think like pretty common for most of the applications, I think. We make about 3 to 4 API calls. I'm sorry, I'm pointing to the slides. There is nothing there because they didn't want to put everything on the slides. So we make about 3 to 4 calls. First call is very important for the rest of the calls, and all the other calls, out of which like there is one API call tends to be a little bit heavy. So once the store is ready, we pass that. We basically give it to render to string, basically convert that into HTML. And we also serialize the Redux store that was built up till this point also into a JSON string, a huge JSON string. Put both of them together into a handlebars template, which also has links to preload CSS and other things, meta tags and all of that. And then everything goes out to the client, right? So I'm going to take you back in time a little bit here. The desktop web application of Flipkart.com was newly relaunched at this point. There was a time when the the website was like taken down for reasons. So we were on the cusp of big billion days, which is kind of a big deal internally. Okay, no one gets it. The prep work involves many teams coming together to run load tests at very high scale to see how their application performs at a very large scale, which is not possible to do in a very small, at a team level, basically. In these runs, the aim is to understand the resource usage of sort of the holy trifecta of any web application: CPU, memory, and network. So our team was also doing this. The load tests were being run every day. Usually in the night, we kind of like do those load tests. And everybody was taking turns attending them and coming up with fixes for performance issues that were noticed. So at a certain point in this process, everything was seemingly stable. Like we fixed a bunch of issues, and sort of it looked okay at that point. Load test with the default ramp-up plan of throughput hitting almost about we were targeting about 100K in the first BBD, like 100K requests per second. It was looking good, right? So one day there was a plan to do a spike test to simulate what were called flash sales at that time. So we have these people hate these things, but that's how we used to do it. It was needed at that time anyway. So imagine the same number of requests that I just spoke about, 100K approximately, but within a fraction of seconds, right? So when everything happens at once, things change quite a bit. So the test was to see if, where, when, and how the application breaks or performs. But the application that supported the request rate before, the same request rate, now just keeled over and crashed completely, right? Almost immediately, that too. I think if I remember correctly, it was 4 seconds or something, after which it died. And it always crashed with a memory out of memory exception. How many of you seen this, by the way? If you are running, yes, my crew. And I'm guessing everybody has seen this in the build output, right? Yeah. TypeScript. The process used up more than 4 gigs of memory, while in all the other runs, it was not going beyond 1.5, maybe 2 even. since the entire stack was new to us, there were not a lot of obvious places to look into, and what was causing this memory growth, or even potentially a leak. We did not know whether it was a leak or just expected that this is the memory usage that the application should need. We could probably increase the memory allocation, and I know since a lot of people put their hands up that they've seen this error. Stack Overflow number one answer, what is that? Max wall space size, right? But that's not a solution to this in production especially. So I'm not going to be too technical here. Memory growth in an application is really okay. Depends on your application, but as long as it doesn't destroy the process or completely makes it unusable, I'm calling this a memory leak, right? For the context of this talk, I'm going to be using those words interchangeably, and I'm making that deliberate choice. So to demonstrate the problem, I've set up a simple application that's almost a fork of the original application that actually had this issue, but with all the sort of office code removed, right? It also renders a very comparatively smaller React tree as well. I can't walk you through all the code right now because we don't have time, but I'll share the slides and the notes and the code also later once it's completely sanitized and no code references. This application renders a simple comparison table between the populations of India and China, and completely on the server side. So it behaves like as if it's the same Flipkart.com website, I guess. And this is what the HTML looks like. Please don't crash. Yes, this is what the HTML looks like. The data is of this particular, the country data is powered by two mock JSON APIs. And to visualize the bug a little bit quicker, I've also artificially bloated up the response, matching like what we used to see at that time. And the API call sequence also is closer to what we had in the app. So in this case, the API China and India APIs are different. So I make a call to the India API first, and then the China one, and then pass all of that to React, Redux, all of that. And so I have a demo also. I think we will have time. So the server is running at the top. The left panel here is the load test. And the right one, you'll see that just notice the memory thing that it says 52 MB at this point. So I'm going to run this. And ideally, if this works, this should crash. And if it doesn't work, it's okay. Everybody has seen that error already. So in dynamic memory allocating languages like JavaScript, Ruby, Python, even Java for that matter, allocations of objects typically happen on the heap mostly, right? And I'm simplifying here a lot. A lot of languages do have a lot of optimizations to make sure that it is not too heavy on that side. But in the most simplest way, just we can assume that that's the case. And most of these objects in these languages also have references to other data types. The GC takes care of maintaining these references, cleaning them up, etc., when the application doesn't need it anymore. To understand how the memory heap changes, you have a bunch of options in the Chrome DevTools, which I'm going to open right now. Oh, this is not going to start, but I have these open already. So you have a bunch of options. This is the way to get to this is you run your application with node inspect, right? And you pass a flag called inspect to Node.js to your process basically. And this is the URL that you go to. You click on inspect for your application, which I can do right now. The top section of the UI contains all the objects in your entire heap, sorted by the class that they are created with. While the bottom section, which is the most important one for this particular context, this talk at least, is all the references to that object. So the moment I select a different object, the references keep changing at the bottom, right? So, and you have to read it from bottom to top. So here in this case, a clear immediate thing is holding on to references on timeout and all of that. So to figure out how and whether the object references are being held and hence leaking memory potentially, a good starting point is a 3-step snapshot process, which I've taken 3 snapshots here that you can see here. So the first snapshot typically is taken when the application is booted up and potentially even warmed up, right? So you maybe run some workload and then take a snapshot. The second one is right after the issue starts manifesting, And the third one is taken after forcing a GC with that button. And the last step is very important here to distinguish between a probably genuine memory growth and memory leak or memory retention. If the heap space didn't change much, like you would see, like you're seeing here, between the two steps, right? Because we have run a GC, the expectation is that the third one should have less heap size, but that's not the case here. So basically, the application is holding on to references more than it needs to. So the memory tooling itself, this entire thing, contains options to view the objects that got allocated between two snapshots. So you can do a comparison view, which can help surface any references that were being held beyond a certain point. So I'm going to do that right now. So what I'm going to look at is the two snapshots, this snapshot specifically, and compare it with the first one. Because if I compare it with the second one, there won't be anything to see. So what I'm looking for here are patterns of my own application. I know a few things about my application, what objects get created, what shape of those objects contain, etc., etc. Right? So a good starting point here is looking for those kind of patterns when I scroll. So this is what I do. This is not probably the most efficient way to do this. But this is what I do. And if you see here, this main bloat that you are seeing, I know that this is a response object that I'm sending from my API server. Somehow, something is retaining this particular object, or even in this case, like 28 objects, and we'll see what that is. So this bottom part is showing all this object is getting retained by this entire chain of events. So you see a promise here, then a bunch of promises, and then timeout, on timeout, idle next. So timers and object in Node.js and even JavaScript, they're implemented as a linked list, right? So you have whatever you call, like set timeout, for example. That set timeout, whatever number that you have, there is a linked list created with that number and stored in a hash map. And whenever the timer expires, basically all the sort of functions get run. Right? That's why you see that there is a chain of mappings here. And what this points to is that there is a promise that then also has a mapping to the object that's getting retained. And this sort of narrowed down the problem space quite a bit, right? So we knew that there is a timer object in the API stack, API fetch stack that we were doing. So that's where we started looking into. And back to Keynote. Yeah, so this is the code that caused the bug. So what you see here is there is a timeout promise, actual promise, promise.race. So promise.race is an API that fulfills when at least one of the promises fulfill or resolve. It's almost the reverse of promise.all, right? This was a way to cancel a fetch before abort controller was a thing. Like cancelable fetch was not initially defined. So this code is from back then. I'm adding, the word cancel, like I'm adding scare codes to it because when the timer expires, right, before the actual fetch actually happens, the fetch is the actual promise is not actually cancelled. It's still in the pipeline. It's still going over the network. It's fetching all the data. It's just discarding all that data. But net, what we wanted to achieve with this particular API was sort of a fakey timeout, effectively. So what was happening here is and again, if you notice, we are not canceling the timeout, right? There is no clear timeout that's happening. So what was happening effectively was the main data fetch promise resolved much more quicker than the timeout, right? So the promise was holding on to the object, and that in turn was like getting held on to by the timer object. And because the entire response object was still in the heap, even though the request has actually finished by that time, the heap basically got bloated, and that's what was causing the crash. The reason why this was not happening during the normal load test when we did the good ramp up was because basically the timeout was set to some whatever time that it was set to. It was right. It was effectively closing all the timers in time, right? So just in time to ensure that the overall memory usage was not completely high. right? So the bug still existed there, it just did not manifest until we ran that spike load. Because at that point, like a lot of objects were getting created. The fix here is super simple, like I said, timeout, clear the timeout. And then like we move on to much closer to where we are today. So this, over time within our team, we have settled on a process to measure the performance of the application with a focus to understand the trend rather than just like focusing on the peak like we did before, right? And then it sort of evolved over time, and we sort of came up with some guidelines on how we run these test cases. It goes something like this. So we deploy a unit of the application to an isolated environment that's as close to production as possible. You know, obvious things. Since we have been doing this for some time, we know what's the good max throughput for the unit that we deploy, what it can handle. So we start the load test with a small number and incrementally go up in steps until that peak throughput is reached, plus a little bit delta, right? Plus a little bit extra. And we aim to do about 6 to 7 of these steps. So we go from 0 or maybe 10 requests per second to maybe 100 requests per second in like 6 divisions. And during each step, we note down the CPU saturation levels, the average and peak latencies also. And sometimes we also have to change the deployment units specification, like CPU, memory allocation, things like that. So we also note down that for future reference. And this is repeated every time. We have like data going back 2 years with this kind of information that I'm showing you here. And this is from a real and load test like that. This consistency in data going back years allows us to sort of better understand the trend, not just within the throughput targets like this, but also back in time, right? And this, in my experience, has been invaluable to understand and have a memory model of the application. In the ideal scenario, and again, what we are looking for in all of this is, in the ideal scenario, the CPU usage should scale linearly for each run, while the latency should ideally remain constant or at least consistent. And it will do that until a point where the latency starts increasing without any throughput of the application increasing. Right? At this point, we know that the application has reached saturation. You can't like go beyond that. This year, we also followed a similar process very early on, because again, we sort of started doing this very methodically. And everything looked okay in our team level load tests. And we run these often enough. However, the team started noticing something was off back in May. There was an uncharacteristic increase in the average latency, and seeming it almost looked like a random change that happened, and we don't know like what was happening. It was not matching with our mental models, but also there was no discernible pattern at that time. It was not happening on all the machines all the time. Some machines were like slow, and we initially just categorized that as a hardware problem, and we said, okay, we'll debug this later. It used to subside and then come back up after a while. After a few weeks, though, the team noticed a pattern here. If there are no deployments beyond a couple of weeks, right? So if we did not restart the process after a couple of weeks, this issue would almost always happen, right? The latency increases, and it just like creates this problem. And this happened on a lot of machines and not just a few as what we believed before, because our metrics were a little bit off. The CPU on these machines was all normal. There was no anomaly there. The memory usage was also fine. Like that was like as per our models. And nothing abnormal was also happening at the network. So we had to start somewhere, right? So like, because we modeled this enough, I had a hunch and we had a hunch that it was something to do with memory, or at least like let's start with memory, right? But doing this was a bit tricky because the issue only manifested after 2 weeks or 3 weeks sometimes. And this is like, I tried to reproduce this problem, for this talk, but it did not happen. I like ran like for hours and hours together. It just did not create the snapshot. So I'm not going to show you the snapshot here. Because of that, like the feedback loop was massive. And we have a clock running for BPD, right? So we had to do something. And we also had to, the other problem here was that we also had to ensure that the test bed is consistent, right? It sent the consistent throughput, mimicking what is happening in production as much as possible. So even that was a complication. And even though we weren't sure that the snapshots would help, we still sort of started with that as a potential case. So my notes are stuck. Okay, so when we did the snapshot analysis, again, I'm not showing the snapshot because I don't want it gets repetitive. There was one string that showed up quite a lot in the snapshots, right? A lot of strings, and that was contained by an array. The only place in the code base that was pointed context of this application. So the arrays is getting ingested with this very context of this application. So the arrays is getting ingested with these very small strings over time. And this gets iterated over and over, and like also you'll see that that particular array, the CSS chunks array, I'm sorry, I don't have space to do anything here. So this CSS chunks array then gets like iterated over, right? And then like we figure out like what CSS modules that we have to include in the handlebars template. That's this code, right? So if you notice like what's happening here, we're not checking if the current chunk was already ingested before. The idea of the author here was to maintain a unique set of values, but it got missed out during all the things that happened. In the snapshot, there were about like 65,000 strings, by the way, in that like one array. So this was not causing memory bloat, which we can notice from just some monitoring UI, because the string size is very, very small. The iteration itself also doesn't take a lot of time because sort of it's like JavaScript is fast enough not to show it up as a CPU usage blip in production. It would have shown some impact in a load test, but again, because we cannot run a load test after 2 weeks of ingesting some data, we were not able to like figure out from our local unit, local performance tests. It still caused a latency impact since the event loop is blocked. Like even though the for loop is very simple here and it is fast enough, but it still runs on the main thread. So any request that was coming in, any request that was going out was not getting, was not working the way that we expected to. And that added up to the latencies basically. Oops. Back to Keynote. So this is the fix. Basically, either use a set or do this like short-term fix that we did to find the string first and in the array and then like only ingest this. I'll see how long this will survive. By the way, this code existed for 3 years in the code base. It was running in production for 3 years before this was a problem. Just like slowly, eating up CPU cycles and massive increase on latencies after like a couple of weeks. Now this did not manifest any time before. Like 3 years, like we have been like running 3 BBDs basically, but this never manifested before, and it only happened this year because of a thing that is out of our control: sales. This year we had a different schedule for sales compared to last year, which meant that we were not deploying that often because like we sort of like don't do deployments before and after sales a little bit. So we were not deploying that often, and that's why the issue manifested only this year. It's kind of like was a surprise, to be very honest with you, at that time. So having a mental model of the application performance and the performance data that we can refer back to going back months and years made figuring this out like very systematic and quick, right? Like we did only like one iteration over figuring out what that is, and like we hit the target, which for me makes me very happy. So you see the difference also. Before, the response times on an average were like 1.89 seconds. This is on the test environment, by the way, not production, which we were running for 2 weeks. The second one is like what we would expect to happen, like 500 ms. This again, like after 2 weeks. Like time is a weird thing, right? It does things to us and our applications. Without that variable, this issue wouldn't have happened, or like we wouldn't have even seen this issue. So in both cases, my very basic understanding of memory snapshots that I learned from my previous company helped debug production issues and many more in between. Especially the first one, it's very close to my heart because I think that's the first time I was doing random things on the memory snapshot, but then I did discover that this was the issue. So, and then it helped fix this issue, and like our BBD was okay at that time. So it's kind of a very nice bookend for my, so far for my career in Flipkart front to the latest one. And it's kind of amazing, sort of like very interesting to me that we have access to such powerful tools. If you just imagine how you would build the Chrome dev tools, for example, it's like just crazy. The amount of data that they show also is very interesting. And the fact that we have this for free and license free effectively the moment you install a browser, which everybody has already, it's kind of really amazing to have. And I'm really grateful for the teams behind all of this because they make my job easier and sometimes even fun. So that's my talk. My name is Kashyap, and you can find me at these two places. And that's my talk.
Awesome job, Kashyap. Thank you. Well
Thank
done.
you so much, Tejas.
I am Tejas.
Yeah.
Don't you recognize me?
So-
I want to do like a Tejasism, but I can't think of any right now.
So so I have to tell you this. I wanted to put this at the front of the talk, but I was not sure if I'll make it in time. But so the last time I gave a conference talk was 5 years ago. At that time, Tejas was also there in the same talk. And he was also giving a lightning talk. He was also going right after me.
Oh,
It's
wow.
a very
It's
weird
fate.
sort of fate, yeah, if you can call that.
Awesome.
So thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've reached the end. There's one more talk, and this is going to be a really special one. I want to tell you about Tejas here really quick. I met Tejas years ago on GitHub. I was developing a library called Glamorous, and one of the contributors went and rewrote it from scratch and called that Emotion. Some of you might know of Emotion, the CSS and JS library. And so I was like, well, that one's better, so I'm going to deprecate Glamorous, and now we don't have to have two libraries that do the same thing. But there were a lot of people who used Glamorous, and Tejas built a code mod for all of those people to automatically migrate over to Emotion. That's how I met Tejas, is his open source contributing. And then we have followed each other through all over the world to different conferences. He is one of my favorite people, and we'll do prayer meetings the night before. And I always really appreciate that from Tejas. I don't see him on the side. I was just about, oh, there you are. Oh, wow, very prepared. So before we clap for Tejas and give him the stage, I want to ask you something.
Yes.
So Tejas, last year you gave a talk at that conference. Was that last year? If you haven't seen this talk, go look it up. It's That Conference, T-H-A-T conference. And Tejas gave just such an inspiring talk because Tejas' life is inspiring. The things that Tejas has had to go through and that he pushes through to be here on the stage today just blow my mind, the amount of work that he has put in. So my question to you, Tejas, is why are you here? And I mean that in a very intentional way.
Yeah.
What drives you to, why have you not given up? Because it's a lot.
Yeah.
So why are you here, Tejas?
Wow, we're getting so, I love it. Thank you for the question. It's very thoughtful. There's so many ways I can answer this question, but ultimately I'm here because I feel like I have a mission, just like you do. And I feel like I have a mission to bless the world, to heal it, to help it. Like you mentioned, I had to go through some things. And my hope in even giving this talk is that people will never have to go through similar things. Is that through education and quality software, I can make the world a better place. In my own little way. Look, I'm gifted in some areas. I'm definitely not gifted in other areas, like dancing. And so I have some stuff. I have gifts. I have talents. I don't want to bury them, but I want to use them for something bigger than myself.
Oh, that's awesome. Everyone, Tejas Kumar.
Thank you. What an intro. My goodness. Can't see Dodds, everybody. Unbelievable. Wow. We made it. We're at the end. And I'm so honored. After being MC for 2 days straight, now you still have to listen to me. I'm so sorry. But we're going to close the conference, and we're going to do it well. Stick around after, because we're going to do a family photo. I can't help myself. I'm still being an MC. Let's switch. My name is Tejas Kumar. Tejas, that's how you spell it. I'm not going to say like contagious, because that's for the white people. On the other side of, this is home. Yeah, you can clap for that. This is home. And here people actually pronounce my name. I don't have to explain it. It's beautiful. And over the years, I've had the privilege, the honor of working hard and working with some of the greatest people in various capacities at some of the greatest companies. I've just learned so much. And I want to share with you some of that stuff. It's not exhaustive. Some were short stints, whatever, but there was learning at each one. Today, I'm a developer relations engineer for Gen AI at Datastax. I literally just get to play with AI all day, every day, and then teach people how to get the most out of AI in production today and how to take it forward to tomorrow. But we're not here to talk about me. This is not the Tejas show. Unfortunately, it has been between the talks. We're here to talk about how we can make AI better with React, right? And a lot of people think, AI better? What? AI is great. AI is so powerful. ChatGPT can speak like a Malayali. Like, how can we make it better? And like the truth is, without React, this is my thesis. You can tweet this, whatever. Without React, AI would suck. Without React, AI would not be as powerful and as useful as it is today. People say, oh, is AI going to replace us? Is React going away? React is what makes AI as good as it is. And so what I mean, yeah, you can. What I mean by that is ChatGPT, right? OpenAI created GPT-3, the model, the large language model. For those of you who don't know what a model is, we'll talk about it. It's just a bunch of weights. It's a bunch of parameters, numbers. It's just a big matrix. That means nothing to the whole world except some researchers in some lab behind academia. People with degrees and people who have some big pedigree. People who have access to information and top quality schools and education and all of this. So they released this model and nobody cared. And then they put React on it, created a chat user interface, called it ChatGPT, and then we know what happened. So without React, we wouldn't have ChatGPT is written in React. And so this is what I'm here to tell you today. We can use React today to take AI to the next level. And in our time together, I'm going to teach you how we can do that through some real code examples and real world applications, okay? But before we do any of that, let's talk about AI. Who here knows what AI is like actually? Oh, come on. You can give yourself some. Okay, cool, yeah. AI is a very misunderstood term. We'll talk about it in a little bit of detail. But before we talk about that, we need to do one level forward. Oh no, there's a timer. Is this what you guys felt like? Let's talk about the job title, AI engineer. What is an AI engineer? Anyone an AI engineer here? See, I've been traveling the world. This is conference number 17 that I'm speaking at this year. And I've been asking people, do you think you could be an AI engineer? Do you think you could maybe have a career in this? And people usually answer with no. Kind of like you. They're like, I don't. And they don't even say no confidently. They're just like, I don't. And so I'm like, why? What's stopping you? And they say, oh, well, I don't know Python. I don't know linear algebra. I didn't study machine learning. I didn't go to university for this. People think AI is something it's not. I'm here to tell you today clearly what AI engineering even is. And so I'm not even going to use myself as a resource. You shouldn't really trust me. You should do your own research. This is a blog post by my friend Swix. Some know him as Sean Wang. He has a podcast and a blog and a website called Latent Space, where he wrote this beautiful article. It's titled Rise of the AI Engineer. And in this article, he goes on to describe what an AI engineer is. If I zoom in here, he has this diagram. There's machine learning research, machine learning engineering, a big line for the API, and then the AI engineer, and then the full stack engineer. This is how we should think about AI engineering, right? It's behind the API, it's through the API to machine learning models and research. And so with this, what that means is, if you know JavaScript, if you know how to call fetch in JavaScript, you can make a network request to OpenAI, you're an AI engineer. I want you to know that. That's what it means. And so you think, okay, but that's devaluing work. No, that's just what it is. I'm not an authority on this. You may think I am. Maybe to some of you it's subjective. But I'll tell you who is an authority. This person on the bottom. Andrej Karpathy was the co-founder of OpenAI. Right? Literally made ChatGPT. And so if anyone can say this, it's him. He says in numbers, there's probably going to be significantly more AI engineers than there are machine learning engineers or large language model engineers. And this last sentence is so powerful. He says, one can be quite successful in this role without what? Without ever training anything. You don't need Python. You don't need data science. You don't need algebra. You just call an API, solve what is engineering anyway? It's problem solving. If you can solve a problem with a network request to a large language model, you're an AI engineer. Now, if I ask you again, could you be an AI engineer, what would you say? Yeah, okay, great. This space is trending and new, and I need it to be accessible to everybody, because here's the deal. Growing up, a lot of things were not accessible to me, and I had to fight for it. There was a lot of gatekeeping and academic. I don't have a degree. You have any idea how hard it is to move to Germany without a degree? Still, I want to make this accessible to you so we can all play in the space. There is room at the table, okay? Now that we understand AI engineering, let's talk about AI. What is AI? AI is not new. AI is very old. I grew up playing a video game called Mortal Kombat. Children shouldn't play this game. I played this game. It's very gory. There's lots of blood. Anyone fatalities? Yeah, okay. It's nasty. But this is an example of AI. It's an example of what is called rule-based AI. The rules are known by the programmers ahead of time, and they like write if statements. If this, then that. They're artificially intelligent. They simulate intelligence, knowledge. It's AI. It's totally AI. But there's also other kinds of AI. There's predictive models. Some of you may have heard of Markov chains. The team at Tata 1MG was talking about Markov chains. A Markov chain is a mathematical model that can predict the next state based on the current state. So using a Markov chain, you have a list of all the weather states, rainy, cloudy, sunny. You can predict tomorrow's weather based on today. But it's limited by what is called the Markov property, meaning there's no memory. You can predict the next state based on this state, not all the states. And so it's very limiting. An example of predictive AI, aka Markov chains, is in your phone. So above your keyboard, you have suggestions for words. Have you ever played this game where you just tap the word repeatedly? Does it make sense in the end? No, because that's a big Markov. It's memoryless. It doesn't know the context of what you're trying to say. It just like guesses the next word based on the current one. It's kind of useless. That's why predictive AI didn't take off. And finally, you have deep learning. Deep learning, the rules are not known ahead of time, but the computer uses an algorithm that literally models the brain, neurons, to figure out the rules. How do you get from A to B? Deep learning is the AI that's hyped, particularly this one architecture called the Transformers architecture. This is a paper published by Google Brain, which is a team of scientists, and like one other person and the University of Toronto, but mostly Google. And this paper, it's 11 pages. It's very easy to read. In this paper, what they talk about is a new architecture for machine learning models where they can model attention. Not just attention, like algorithmically model attention. And not just attention, but multi-headed attention. Meaning, they can pay attention to a word. It's called an input token. So an input token, but also the surrounding tokens. And they can pay attention to all words and their context in parallel. And this is the way they train the model. This is how GPT-3 was trained. And based on this architecture, we have what is called generative AI. And the reason it's generative is because it makes new stuff. In the architecture is what you call a feed-forward nonlinearity layer, whatever that means. It just means randomness. You introduce a little bit of randomness to create hallucinations or novelty, new ideas, right? And so that feed-forward layer is what makes all this possible. This is all machine learning lore. You don't need to know this, but we've finally arrived at where the hype is. Gen AI, generative AI, through deep learning and the Transformers architecture, which, by the way, I would call the Transformers architecture kind of a misstep if you're thinking like a capitalist, because Google released this and then ChatGPT appeared and now Google's in trouble. If they didn't release the paper, then they maybe had a chance. In any case, Gen AI is not perfect. Does anyone know any problems with Gen AI? You experience some issues? Yeah, what? Decaffeination? There's many problems with Gen AI. Nia, very eloquently, the first problem is hallucinations. My slides are out of order, but hallucinations. Hallucinations are where they see things that are not there, like us, right? Google has this AI overview feature where you type a search query and it gives you an answer, and sometimes the answer is nonsense. People typed in, how many cigarettes should a pregnant woman smoke per day? And just so you know, the answer is 0. Also, if you're not pregnant or a woman, the answer is still 0, but I don't judge. But Google was trained on also jokes. And so it answered with authority that a pregnant woman should smoke between 3 to 5 cigarettes per day. It's a huge problem because people may believe this. And so hallucinations, big problem. Second is that the training data has a finite date. GPT-4 is trained until April 2023. After this, it just doesn't know stuff. You can't get tomorrow's weather. You can't use it as an assistant to should I take an umbrella? I don't know. I don't know tomorrow's weather. And finally, it has a length that is, it can't maintain context. So it's good for up to Gemini, the largest model from Google, has a 2 million token context window, which means it can keep about 2 million English words. A token is roughly an English word in context. After this, it starts to give you unreliable results. These three get data and use it to augment or change the generated output. So you get current data, you put it in your prompt, hey, here's the current data, now generate text. And this happens with ChatGPT. So I'll turn this on, and I'll be like, what's the weather in Goa tomorrow, right? And look what it's doing. It's searching it's retrieving, it's including the search in the prompt, and now it's going to give me, so there we go. As of this time, the weather is this. And so this is RAG. It's getting context and augmenting the output. RAG is the most powerful technique for real-time information with Gen AI. It's used everywhere. Let me show you. So I built a project with RAG, actually. So I have a podcast. Some of you actually so nicely told me you listened to it. The episodes are very long. Not everybody has time to listen to all of this. And so in the podcast, I have this feature where you can just search for stuff. If I come here, this is the podcast. And people can just learn anything from every conversation we have ever had, ever, with Gen AI. And you can see it. So let's say, how do you balance work and life with a family? And if you hit enter, it will search across every conversation I ever had. And you can see that we discussed this at this time with Kent C. Dodds and other things. And then if I click on this, I'm taken to exactly that point in time where he says, watch the subtitles. How does one then balance family with 5 children? And so Kent then gives me the answer. Incredible. Say you have other questions, like I'm living in the slums. How do I become a GDE, right? Oh, excuse me, GDE. Some people maybe want to find a way. What should I learn? How do I do it? And you can actually learn from a world expert, Santosh Yadav, who was a speaker at the conference. You click on this, and you're taken to the exact point in time where he says, so that was the time I started making more money, and we moved away from the slums. You see that word? Yeah, amazing. Thank you. So you can actually get exactly what you want. We'll do one more, how do I file a patent and become an inventor, right? If you just want to know stuff, anything from the speakers you know and love, you just do this. And Shruti Kapoor right here, she spoke yesterday. And just like that, how do you know what to patent, when to patent? And she does it. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but she's an inventor. She has a patent. So anyway, that's RAG in practice. So how does RAG actually work? I'd love to build a little diagram with you to make sure you fully understand RAG. And then with what time we have left, we'll talk about the future with React server components and how we can make it even better, okay? So how does RAG work? Well, if we consider just a regular AI application, you have a chat input, right? You have a chat output. So let's get a chat output. Let's put it here. And in between, let's zoom out a little bit. In between, you have an LLM, or a large language model. So we'll go to models, and we'll choose OpenAI. OpenAI is pretty much the go-to. And so now I'm going to choose a really cheap model, GPT 3.5 Turbo. So my chat input, I'll just connect it here, and I'll connect the response to output. And so now I can come to my playground, and I can just ask a question. Which movie won the Oscar for Best Picture in 2024? The problem is I'm asking GPT 3.5 about 2024, and the answer is kind of useless. This is AI without RAG. I'm not retrieving any real-time stuff. It doesn't work. And so how can we do RAG? What is RAG? In practice, how do we build it? Let's zoom out and show you. So we'll introduce some distance between the input and the model. Can you all see the text for the components? Okay. So let's put some steps in between. First, we need a vector database. So I work with a company that makes one. You don't have to use ours. You can use whoever you want. But we make AstraDB. You need a vector database because you need to retrieve relevant results. Then you need an embeddings model. An embeddings model is a specialized machine learning model that can translate natural language, so English, into numbers for comparison. And we're just going to connect the chat input to the search input of the database and the embeddings model. We're just drawing a little diagram, okay? Now, we get some data from the database. What do? Well, we get back JSON, but we need to parse it into a string. So I'm going to get parse data, and I'm going to just take it here and connect my search results to the data. So now I have all the data from my database as text. And this is where the RAG magic happens, because I'll construct a prompt. This is prompt engineering, in case you wondered. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a prompt component. So we'll go prompt. And I'll get a prompt. And what you can do with prompts is actually quite cool. You can create variables. What I'm about to show you is the most classic RAG prompt ever. This is what it looks like. Given this context, and we'll do context, that's a variable, answer the question, and we'll say question. Now, context comes from my database. Question comes from my user. And so if I check and save, this is good. So now what I'm going to do is literally do that. Context comes from my database, and question comes from my user, just like this, right? And now I take this prompt, which has both context and the question, give it to OpenAI, and that's it. My RAG flow is ready. In case you're wondering, this tool is called Langflow. We make it. It's open source. It's free. We don't you can self-host it. We also have a serverless thing. So now let's go to the playground and ask exactly the same question again. So, I'm going to hit enter. Okay, it's good. It's actually helping me. I forgot to choose my database. So I'll choose my right database. It's called Oscars. There we go. And I'll run it again. I think really the mark of a good system is it tells you what's wrong. Anyway, so let's hit play. And now it's going to look up the information in our database, put it in the prompt, and just like that, it's going to tell me Oppenheimer won the Oscar. Look at that. We fixed all those problems. Thank you. That's visually how RAG works. Now, we could do even better. We could be like, tell me more, right, about the Oscars 2024. And let's see what we get. Oh, I have to scroll. And what we get is just a bunch of real-time 2024. This is past the knowledge cutoff. This is not hallucinated. In 2024, Oppenheimer was the big winner. It got 7 Oscars. It was by Nolan. All of this is right and true, and we know that because our data is true. RAG makes LLMs useful for production workloads today, right now, with real-time data. That's what I want to teach you. You can build this right now. In fact, Tata 1MG is doing some great stuff with that already. Really crack team. Okay, so that's all well and good, but it's an intermediate step because I'm doing this. This is great. How do I get this into my React app? This is React India. Well, with Langflow, this whole flow now that I modeled, there's this API button. And if I click it, it literally just becomes an endpoint. And I call this URL, and I can use it in my front end. It's absolutely bananas, okay? I want to switch a little bit and talk about user experience and React server components, because that's why we're here. I don't know about you. I am tired. Wow. There's a drone. That's cool. I'm tired of chatbots. Anyone else tired of chat? I think we're kind of done. I'm not into I use Cursor and Claude. I don't use chatbots, And so I think we can do better. And this is where I want to talk to you about generative UI. Because generative AI is cool. We saw that. How might we do generative UI? And let me just show you instead of tell you. Now, I'm a little bit biased because I did spend some time at Vercel, but I'm going to show you the Vercel AI SDK. Anyone using this? Yeah, almost. Okay, 5. And so I'll show you this. To show you the power of generative UI, I built an app. I built an app out of frustration because I search for movies like a regular person. If I'm searching for a movie with a story in Goa, I type that. I don't know the exact name. I'm not a machine. So when I'm trying to watch Netflix, let's go to Netflix, choose Tejas. And if I type, this is literally Netflix, right? And I'll type movies with the story in Goa. And I get I get no results. This is kind of annoying. And look at the first suggestion. It says try different keywords. I'm not going to type the right keywords. I want to get the feel of the movie. And so I built an app that is a proof of concept, actually a research project, that's what if Netflix actually used Gen AI nicely with search? Which I love Netflix, so this is not a knock against Netflix. They actually, I think, a customer. Anyway, so let's look at my and then we'll look at the code of how it's built. So this is it. It's called Movies++. And I will actually go copy my search query from Netflix straight into Movies++. So I'm not even changing it. So I'm going to hit enter. And now it's going to search for movies. And it's okay, sure, it gives me text. And are these actually, did they have something to do with Goa or not? Okay, cool. So it's already working, but it's a chatbot. It's text. I don't like it. What if we can do better? What if we might say, what might this look like as UI, And now, look at that's so much better. So much better. And so I can see that it's interactive. So these are server components. And we'll talk about the technical details in a minute. But beautiful. Okay, so I can now click it and I can see the movie. I can see the details and so on. But let's go back. and I'm really thinking about like watching Dear Zindagi. That looks cool. Did people like Dear Zindagi? You know, I could do something like this. And it picks the right format, right? It's going to show me text because how else do you express this besides text? And now I'm still more interested in the movie, so I might do something like show me the trailer for Dear Zindagi. And it's literally like, look at this. It's going to start playing the trailer like right here. And I think this is just absolutely bananas. Yeah, thank you. It's like so much more valuable. It really helps me. Now I want to watch the movie. I'm like, where can I go to watch movies? And this is where it gets like really crazy because I hit enter. My browser asks me for permission to share my location. And I click allow and like, look at this is Planet Hollywood right here. And we take a car and go to Novelty Cinema and we can find movies. That's absolutely. And you're telling me chatbots, you know? We can do, all of this is React, all of this is the power of streaming from the server side, and we'll look at the code in just a minute. I want you to, you usually use chatbots for support, right? Like user support. And usually, I don't know about you, but for me, I'm like, when can I talk to a human? They will get me. And usually it's when I forgot my password, or I need to do something. What if the future of support looked like, you just do, I forgot my password, and you hit enter, and instead of some long documentation, you just get this. Fill out your new password, you're good, right? Thank you, yeah. This is what you can build with React. Now, I started the talk by saying, without React, AI is kind of okay. React is the secret sauce here. Your jobs are safe because this is needed, at least for now, okay? And so how is this built? How is this built? Well, as a human being, think about it. If you ask me to multiply 3 prime numbers, I will fail. I'm not good at math. That's why I use AI, which is also not good at math. But in any case, you ask me to multiply like 3 prime numbers, I won't do it. But what I do know is that there's a tool I can use. And I know this tool because of my experience. And so I'll go use the tool. Well, large language models, most of them now, can do exactly the same thing because they are neural networks. And so they can recognize, I need to use a tool, go use a tool. That's how we're doing all this. Let's look at this. So in principle, a tool is a function as code. We write functions, yes? What do we call a function that like returns some JavaScript objects? What do we call a function that returns some JavaScript object with a key $$ type of symbol for React? What I'm saying is you can call a function that returns React components, that returns, React elements. And those React elements you can stream over the network. That's what's happening here. Let's look at this in code. And you can use suspense with this as well. All of this is React. So let's take a look at the code. This is the code. So let's walk through what's happening here. We create an instance of AI. We have a function called continue conversation. Okay? We get AI state, and that's just the conversation history. Welcome, everybody. We stream UI. This is the secret sauce, and we say talk to GPT 4.0. Then, if you get back text, just stream the text to the client and just stream Markdown. But the real magic is the tools. Remember, I talked about the calculator, right? These tools are that. They're just a bunch of functions. So let's maybe take a look at the get movies component. What's happening here? So it's got a description which says a tool used to get a list of movies matching a user's query. This is how the LLM knows to call this function because it's good at language. So you read my description, okay, call this tool when the user, and literally will call the function when the user matches. Is this clear? So that's how it knows to get movies. But what else do we have? We have a Zod schema. Anyone using Zod? Zod, oh, everyone. I love it. So you give a Zod schema to say these are the input properties to my component. So it's not like the LLM or the AI generates the components themselves. I write the component. The LLM creates the props, just the props. That's the magic. So movies just takes a list of movies. The LLM generates that JSON. Is that clear? And it can generate the JSON in a valid format because we're using Zod. Meaning internally, what the Vercel AI SDK is doing is it tries to validate the return from the LLM with Zod, and it fails. And so it just tries again until you get back valid JSON. Then we have this generate function, which is an actual generator with the asterisk, meaning you can yield multiple times. Like, I don't know if you saw that, but if you say, like, show me movies about Bhangra, there's a spinner. You see that? We yield first the spinner, and then we continue. Let's look at that in code. So it's a generator. So first we console log, and then we yield a React component. It's literally a spinner. Immediately send a spinner. Then we get some chat completions. And then we persist the text state of the UI. But what I want to show you here is we return this, just a markdown list of movies. If we talk about the cover art, let's go look at that other tool, meaning what might this look like as UI. We show a spinner. We it's called this one, create generative UI. So here, what we do is we get a bunch of stuff and we render a component movies. The LLM is not generating this component. So if I click into this component, I wrote all this code. This is my code. This is not prone to hallucinations. The LLM is not going to generate nonsense because I wrote this. And this is really cool because it brings a level of determinism to LLMs. I know that my forgot password component is always going to render the way I wrote it. And the only thing that changes is the props. And so the LLM generates this stuff, right? The movie's title, the poster path, it gets that. And then it's just plain old React. The cool thing is, this works with server components and client components. And the Vercel AI SDK takes care of that. But how it takes care of that, I hope it's clear, right? It's using the classic Next.js bundler. So when you experience a use client, it will generate a JavaScript bundle for that and load it on demand, okay? Let's continue. But was this clear? Is there any questions? I mean, if there are questions, we can talk in the break. I'm trying to hold myself to my, my standard of timing. Let's summarize. In summary, we covered a lot of things. We talked about, do you have what it takes to be an AI engineer? You couldn't answer the question because you probably didn't know what an AI engineer is. It's very nascent, it's very new, it's very novel. But then we defined the AI engineer. And then a lot of you, I heard you say yes, this is great. It's a new thing. It feels like the web just got invented. It's the Wild West, but I want to help you play in this space. It's very exciting. From there, we looked at the limitations of large language models, and we solved them with RAG. I hope RAG is clear for you, and I hope you use it. You use that prompt engineering in production today. There's really no reason not to. Finally, we looked at generative UI. That was so cool. Literally asking for the user's location from the browser and building something more than a chatbot, a holistic experience. Now, I could talk about this for hours, and guess what? I actually do. I have a podcast, long, like hour and a half, 2 hours, sometimes with really great guests, many of whom are here, but otherwise, I just do lectures. And if you want to learn more about that, there's the code. I'll give you a second to scan it. Please don't feel pressured now to put up your phone. If you don't scan it, I don't take it personally. Also, you can literally just Google it. This is very unnecessary. But I appreciate that you're doing that. Great. We've covered a lot, and that's it. That's my talk. I want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to give you this talk today. Thank you. Thank you. Guess
Awesome
what?
job, Tejas. Hey, good job, dude.
Thank you so much, man.
All right. Now, back to Tejas.
I'm the MC again. How are you feeling? Woo! You see, it's so interesting because in MC mode, you have to be this person. You have to be the like, but like in I'm a speaker now. I'm educating. It's so different. So I have to like switch vibes. Okay, back to MC mode. Please bring back my slide deck. I have more slides because I knew I was going to switch to MC. He's saying it into. Thank you. So we have one final order of business, and that's the giveaway of the book, which I just realized I don't physically have with me here. This is going to be awkward. I will get it from my room. It's fine. It's here. I just like not right here. But we're going to do this. If you haven't yet entered the giveaway and you want to, you still have one more chance to enter to win this book. I will let you scan that. And you don't, I can't say this enough, you do not have to enter your email address. I respect your privacy. But in case you want to, I won't spam you, okay? Some of you are still scanning that. Good. It looks like everyone's done. Some of you may see on the screen that you're already entered. Anyone see that here? Show me your hand. Yeah, okay. Some of you. Great. He's like yawning. He's like, Great. It's time to get the winner. How we're going to do the winner is different than yesterday because some of you told me ideas where you can cheat. Someone said, I think it was Rajat, he was like, bro, I can just like go find a green picture on Google and like, I got it. So we're not doing that. What I want you to do, and this may break because this was actually fully written with AI. I sat there yesterday during the panel discussion with Etisham and just like went crazy with AI. So this will probably break. Will you forgive me if it breaks? Wow, man. I give you 2 days of like quality emceeing and this is what I get. Anyway, I want you to do me a favor. I'm about to show you a QR code. Open the page, and then, not this one. I'll show you a QR code in just a minute. Open the page, and point your phone at me like this, okay? Just like once you load the page. So just now, do it. And you should see a white screen. I want to see your screen being fully, perfect. Everybody, great. Can someone take a photo of this? Yeah, you just do it for the cameras, just like that. And now I'm going to load the result. And if I load the result, one of these will turn green. You can't look at it. Oh, someone did it. There's a result. Where's the green? No, show me. There has to be a green somewhere. Oh, that's still white. Interesting. The winner may be left. That's okay. His phone's off. We'll do it again. And again, we'll keep doing this until somebody wins. Because somebody probably left. So I'm going to draw again. I have to unplug my screen because, let's do it one more time. So your screens are red. They will turn white in just a minute. If you want to know how this is built, I'm so ready to talk to you about. The short answer is server-sent events. But anyway, I'm going to reset the results because the winner left, unfortunately. And someone will win. Let me just come here. You can't see anything, right? That's good. That's good. Okay. Wow. The network is like completely overwhelmed by all of you. This is good. It's actually like breaking the database. Oh my gosh. You guys should see this. Let me plug this in. I love it. I absolutely love it. This is maybe like negative publicity for Zeta, but check this out. This is what you did. It's not actually supposed to be a black screen. They're freaking out over there. Look at this, error loading data. Isn't that crazy? Let me refresh. Thanks for participating, everyone. It's a shame the real winner left because this was maybe only going to work one time. We'll see. Okay, great. No. So the winner didn't leave an email. So I don't even know who you are. So your screen should be white now. Reload the page. Reload the page. If you reload the page, it should be. Yeah, cool. All right. Let's do it again. And we'll do it as many times as we have to. Now it should turn a color. I want to see green. It's going to change any second now, I hope. I did all these impressive demos today. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is not going to work. Thank you for your time. But I'll show you why. This is actually very good news. You'll see this, and then you're going to laugh. And all the talks that were like, I self-hosted on Cloudflare, good decision. That's awesome. I'm actually really happy about this and surprised. And you know what? This is better than my bill being like $30,000. So thanks for playing. None of you got the book. I'm joking. I will announce the winner. And how might we? You know what? We'll do this after the family photo. Can we do this after the family photo? Yeah? Great. All right. In that case, actually, I can just, whatever. I'll email the winner. You'll get it here. Let's switch. We can take that off now. That's, I think, a wrap. The conference is about to be over. I'd like to take a moment, switch to MC mode, excuse me, and just pause and thank a bunch of people who made this possible. I mean, this was crazy. Like, I don't know about you, but I have not slept a lot, but it's not a bad thing. It's like, oh my gosh, let's go. I don't want to sleep. I want to be with people, and I want to tell them. And I'm sure many of you have felt that. I've been talking to Manjula, and she was like, I haven't been sleeping either. And it's like, it's weird, but we bond over no sleep, you know? And so I'd like to have you and me both together thank a bunch of people who make this possible, starting with the organizers. Can we give Manjula, Sahil, all the organization team just an absolutely woo! Crazy. Woo! Woo! Yeah! Amazing. Can we give a huge word of thanks to the sponsors? Woo! We've got Publicis Sapient and Contentstack and D. Shaw and all the logos. Thank you. Without you, this conference wouldn't be possible. Can we give a huge round of applause to all the speakers? Oh my God. Kensi Dodds, Santosh Yadav. Oh, these people they came all the way. All the way. And you know, the thing is, like, I know that a lot of people, like, it's not that they want to be like famous or something. We just want to share. I remembered actually, I'm going to bring my slides back because I have one more thing. I know it's very like juggly, but I have one more thing that's really, really important that you need to see. Steve Jobs style. The organizers and the speakers do a lot. Kent said this in the beginning. I also, like many of you here, I have a good career today, but I didn't always have one. And it's because there were limitations, and I recognize fully that everybody in this room has, it's life. Things go wrong. You've got to take care of a family member. You've got to take care of yourself. You're not sleeping. You're trying to put together a conference. Things fall apart at the last minute. It's crazy. And so, because I want to level the playing field, because a lot of us want to just come here and bless. You can't see Dodds. Like, I mean, look, the dude's famous, okay? I'm just going to say it. And he doesn't need to come here. But he wants to. He wants to share a blessing with you. And why? So that you can learn things and you can grow and you can get better. That's why we do this. And so, in that spirit, I've decided to just give everybody Fluent React, the ebook. You can scan this QR, you just get it. There's no game, there's no competition, there's no green. You get the ebook for free. Just take it. I don't care. Learn if you want to. The thing is, like, you get a book for free, but you still have to read it, right? And so maybe you will, maybe you won't. I just want to make this as accessible for you as possible so that you don't have to like jump through all these hoops in an already complicated world, okay? The physical book will still go to someone, whatever, but if you want something for free, just take it, okay? With that, let's actually do the closing. And I want you to give another big round of applause. Again, the organizers, the speakers, the sponsors. Did I forget anyone? I did not forget anyone. Now I'm going to invite Sahil, the guy, the goats, the organizer. He's like, don't do it, don't do it. No, Sahil, give him the biggest round of applause, everybody. Woo!
Hey, everyone. I think we forgot the most important person. You all know who is it. The MC, Tejas Kumar. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for putting that much energy into us and doing this. Although I'm alone here, but I'm on behalf of all the volunteers you see there, and the organizers over there. So please, all the organizers, please stand up. And a big round of applause for them. Also, this conference has been AI conference, so I won't take too long. It has been like quick, fast. Everything is happening so quick. So just wanted to say quick thanks for the people behind the camera who are working across and making this possible for us. John and team from Reynolds, who has set up this entire hangar for us, and like the amazing production that you see over here. All the staff and all the organizers and the team that we have from the Planet Hollywood Hotel, like the resorts, who have helped us to host it the fourth time this year. And the live stream team over there, Viral, the amazing videos which you saw, amazing handling, Shirish and Ashish from version 1, like the opening video and everything that you saw that came across. The pictures and the drone that's flying, it's still flying, and the pictures that will be taken by Artness team. Have you noticed the videos has been so quick? Did you forget like what happened these 3 days? So then there's, can you go back one slide? Yes. Because there's one more thing.
Oh yeah. You're using my slide, bro, that's awesome.
What can we do? Like we didn't get time to build up the slides.
It's also fast.
So maybe let's black out and like watch and recap over what happened in last 3 days, quickly.
Oh, you have a video? Do you have a video? Ah.
Abracadabra, React, and the Vanishing Network.
I'm actually blown away. It's one of the best communities I've seen.
I really love the energy of the audience.
And I'm here at React India.
It's been an absolutely lovely experience so far. I love it.
We've brought people from all over the world to participate, and we're really, really happy to be part of the community.
This is a place where we see all the premium front-end developers of India aggregate every year.
And this was not AI. The hardworking people all over there did it all by themselves in like past 6 hours. So thank you everyone. And we move to the community picture that we are going to take. All I want is like you can stand where you are and just come closer in the front row so that the video team can capture you. It's a biggest image that we are going to take like together. So please be mindful of the space, especially the TVs. So I will ask like people to clear off the TVs in front. I'd like to have speakers all over here to come in the center stage because over here. So just try to come closer. We have a drone ready so they can take a biggest drone shot ever. So let's do one quick drone video.
React India.
So we'll take a drone picture first. So just be a little closer, we'll miss you out. We don't want that. Come here. Come on the front. Maybe we can sit. Look at the drone.
React India.
John, come in. React India. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Can I request all the speakers who were part of React India to come on stage, please? A quick photo, please. All the speakers.
Before everyone leaves the stage, there is an after party 7:30 at the ballrooms. If you want to go back to your hotel and come back, you can do that. So there are shuttle services available if you're staying with us at Beliza, Heritage or Marriott. The shuttles are over there, so you can quickly keep your stuff over there and come back 7:30.
So shuttles are only for going to the hotel. If you want to come back for the after party, you'll have.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient. I'm here at PS.
I'm here at PS.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient.
For it is a place to succeed,
With strong allies.
where I can truly be myself.
To lead with AI, with pioneers.
Where we are unabashedly human.
I am here at Publicis Sapient to create 10x client impact.
Where we do tech for good.
Where I can be limitless.
Where we are all for one. With visionaries.
For endless learning.
With Core AI as our superpower.
To imagine new futures.
Where we deliver impact beyond outcomes. We're now blessed to the next.
With 10x engineers.
With our people.
I'm here at Publicis Sapient, where I can be absolutely fearless.
For it allows me to be vulnerable and authentic.
With gratitude for inclusion in everything we do.
Where relationships trump designation.
Where people always come first.
For it is home.